CFS 2025 Regional Finals for Eumena. I am Valdez, with me is Bench, and we are going to be getting into the final day here at the Regional Finals. We will crown our victor, who will get first place. We'll have, of course, the second place and the third place, and that unfortunate last spot, the fourth place team. We'll have to wait and see who does get all of those spots today. How are you doing today, Bench?
Feeling absolutely great. At the same time, a little bit sad that this is the last day, of course, for the regional finals. It was a long journey, not only for us and also for the players that were competing in it. And like you mentioned, the last place of today will eventually be knocked away from the grand finals. So a lot of things are on the stake as a consolidatory gift. Even though you're a top four, you still get a bit extra cash, but you know, not being able to compete in the grand finals is going to be the kicker here.
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate, but we'll have to wait and see who does land in that spot. As you can see, all of the results from the entire week so far, we are getting into the final day, day 5, where it will be Inner Circle versus Entropy Gaming for that third place decider. And then, of course, Rock Esports versus Gaimin Gladiators for the finals. And I feel like it's going to be a close day. I think today, actually, we will get some closer matchups, even though so far we've had a lot of 2-0s and 3-0s.
Honestly speaking, we were saying that every day would have been a close day, but unfortunately for us, it was not the case. But today is, I actually think it stands a genuine chance to be one of the closer days, so gotta look forward to it. But Spoxy's continuing to farm the leaderboard here with 1.89 KD, so this guy is going to be on top of his Slayer, following right up by 1.57. But as you can see, a lot of Rock Esports are going to be marking their names in there.
Yeah, makes sense. The one name that is not there is Snare, actually, so pretty interesting. He did say yesterday that his team was kind of carrying him, although I thought he was playing pretty well. So either way, yeah. Third place match, Inner Circle versus Entropy Gaming, will be our first match of the day.
Of course, indeed. And to have a bit of a change of things and a bit of a, let's say, exciting news coming up, I guess. It'll be brought to you in just about a moment. But yeah, like I mentioned, Inner Circle versus Entropy Gaming. Looks like we are just about ready to bring you the special gift that's going to be an interview between the team captains of these two teams. So let's bring them up on the board, Valdez.
Yeah, here we go. Hello, guys. Happy to have you both here. Hey. We've got Beck and Madison, team leaders here for both of the teams. So first thing I want to ask you guys is your initial thoughts coming into this match, and maybe your expectations, perhaps like a prediction on what you think the final score will be of this third place match. Starting with Beck, I guess.
Okay, I can start. I would say we respect them. They are a good team, but I think we are the favorite team at the end. We decide like 3-0 or 3-1.
Any response there, Madison?
I do believe we are the underdog team here, most definitely. But we're still, you know, we're gonna give it everything we got. We don't want to go out of here with any regrets, so we're just gonna go for it, see what happens, and I hope it's actually gonna be a close game. I'm kind of hoping for a nerve wrecker, so I hope it's gonna be like a 3-2 game, maybe all 5 maps.
Maybe all 5 maps indeed, but
yeah.
All right, question for both of you guys. So for Beck, who do you think is the best player on the other side of things, and for Madison, who do you think is the best player on the side for Beck?
I think in Entropy side, best player is 40. He can shine and carry his team sometimes.
I do also think that also their sniper Alucard is probably the most consistent and overall best player.
Yeah, well, that does make sense, and we'll let you guys get to it now in preparation for these this third place match. Thank you so much for the interview, and we'll see you after the match.
See you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there you go. Got to hear from both Beck and Madison, and yeah, didn't want to keep them all too long just because they got to prep for, you know, the games. We haven't started them just yet. Interesting to see that both sides feel like there is a clear hierarchy here, you know, that Beck's team, Inner Circle, are the favorites, and that Madison's team, Entropy Gaming, are the underdogs, but who knows? Anything can happen based on the form.
Anything and everything could happen, but based on how Madison responded, he did give into the fact that they are the underdogs. Sure, but I think he was thinking of something otherwise. So really have to wait and see how everything unfolds, and we had to let go of those two captains to prep their team as we are just about ready to get into our band picks and also into the series. So let's go take a look at the actual rosters of the teams. So it's going to be Inner Circle. Let's bring it up on the board.
And here is Inner Circle, led by Beck, and the best player declared by Madison, Alucard there as well for this team. As we'll take a look at them one by one. As we do have Kiko, Jinzer, and Awesome as well.
Yeah, the roster is definitely packing a bit of punch themselves. Awesome, Kiko, Beck, Alucard, and Jinzer, of course. Madison depicting Alucard to be the best player. Rest of the Inner Circle also could have been depicted as one, but thus far I think that's going to be the battle for the snipers for the best players of each team. And if you think about the journey they took throughout the group stages, wasn't the easiest of all, but hey, they made it here right now and right here on. So really looking forward to them. I mean, they themselves are looking forward to push themselves into the grand finals. Going out here is going to be decimating.
Yes, it's going to be pretty rough if that does happen. I'm sure they're very confident coming into this match, as we do see their match history here at the regional finals. They did fall to Gaimin Gladiators and then eventually to Rock Esports. But again, I mean, the match against Gaimin wasn't that one-sided, and also Rock Esports are kind of self-declared and also declared by every other team as the best in this region. But let's take a look at their opponents, Entropy Gaming.
There you have it, Entropy Gaming with Rain, Pew, Madison 40, and Sata was able to hear from Madison the wise words from the captain, of course. He's got the, just a bit of addition to the pool here. But yeah, 40 has been hitting some naughty shots on the board, and he was able to bring his team out from the hole up until this moment. Same thing applies to these guys too, Valdez. They were surviving after battles, and just to fall here against one of the top dogs, Inner Circle, is going to hurt them.
Yes, Inner Circle definitely looking to do that. Santa. Oh, just a little kiss. Thank you.
I love how he's at the angle in that position for his complacent.
I wish they could hear us making comments about what they do to the camera. Yeah.
We can suggest to open our mics on the voice chats, but I don't think the production's gonna like that.
Maybe in the future.
Maybe in the future.
40 is on top in terms of KD. He has been performing the best so far for this team. Really, it's been, for me, 40 and then Rain, and sometimes Sata coming in with big moments. But yeah, it kind of does feel like the team is led by the play of 4T. As also, Entropy Gaming lost to Rock Esports and Gaimin Gladiators, just like we saw. Inner Circle also lost to Gaimin Gladiators and then Rock Esports. So, kind of makes sense that those are the two teams that are in our finals.
Yeah, just touching back on the fact that the hierarchy that you mentioned, the whole tournament in general, not just between these two teams, based on the results, seems to show the hierarchy, but there definitely isn't one between these two key players. As depicted in the interview, it's going to be Alucard versus 40 for the key players. The battle between the snipers, the long-ranged carries, will have to lift their team up to the grand finals and also in the third place decider match. 1.24 for Alucard and 1.10 for 40. But based on the fact that Inner Circle had a beneficial map picks coming through for the latter stage of the tournaments, allowing the room and the distance for Alucard to shine, may have been the difference maker here. 40 years, calm, chill, keeping his composure. Comes to show that he's all ready to get into this one.
Yeah, I just love how he stares in the camera.
The blinks there, right?
Yeah. He's like trying to send us a message, I think, telepathically. As we do see some of the maps that we've played here. Notes that New Mexico is not played by either team.
Now we can think about that Entropy could possibly throw in New Mexico here in the ban picks to, you know, throw off the enemy, because it's not been played by Inner Circle as one. Sometimes when players are put into test in one of the maps that's not played all that often, then it may go sideways here. But let's go take a look at the actual ban picks, as it's going to be sub-base getting ruled out first. There we go.
New Mexico is next.
There
Port as the first map.
Go.
Eagle Eye. Then we go New Compounds. And then Ankara. And then, of course, finally ending with Black Widow. So that is the way we are going to have these maps here. Looks like it'll go Entropy starting out Blacklist for 2 maps, and then the 4th map. And so that is just getting everything written down on the sheet so we know exactly what we've got planned for today. If we do go all the way to Ankara and Black Widow, to the most classic maps we have here, should be pretty interesting, as I feel like Black Widow is always a really fun decider map because it can't get really crazy. There are so many different kind of strategies you can do on that map. It's not very slow generally, and both sides have an opportunity. I feel like it's pretty well balanced as well. But yeah, looks like we're just about ready to support the first selection here, as we are almost ready to hop onto this first map of this best of 5.
Indeed, but unfortunately for me, myself, and you guys, New Mexico gets ruled out again, so in theory, we only have one shot at seeing New Mexico once, 2 times in total for this tournament. Nonetheless, like you mentioned, Port will start us off going to Eagle Eye, New Compound, and carry them Black Widow, so will be a bit of a run for Entropy to take, but, you know, given how 40's been performing, I think the first 2 maps being sniper heavy may just also benefit Entropy, whilst on the side of Inner Circle, Alucard has been doing a bit of lifting too, but at the same time was their rifling core really supporting the rest of their team. So have to wait and see how the results roll out, and like we both mentioned, I think this series is probably going to be the closest series in the entirety of the full tournament of the regional finals of CrossFire Stars 2025 at Eumena. Right, didn't run out of breath there, so...
Yes, nicely done.
Last day too, right, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I do feel like the final match, though, could also be very close, so might have some competition, you know, on which match will be closer between the two.
And Entropy also has a very good chance of actually doing the overtake and taking the series back into their hands. So this one will be even tougher, and also if you think about it, between RC and Gaimin Gladiators, they both somewhat have secured the grand final seats, but this one, there's only one, and only one team gets to go, and one team has to sit back and relax in their gaming houses and watch while munching on some nachos. So definitely a lot of things on the stake, and to make things extra spicy, the bit of cash difference, as the total prize pool just for the regional finals is $100,000.
Yeah. The money is on the line. The spots for even more money and more glory also on the line, trying to get that 3rd place spot. As looks like we might be getting in soon, but do have a slight delay. So sorry about that, guys. We'll be in as soon as possible. Trying to get onto Port for our first map, and then Eagle Eye.
What's your expectations for Port Valdes?
Well, I think we're going to find out very quickly what the series is going to look like, because if Entropy Gaming come out swinging from Blacklist of Ports, that is a very good sign for the series to be pretty close, pretty even. But if Inner Circle can lock it down very quickly and not give up many rounds, if any at all, from the global risk side of Port, where they are starting, I would certainly expect this to be pretty one-sided to them.
I mean, unlike BO3's best out of fives, you usually have a longer tempo and a longer breath you have to take. So the first map doesn't necessarily set the narrative, the entirety of the series, all that much. But between these two teams, given the situation, it's not that even. Honestly speaking, Inner Circle is the top dog and Entropy's the underdog. Like you've mentioned, if Entropy can find a swing of their own, then yeah, it's going to be a pretty even matchup given Port goes their way. If not, then I think I agree with you that it might go pretty one-sided to Inner Circle, At the same time, just kind of want to see that Entropy take us to Black Widow, because that map is the wonkiest map, at least for this Spam Pack, and that's when all the magical stuff could happen. So, only can wait and see how everything rolls out in the we're in the middle of remaking the lobbies and getting the players in there. So, should be proceeding with the game in just about a moment. Shouldn't take much longer than just about a minute or so.
Yeah, should be pretty quick. I'm also curious about new compound and the way these two teams are going to play it out today, as I do believe we did have one of the teams playing compound yesterday. I think it was Entropy Gaming, but we're able to get a decent amount of the rounds, but not quite able to actually win the map, as yesterday was 2-3-0s. If you guys did miss it, our two favorite teams did absolutely crush their opponents, and it wasn't very close. So, again, that's why we keep harping on, hopefully, that today will be a bit closer of a day, because we want to have more CrossFire for you guys to watch.
Absolutely, indeed. But hey, even if today wraps up, fast or slow, there will be more CrossFire to come in the future. One, of course, that just comes to my mind is the Grand Finals at the end of the year. So, not the end of everything. I think there is other regions still ongoing concurrently. So, yeah, there's more streams to watch once we wrap up too. So, tune into those channels, because your favorite team will be playing against the teams of the other region that are playing right now. So, might as well as, delve into the tactics of them and, help out your favorites.
Yeah, especially the CFPL. The Chinese region, I do feel like generally has a lot of teams that win pretty often. So if you're curious about some of the teams there that they might have to face, like Baisha or an All Gamers, definitely can check them out. Also, the Brazilian League, always a fun time over there, as the regional finals should be happening soon as well. We're getting close, guys, to moving on to Port.
Pretty close, indeed.
I wonder how many times I have cast Port. I feel like it's been not very meta, it feels like, for a pretty long time, and was generally saved for like a fourth map or like a fifth map in a pool. But now it's first map in this one, and
just
that was
like
the
how
choice
Eagle
by
Eye
Entropy.
has just built, made itself into the meta as well. New compound seems to be the one that's kind of getting yanked away by the teams. So, of course, New Mexico is just not being played at all. That's the case. But yeah, like I mentioned, in this tournament, at least, we do get to see a lot of Port. And it looks like we're just about ready to get into map number 1 of the day, of the final day. Let's take it on. Port is right here, right now in front of your eyes, and Entropy. And we'll start off on the side of Blacklist, and Inner Circle will be defending on the side of the Global Risk. And already early on, a very fast A setup is brewing up for the side of Entropy, having 3 players out towards Long and 1 in towards Connector. But for the side of Inner Circle is going to play in a very default setup as well. Having 1 in big Connector, though, that might throw off for the side of Entropy for if any rotation happens in that angle.
That was really cool from 40, actually. He lined up on the box. The lineup on the upper level of that B main, and like he's got the lineup so that he can peek a certain amount and just fire blindly through the smoke and get a kill if somebody's there. So really cool stuff from him. Don't see that all that often.
Cheeky little angles that these guys bring to the board.
It's good preparation.
Yeah.
I feel like 40 is already, as always, rather brought that kind of preparation.
Inner Circle already shifted an extra player over towards A, and now Entropy is stepping up on towards Catwalk with Kiko out pretty wide. Depending on the result of the skirmish, things could go leeway, but till then, Just about a minute left onto the clock. Kiko looks to swing towards Catwalk, and now he's about to get swung by Sata. Bunch of damage has been done, and Kiko is going to be able to fall back without falling. And that's a go sign given for Entropy, as they're going to be creeping out towards long. Nate being thrown out. Alucard has made on top of the bomb site. He has to find the frags now to stop all the aggression coming through. It's going to be Madison to find the first frag, and now Q stepping on top of the staircase. It's going to be Madison with the second kill on towards Alucard. So the bomb site is completely formed. An inner circle coming for the rotation. Beck's going to find the huge double kill for stop the aggression. Planted and is taking away is going to be the C4. Rain waiting by long. Good for one headshot, looking for the second. Passes the information to the team. Sata swings, does a bunch of damage, goes down. Rain in a 1v2, and the Dream C4 is being tapped. It's going to be Jinzer to swing from the side with a triple kill to wrap the round up. An inner circle. Import finds the first round. I thought, until Madison finding the double kill, was going to go to the side of Entropy, but it turns out it's going to be inner circle to close it out.
Yeah, Inner Circle closed it out, and I feel like a lot of things during that round were not going their way. Alucard was not set up on top of A. He was not ready to snipe from the back either. So essentially, they didn't have a sniper when the first push came in, which is part of the reason why you plant your sniper on top of A, because it is so strong. So pretty funny that still, after all of that, they were able to retake relatively cleanly, as I felt like the preparation from Entropy was quite good. So now we got flashes, we got nades in the B main here. Beck is in the corner, the spray is good for two. Awesome's there for another. And that is going to be advantage already to Inner Circle.
Now the last two players of Entropy, 40, trying to find the picks needed to find the equalizer. But unfortunately for him, seems to be the case where Alucard is going to be able to step away from the B connector. And they're going to be rotating in towards A, it seems. Either they can just run it down middle, which will be gate-kept somewhat by Alucard and Kiko. However, 40 is going to be able to find the angle through the peaks, and Kiko is going to be taken out from the picture. With a minute left, let's see where Entropy wants to take the fight towards. And right now, they are thinking about knocking down towards B.
You see Alucard taking a very sharp angle, but Entropy Gaming don't have any idea of moving just yet, but it looks like 40 is not looking the right way, not expecting Jinzer to be there.
Still, the hops are good. Is able to escape the heat. Not anymore, though.
Unfortunate timing there. Jinzer, though, comes on in. Didn't expect the second guy to be following right behind Alucard, as Jinzer got so much work done there, and he actually got a double kill on the retake. He hasn't been the main character for Inner Circle, but already he is performing out of control here in these first two rounds.
Even though it being 2-0 for the scoreline, Entropy's putting up a good fight. Just they're coming short for a couple kills to really finish the round and give the chances for Inner Circle to just take it to themselves. But already, opening kill, like I said, is given towards Entropy. Alucard will go down. That's going to open the round up here in round number 3.
Let's see what they want to go for now, because they've been stopped at A, they've been stopped at B, and Entropy have had their moments, but it can be rough when you're getting stopped at both angles, and now they're just going to hold position, essentially, after getting that pick on Alucard, and just hope that someone else also peeks into them. At this point in time, doesn't look like Inner Circle. Well, I say that, and Kiko actually is getting a little bit cheeky here with some of the angles, trying to pull back another kill for the squad. But he's going to hold on to it for now.
Definitely playing with the clock. The first smoke is now out towards spawn. Full risk. I think that was thrown by the sniper of the squad. Seems to be 40, but now they're going to give it a go down towards the bomb site. Ringing surely is going to be the rotation. They have a free bomb site essentially, as Entropy is going to be able to get the plant down, but now Inner Circle is slowly but surely boxing them in. They need to break through one angle to open up the gate to hold the bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a really good spot here. with 5 members in so many different angles. Madison gets that first kill as Beck has to check everywhere. He only gets the 1, and eventually it's just too easy for the side of Entropy Gaming. They got the first pick on an Alucard, and they knew that A would be a lot weaker because of that, and they just kind of sent it over the top into A, and it didn't look like Inner Circle got that read early enough. So first round on the board here for Entropy Gaming.
Madison sitting with 6 kills, enjoying the spot right now. Guy to pick the 40 as the best player, apparently by Beck. But you know, Madison will be doing the lifting, heavy lifting for the team. So let's see at the end of this map who will be the top fragger for each of the teams to see for what really goes for the C first.
Yeah, absolutely, Bench. For the Seafers. And
By the Seafers.
by the Seafers, yeah. They do say that. Beck did already take some damage. And I feel like Alucard has to play this anchor position and hold down A because Entropy has been trying their luck many a time on this angle. Even Beck is angling over towards A. So they're expecting an A push to come through. Entropy Gaming doing the old classic, which is to wait around for about a minute and a half and then make a decision on where they want to push.
They're going to wait even longer, as now they're just getting situated outside of B huts, as now they're going to walk in towards connector, it seems, and finally lines up the nades. But the issue is there are still 2 players of Inner Circle holding it down. It's going to be Awesome and Jinzer, so the heat is on. Pop flash up and over. Awesome on the response is good for 1. Looking for the second, is able to connect the spray down. Now down to the hands of Jinzer. I was not looking his way. Madison goes down, and all of a sudden this push is completely halted down. They were driving the truck into the heavy brick wall.
Yeah, that they were. This is a great flash, actually, from Rain, but he's not able to get anything out of it. Still holding the angle, but he gets double peeked. And 40 by himself, able to lock down 2. He gets shot in the back by Beck. 40 making it pretty interesting for himself, actually, in the 1v4. But eventually, there were just too many members. And I thought they had a pretty good angle. You know, there was good spray, at least, from Awesome to hold on to that site, but yeah, eventually that push did not have as much bite as I thought it was going to.
Too many angles indeed. Nonetheless, it's going to be 3-1. Even that round had to come down to the wire. So let's see if Entropy has that extra push in them, as now they're going to aggress onto the bomb site. Madison was able to take Jinzer down, clear the bomb site, and then Pew's going to be able to find the rotation and pick off Beck at the back of the site. C4 goes down, Inner Circle this time. We'll have to go on a retake as a 3 against the 5. On the side of Entropy, Alucard swings in, bunch of shots raining across the border. However, no value to be found. Alucard swings in with the pistol, gets 1, and now it's traded out. And quickly, it's going to be Entropy to wreck up the kills. Going to be 3-2, as Entropy is slowly but surely catching up to the run that Inner Circle is giving right now.
Yeah, I like that plan where they were slowing down the pace of their pushes a lot, and then eventually they just sent it really quickly. They went into B main, and of course, it was known by Inner Circle that they had taken B main as Jinzer went down, but after he went down, the immediate push into B caught them off guard. Inner Circle was not in position, and it was just a great push after all from Entropy Gaming. They're doing a good job of getting these initial picks and getting good value from it.
Threw them off for a bit too. But coming into this current round, they're going to be switching it up from B and look down towards A, it seems. Worked out once, failed once. So is it going to be the turn where they're able to work this round out? As, like I mentioned, Entropy will be doing the good old wait the timeout. As now we are reaching the minute mark, minute 23 on the clock.
Yeah, got to keep him guessing. You went real fast the last round, so now you got to slow it down.
And here's the thing, right? Inner Circle is going to conserve onto much of their utils, as opposed to the games of port that were being played in the previous group stages. So bit of a response is still in the hands of Inner Circle if any possible push actually comes to shove. As now Entropy will be lining up their nades. Look at Alucard's position deep, but he can be effective to find the first. No, he cannot. Sata quickly gets him down and dusted. That comes in for the rotation, but the flashes are raining true, and he is completely blind, but awesome. He's going to be able to find the kills himself. 40 not being able to hit the shots, going to make matters worse as Rain will be taken down. Inner Circle will find their fourth.
Yeah, I have to say, Alucard pushing out a very aggressive angle. This patience that's being shown from Entropy Gaming is drawing out the impatience from the side of Inner Circle. As Alucard gets baited into going into that, hasn't had the best start here in this map. We know what he's capable of, but feel like we should be seeing a bit more. Had the help from his teammates to come on in and crush the push immediately, so that was very nice. Keiko did a little bit of damage there, but the flash was good as he was boosted up into the connector, and Rain just took him down. Rain taking more damage, being sprayed through mid.
Sprayed through mid indeed. Jinzer, what a sniper of his own now. And TRG put to good work. 40 is going to go down, and Entropy will taste a bit of their own medicine. Now the waiting game begins for the side of Inner Circle.
Yeah. That's just fine. I feel like they got that first pick, so they shouldn't feel as impatient as they have in previous rounds. Rain here has swapped over to the sniper himself, picked up 40's one probably because he is so low. And 40 is now on the ground. Bit of a rotation out of B by one of the members of Inner Circle. Just as this push is coming towards B, slow push into B main with no util used. Keeping it quiet for now. But we've got Beck actually pushing right up the middle of the map. So could be able to get some information and maybe even a flank as they're not looking at Jinzer. Jinzer gets that first kill. Awesome. Just going to run away and wait for the flank to come in. As the C4 is still on the ground and Beck gets spotted. Rain on low health, still able to get it. The spray is coming down here from multiple members of Entropy Gaming. And they're holding on to the site now. It's only Alucard with the sniper against two.
And to make things worse, make matters worse, he's sitting at 50 HP essentially. Has to find the first, but the timer indeed is ticking away. Not being able to connect beyond TRG. Santa is going to punish the mishaps, and it's going to be Entropy to put out another round. 4-3 on the scoreline, and we all thought, you and I at least, it was going to be Inner Circle to close it out, as there was a big amount of ground taken by Beck, I believe, who was pushing out down towards middle. But Entropy was able to just nail it down towards the bomb site, break through the defense, take the kills, get it planted, although even that round had to come down to the wire. But hey, if you're able to secure a round like that, might as well as do so, because every round really matters at this point in time.
Yeah, it really does. Blacklist side of port, famously difficult, and you know they're getting a bunch of rounds back and forth. They're essentially trading rounds with Inner Circle and keeping it very close. So gotta like what we see so far from Entropy Gaming. It looks like they have come to play tonight. That is what we like to see. Inner Circle certainly going to be tested, you could say, tonight, as just showing a lot of presence in mid and outside of B main is Entropy Gaming. Will they be able to bait Inner Circle into pushing into them once again? I do wonder, as Entropy is certainly taking their sweet time.
Definitely playing with the clock here, but I think Inner Circle has found a way to adapt to the playstyle that Entropy is giving. As you can see, utils still hefty amount left on the side in the hands of Inner Circle. And now Entropy's going to take an even slower turn at things, as now we're getting past the 40-second mark in just about a moment, and they haven't still made a clear movement. They're going to be situated just outside of middle, but once again, you can see Kiko on the top of the minimap buying a bunch of ground, and Entropy's going to start moving in. Beck is somehow ran over. I don't know how that happened, but Entropy's going to be able to make a full wraparound towards the bomb site.
And it's very surprising that Inner Circle do not have guys in position for this push outside of Beck in mid. And yeah, it's essentially a free push coming in towards A site. And advantage now to Entropy Gaming with the plant down here. Awesome on the flank. Alucard looking for the long angle, but 40 gonna snipe down. Awesome had to look down. And down he goes. And it's only Alucard. And he'll get sniped down too. It's 4-4. Entropy Gaming starting out super strong here on Ports. Probably part of the reason why they selected this map, as they are certainly throwing a wrench into the gears of Inner Circle, who are not expecting this level of play.
Not expecting the level of play indeed, as we are now finally tied with the last round left onto the first half. And let's see where Entropy wants to take this one forwards.
Yeah, I imagine they're going to take their time at the beginning of this round once again. So we've got smokes outside of B main. And every time I look at the beginning of the rounds, it feels like Inner Circle have enough guys over towards A, but as the round comes along, we see more and more rotations. 40 pretty far up there, but actually doesn't get punished at all. And so that'll be the end of that play over at B main.
Once again, very slow-paced round coming through. But now Inner Circle is going to be gaining a bit of map control as well. Instead of playing in the back sites, they are going to actively look in towards the connectors and gain control, as now Beck is boosted up on top of the... no, rather, he's hiding behind the corners. If Entropy comes their way, things may go wrong. Beck starts swinging out, but eventually it's going to be a misstep as he will be taken down. Awesome at work. Eventually, the time card has been stamped and he has to go home as well.
It just feels like Inner Circle are, I don't want to call it disrespect, but they're very aggressive with the way they're peeking into this and just assuming that they will win these firefights when we've got like 4 members of Entropy looking down this angle. And it makes it easy when only one guy from Inner Circle is trying to peek into them. And so now this push is coming on in. Kiko does get the 1 kill. Jinzer on the back of the site. It's going to be kind of up to him on the angle. The timing is good, but the spray is not. So now it's only Alucard. We're looking at Entropy coming in here with a winning record from Blacklist side of Port. As Alucard has pulled out the rifle, but in the smoke lies the enemy. And Pew takes him down 5-4. Advantage to Entropy Gaming.
This was of the least expected coming to this matchup, but hey, like you've mentioned, if Entropy is able to find themselves a bit of success on the Blacklist side, as you mentioned during our preparation, then Entropy now really looks to close out Port in their favor still. A matter of fact, it's only 5-4, and secondly, it's going to be Entropy on the global risk, so we have to see the rest of the rounds get played out. But by far, seems to be a pretty good showing, a better showing indeed, in case for the side of Entropy.
So they tried to nade stack over at A. It didn't quite work out, actually, as not much damage was done at all to them. Only Rain took damage outside of B main.
Awesome as well, took a bit of a punch to himself too.
Yes, that he did.
And now Inner Circle is going to play slowly as well, so really giving a taste of their own medicine back to the side of Entropy, as Inner Circle is going to make a 3-man push down towards B Hut, it seems. They might just even look to clear the angle first and then make a rotation if they're met with a bit of extra defense onto the bomb site.
Yeah. Got a couple of guys looking maybe at mid here. Kiko and Jinzer. Smoke over the top. Madison spotted, actually. Smokes come in. The timing on that was pretty good for Madison. Able to trade one out. Jinzer goes in. Pew takes him down. It's 1-for-1 there, but 40 is on the back. And look at where the C4 is. It's only Alucard. And he's got it all to do 1v3.
Yeah, it's down in no man's land for no luck. Sure, indeed, the flash up and over will not help Alucard either, as eventually is going to be looking, turning his back towards Rain, and that will be round number 6 going towards Entropy, 6-4. So now things are getting a little shaky for the side of Inner Circle.
Yeah, I mean, the map pick here for Entropy Gaming has looked so solid. They came out so strong from the Blacklist side. The spray now right down the middle, and some more nades being thrown, and it's Kiko and Awesome who are getting tagged by those nades and that damage. Is Kiko also going to take another shot there? And right at the beginning of this round, you see Inner Circle's trying to take parts of the map, but they're just being sprayed out of position. And that's not going to make this push very strong. First round for them from the Blacklist side has not looked very very promising, you know? It hasn't been very confidence-inducing for me.
I think I have to agree on that point. However, still a bit more rounds to be played out, and based on the results of those, may be able to see a different come out of results. Nonetheless, minute 20 on the clock in Inner Circle going for a split. It seems they're going to be just on the mission to gather some information, vital information, to make the true decision of which bomb site to take. But Entropy is not giving away much, and instead it's going to be Rain to even take a kill on towards Beck. So the rest of Inner Circle now really forced to take it down towards B, as the player lingering around A is taken down. Madison with the test with 7 HP and a dream goes down. However, the rest of the team is rotating in, as Entropy is now throwing a bunch of nades. Awesome and Kiko down very low. Not being able to plant the C4 as well just yet in time. Might be able to post it for now, but that buys enough time for the side of Sata to make a rotation all the way towards Hut.
It's going to be a big rotation coming out. It's only 40 from the back of the site here, as we've got 3 guys looking to push through B main, which is not the easiest, especially because they don't really have any utility. Maybe a flash here, and just a go sign, as there's the flash. They push on through. They've caught Alucard in the corner. He's not able to do anything. Flash on down. Awesome, the last guy in the back of the site. They're trying to go for the defuse, and they will be able to get it. Pew comes in and sticks the landing. And that is once again back on the board. 7-4 now in favor of Entropy Gaming. This is not what we expected, but they're looking like the stronger team so far tonight.
Least expected, but looks like Entropy is willing to deliver. Seems to be the case there. And now Inner Circle is going to be situated outside of long. 40 on the hold. Sata getting a counter boost to take Awesome down, and all of a sudden Inner Circle is struggling, but they're still going to aggress onto the bomb site. Quickly goes down is going to be Sata, but 40 continues to farm the kills up top of the bomb site. Finally is taken down and is out from the picture. However, that buys enough room for the rotations to come in, and Inner Circle is going to go for the reset. And to make matters worse, Kiko is going to have to face a plentiful of potatoes to his face.
Yes. Just to mimic what the announcer had to say.
Yes.
And also that you are correct. And now, 2v3. At least they have the bomb in a decent amount of time, but this isn't looking very good for Inner Circle. Jinzer, he's trying to peek through. He spots Pew. Pew probably spots him. And it's a little bit of information that maybe they just go ahead and go in towards A, as they have the C4. And it is, you know, if they get a smoke down into the face of Madison and Rain, it's certainly a way to get in onto the A site for free, but they would need Jinzer to do that, who has kind of snuck through here. He's going to spot them at least and distract them.
Jinzer going for the paw shots, not being able to connect, but here comes the push to the shove. Madison put the test, pistols out, gets one down. Well, it's going to be Pew around the corner to take the final kill. It's going to be 8-4 in the scoreline with the pause coming out for the side of Inner Circle. And all of a sudden, are we looking at map number 1 going towards the side of Entropy.
Goodbye, Santa. Goodbye, Rain. They're going to take this opportunity to take an actual break, it looks like, on the timeout of Inner Circle. And to be honest, I mean, on their side, there's really... Strategically, I don't really know what they would talk about at this point, right? Everything's going well. They're winning a lot of their firefights. And so they can just take this moment to actually just get a little mental reset and say, okay, well, things are going well, right? On the side of Inner Circle, obviously, there's a lot of work to be done. Not just here in this map, which may just be forfeit at this point, to be honest. It's hard to say. Obviously, it's not over just yet, but based on the way we're seeing the teams play and the fact that Inner Circle is still on Blacklist side, I am certainly heavily favoring the chances of Entropy Gaming here on this first map. But yeah, it's not just about talking about what we're going to do on this map. It's about talking about, guys, are we ready to win this series and go to the grand finals? Like, because Inner Circle, I think, played even better yesterday, even though they got 0-3'd. So, need to turn this ship around real quick.
Need to turn the ship around now or never, it seems. They have their backs against the wall, and won't be a tough one to do indeed. For the side of Entropy, things are looking pretty darn chill on their side. So, looking to just close it out from here now on, seems to be. And now, given 40 is fully activated on the side, you know, second map being Eagle Eye, then are we looking all of a sudden at a possible 2-0 to start the series?
Hard to say. Inner Circle did select that map, so maybe they can show us something a little bit better going into map number 2. But yeah, I mean, based on current form, I would not be surprised if we do get a 2-0. But again, it's still very early. This map isn't even totally done just yet. Although I am worried by the way some of the members here of Inner Circle are looking, because it's that's the thing about best of 5 is you just have so much time to come back. Even if you kind of totally drop the ball on one map, it's like, well, okay, we can we're better than this. We can turn the ship around.
I mean, it's not done, but
yeah,
it seems a little rough, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does.
But looks like the pause has found its last second as we are just about getting ready to move into round number 13. A reminder, 8-4. Entropy just needs to find 2 more in the span of 6 rounds to really just seal the deal for the map report. So we're looking forward to it. It's going to be the players of Entropy. A lot of hopes and wishes for the side of Inner Circle to turn things around, but right now doesn't seem to be the case, as we are now back in the game. Of course, it's not Beck. We're back in the game.
Back in the game.
We also have Beck in the game as well, but
I'm beckoning the game.
Look at this 3-man push in towards B, and now having Rain swing out does a bunch of damage before is eventually traded out. Inner Circle is going to find a push in on towards B while losing only a single member. And Inner Circle, rather Entropy now goes under retake 40 with a rifle. All right, that's good for 1. Needs a couple more though.
Yeah, it wasn't bad to start at least, as now they got the flashes over the top. They're gonna push on in onto the site. They gain position, but it's not good enough. Alucard with a rifle of his own. And once again, those tac timeouts doing a treat, as it seems like whenever a team takes a tac timeout, they always seem to win the next round. It's just kind of the way it goes. And so 8-5, Inner Circle not done just yet. Again, as we mentioned, still a lot of time in this series, still a lot of time in this map even to try to make a comeback.
Seems to be the case. However, needs to find 3 more for the tie. It's now Rain being fully flashed out by Inner Circle. Won't be sending the push to shove just yet, it seems. Gonna be playing with the time, test the water, but look at the position of Madison, dunked out in middle.
Ooh.
It's gonna be 40 to provide the room for it to take cover. It's actually gonna stop the push from the side of Inner Circle to run down Madison.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting to see that position. And now actually Madison is pushing forward. Awesome. His right behind his back, essentially. This is a good amount of information to know that they're not pushing towards A at this point, because generally, you know, only A long pushes are not really a thing. And so you see already the rotation is coming out from both members that are left outside of Madison, of course. 40 and Sata going from A towards B, trying to be ready for a push. And will they be ready is really the question. As I say that, though, it's only Rain who's actually on the site. So he'll throw his flash and try to hold down the fort. All three members coming on down, ready for the firing squad, as they didn't expect this many guys. Rain with a huge spray down. And the information game won heavily by Entropy Gaming that time around.
Big round indeed, and the 9th will be up on the board. It's going to be 9-5. Inner Circle mightily struggling to find a round of their own. Going to need a couple more, though, to really keep the hopes alive to go into the overtime. But right now, it doesn't seem to be the case. 40 is going to aggress out a little too aggressively out towards B. Is going to cost him his life. Nonetheless, will be yet another A stack, as finally we are looking at one of the players making the rotation over towards B, but Madison will find the drop on towards the Lucard.
Ooh, nice shot there through the box from Kiko. And Ginger finishes off Rain. It is just Pew up here on top of A. He's going to have to go 1v4 if he wants any chance. They know where he is. And so that's going to make things much easier here for Inner Circle. As there you go. They're back on the board. Better late than never. Gain some confidence before the next map at the very least.
Better late than never indeed, but things are looking still dicey for the side of Inner Circle. Now they're going to run the pot shots down middle. Still a tough one to do. Look at the position of Pew. He is swinging out. It's good for one. The damage has been done as 40 is going to find a drop on towards Beck as well. Inner Circle is struggling to find their positions, as now they're trying to step foot in towards B, it seems, whilst leaving Awesome 40 anchor. But Madison is on the overwatch, and they cannot make the rotation in towards middle until they go through the crosshair of Madison.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what this push does look like with three members angling over towards B. And a big lockdown here from Entropy Gaming. They've left Santa with the sniper over on A. He's been good with the sniper, kind of as the off sniper for the team. Madison and Rain holding down the middle of the map, and they are going to be correct, it looks like, in their guess of where this push will come through, as all three members stacked up here, and that's a one-for-one trade. Rain looking to get the drop, and then from behind gets one, picks up two, and that'll be the map win here for the side of Entropy Gaming. They start off with the victory.
They start off with a victory indeed, the round 10-6. And Entropy Gaming is going to change the narrative of the entirety of the series right now in front of you guys. As now Inner Circle will have to really scrap up their tactics book, strat book, and get back to work. Because right now, that's going to be all Entropy.
10-6 is the scoreline here for Port. Big victory for Entropy Gaming, the underdogs in this match, even declared by Madison himself, and ends up putting up some big numbers, as do all of them essentially. And for the side of Inner Circle, not the best start. They're going to have to get back on pace here if they do want to come back in the series, because their showing on Port was not what we've come to expect from a team of their caliber.
Entropy will be giving the run for their tournament here, and that they're going to be able to finally find the finish line, at least for map number 1. Still have 2 more to go through, if you ask me. But for, yeah, like you mentioned, Inner Circle, they need to find some pace, pick it back up, because right now, Entropy, it didn't even have to come down to the wire for them. Almost 10-6. Not fully one-sided, not fully lopsided, but at the same time, the round differentials is still pretty hefty, favoring that of Entropy. So, just about getting ready to move into map number 2 of Eagle Eye, and based on the run out of Port here, not just by the rounds, but based on how individual plays were made, especially on the side of 40. Eagle Eye might also write a similar story of a comeback to happen, because right now it's not looking that safe of a position for Inner Circle to take. Eagle Eye, round number 1, take it away.
Yeah, here we go. Right back into the action. Not a moment lost. And so we did have Entropy Gaming with the selection of Blacklist side here for the map pick of Inner Circle.
Do you think it's better to start off on that side, or well, what's your opinion?
Well, I think generally, from what we've seen so far at this tournament, GR has been a bit more favored on this map. But 40 going to start off with a nice little shot and try to bring more rounds for the Blacklist side.
Couple mates
yeah,
being thrown left and right. But once again, similar rundown to Port as well coming to Eagle Eye. Burn the clock down is going to be the name of the game being played by these two teams, as Entropy has been enjoying the run of a slower clock being ticked, so they're going to give that a chance.
Yeah, slowly pushing on through. And do you see that this push is coming in? Rain actually trying to clear out the hotel, but there are multiple members on the bridge and in the hotel that have not been cleared out. But Zata still going to pick up the 2K himself. Got that pistol kill on the back. Flash from the top is perfectly timed for Madison to just swing in and take them down.
Already off to a nice start. Entropy is going to find the first coming into Eagle Eye as well. Still have more rounds to see how really it turns out to be, but the early mid push is going to be provided by Inner Circle, shifting heavily in the front side. Their weight is fully on the front angle. However, Entropy has a pretty tight setup, and that might just do the work here if ever Inner Circle wants to push out more aggressively. Nonetheless,
they're just biding their time.
And really the frustration is on the side of Inner Circle, as they are in the deeper parts of the map, and the longer they spend there, things may go all ways. So we'll have to wait and see how really it turns out to be.
Yeah, I would say that Inner Circle have definitely gotten antsy when they're in this position, especially from Global Risk on the side of Port. We saw that they were pushing in, looking for picks early on, and then the retakes from Entropy have been so solid that they've really capitalized on the situation that Inner Circle have found themselves in, as waiting here in mid. But here comes the retake. There's one, make it 2. Bet gets 1, and actually 2. Rain does get a couple himself, but Kiko shuts that down.
Kiko shuts that down indeed. Still down 2v3. Has the control of C4 is going to be the importance here. 45 seconds and Entropy is looking to get in towards Hotel and possibly down towards B. However, Inner Circle is going to opt out for the 2-1 split and take the game from there on, it seems. Right now, half a minute. Entropy, it will be stepping out towards connector. Jinzer is going to toss a flash and sees the players in front of his faces, but 40 rings true. The gun does the heavy lifting. And the C4 got planted in time. Ooh. And 40 just continues to farm kill left and right. And all of a sudden, Kiko is the last one on the side of Inner Circle's left, scratching his hair. Where is my teammates at?
He actually looked left and right. He's like, huh, what do I do in this situation? Well, what he's got to do is take down 2. As Santa and 40. Santa going to get the kill with the pistol. And that'll make it 2-0 here for Entropy Gaming. Starting off incredibly strong on this map.
2-0 for the rounds. And I didn't want to curse it, but are we actually looking at Entropy 2-0 to begin us off in the series? In terms of map scores, of course, not the rounds. The rounds are, of course, 2-0, but yeah. Anyways, round number 3.
Round number 3, and it seems like our mini-map is having
a bit
some
of
issues. So
issues. It should be sorted out.
We'll fix that as soon as we possibly can for you guys, as you see.
Yeah, we get a minimum now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. If it works out like that, is fine. But here comes a swing from Madison towards Awesome, seems. And Awesome is not aware of this. He had nothing to do about that. And down goes Awesome for a 4v5 to start the round off with.
Yeah, it's actually a huge pick. Just to start this one, Awesome was trying to get some information outside of A. He gets punished. And that's not going to feel very good for him. Madison able to survive. And this push looks to be coming in towards the hotel. But Jinzer does get that first shot onto Rain.
That's the equalizer to be found. But a minute is left on the clock. And Entropy is still not necessarily looking down towards a single bomb site. A might be the case here, but Beck is going to swing out and take Madison down. That may just change up everything.
Yeah, I mean, 3v4. It's a very slow push coming in towards B. They want to see if anyone's on the bridge at the same time. Smokes are going over the top. They want to push fast in towards B while they can, as Jinzer trying to hold this angle against 40. But they actually get position on the site, and they will get the plant. And Pew sneaking through the smoke. Not sure if they're going to expect him to be so far up, and absolutely they did not. But Beck at least able to get the kill onto 40. And that should take a lot of pressure away from this one. Santa waiting for the push to come in, not ready with the flick. And Pew also gets taken down. It looks like finally Inner Circle will get on the board with a nice retake here of the B site plant.
2-1, but it's the exact opposite of what happened before. Inner Circle picked off 2 rounds to begin with, and Entropy made the 3rd round. So are we looking at a pattern being repeated? But on the other side of things, we don't know. Have to wait and watch to find out. For round number 4, here we go. Early damage is being traded on towards Jinzer. He is going to take a beat down of life and has to rotate to a different position before he gets traded out too quickly. Pot shots being thrown by Madison, but it won't connect too much for some value.
Yeah, just some pot shots, just some early shooting going through. Awesome is back in a very similar spot. And we'll see if he gets punished once again. But there is smoke over here to make it a little bit more difficult to spot what's going on. Some nades over the top just in case Madison was trying to do the same thing. And Awesome is taking a little step back. Clearing out the hotel as we speak. Jinzer, I believe, able to see a barrel of a gun. And he is just waiting for this push to actually come in as... Ooh. Caesar does live.
Sure does live, but living on a dream it is. Also takes a bunch and is able to live as well with just about 5 HP, it seems. A bit of a tough run, but at the end of the day, he is still alive. Beck's gonna find Madison to open the round up, and with less than a minute, Entropy's gonna have to give it a run. Sata's gonna able to find the equalizer on towards Beck, and look at Chinzer's angle. So cheeky of all times, it seems. And now they're on top of B bomb site. I think there is Kiko still in the back office. Some swings out, takes Sata down. And here we go on the retake with virtually a 4v3, but the health levels are not looking too great for the side of Inner Circle.
Yeah, let's see what this retake looks like this time around. Jinzer trying to take that trade over in Hotel. He's going to be taken down, but Alucard wins his trade. 40 here on the bridge, gets shot down by Awesome, who's got like 5 health. And now it's just Pew trying to take the fight here, but he's getting crossfired as we speak. And so a couple of rounds do go over to Inner Circle. Nicely done by them on the retake. There were a lot of shenanigans happening out in A long that eventually went in favor of Inner Circle. I feel like Awesome played it pretty well, even though he got low, and was able to have a big impact in that round, regardless of getting very low early on.
Big impact indeed. Kiko is going to find the nice opening onto his head of Pew, walking into his Hotel, so these aggressive positions they're taking is seemingly paying off dividends for the side of Inner Circle. Entropy now somewhat boxed in terms of their positions, is looking to gain some ground, but look at these aggression from Inner Circle out towards Hotel. 3 players deep already. 40 will go down. Awesome continues to stand on 1 foot. He's going to be taken down to about 10 HP once again.
Just always seems to happen to him. Jinzer, unfortunately, dies somewhere. And, you know, they've still got a decent shot, especially because Madison is pretty low, as we have Sata, who's just kind of snuck in behind Alucard. So that's going to be a kill. Kind of a free one, essentially. They did not see Sata sneak in onto the site, but Beck rotates quicker than they expect. Madison gets shot in the back, but at least he was the low guy who didn't have much health from earlier on.
Beck just continues to get these kills that are seemingly impossible. Sata, all right, Sata goes down, double kill for him. Ring goes down, and the defuse comes through. And Inner Circle basically shouts that they are in the lobby as well. And now they're gonna start leading out for 3 rounds. 3-2.
Yes, 3-2. Indeed. Big comeback here for Inner Circle. They have sometimes gotten duped. Sometimes they have been woefully out of position, but it hasn't mattered at all. They have just been better at shooting their opponents and getting these retakes off.
But if you do think about it, Inner Circle is one of the more slower starter of a team, if you think about it. So maybe map number 1 is what they needed to get fully warmed up into the game. Gonna be doing exactly that. But 40 is going to stop Alucard from hurting his team. It's gonna be the opener for the round. Looking to continue to pressure down towards middle. Pot shots are gonna be thrown. Nonetheless, will be a pretty slow round to begin us off with. Awesome with a sniper of his own is going to find 40, but is eventually traded out. Kiko with a nice angle, good for 1. Pot taps all the way across, does a bunch of damage, but it's going to be Beck to take the kill into his hands. That's going to be Madison left all alone, finds 1. Needs to find 2 more, but he is down very low. Has to also recover the C4, as a matter of fact. It will be a tough run, but if he can do it, that will be the tie score being found. Won't be the case. Jinzer will pistol him out from the game. And that will be yet another pause coming out.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Entropy, they started really strong, but eventually Inner Circle, it feels like they have woken up for sure. And that just means that Entropy Gaming are going to have to figure something out. Nobody's running to the bathroom this time around, and it's certainly a much closer affair this time around on this map of Eagle Eye, the choice of Inner Circle. And yeah, I mean, 4 rounds in a row. Very dominant stuff. You see that 40 left scratching his head a little bit.
A little bit. Not by far. 4-2 is not a bad scoreboard to have if you're on the losing side. It's better than something like 6-1 or like 5-1. So the pause hopefully brings back some light for the side of Entropy. These guys, of course, play in the light too, as opposed to some of the teams that play in full darkness.
Yeah.
One flashbang, your whole room's bright.
Looks like it. Although a lot of them do seem to not have too many windows over there. I liked Pew's setup where he's kind of in the shadows. He's not quite in the darkness, but
The Pew setup.
yeah. Beck has been doing a large amount of carrying so far on this map. He has 12 kills already. And it looks like the timeout is over, so we can hop right back into the game. And we'll see if the continuation of tack timeout into winning a round continues, because that has been happening pretty much throughout this tournament.
It really depends on how everything runs out, right? Because tech timeouts could be called. You call for something and the enemy team instantly reacts to it and switches their gears up, and all of a sudden you're looking at a game where you have nowhere else to go. But right now, still a decent amount of rounds being picked up for the side of Entropy's. 2-4 is not half bad, as we are now live back in the game. Round number 7 to start us off. Let's see where Entropy wants to take the fight towards. Last time they failed to regain control of Hotel. Inner Circle has been really enjoying their positions, set out very across, deep in the map. But this time around, Entropy is not showing much of an interest, but they are still going to be sending player, is going to be Inner Circle too deep in Hotel. It's rotating one back, but Entropy will be looking to get in towards middle, it seems.
Yeah, just holding on to that position for now. Not really making any big maneuvers. You do see that it's basically just Jinzer holding forward on the bridge. He's going to be the hotel
guy.
The hotel manager, you could say, as they're just not looking at him. This is going to be a free kill over to Jinzer. Pokes his head out. It's part of why Spoxy holds the angle that 40 is about to go into very often. So we do have Beck sneaking in behind Madison. That should be a free kill. And so this this timeout has not done so much for the side of Entropy Gaming. Maybe Inner Circle have finally truly woken up. They're showing their true potential here as 40 just going to be shot in the back as Rain celebrating big time. Sata also getting a kill on Awesome, it looks like, behind him as the big flanks were coming through. And so 2v3, I mean, it's doable. It's not very likely, but a chance here for Entropy Gaming.
A chance here indeed. It's not the end of the world. 2v3 once again. Was able to clutch it last time, but this time Lucard is seemingly responding with a big no on the forehead. Rain will go down. Sata with half HP with 18 seconds and nothing more than that is about to get swung from backside. Kiko with the pistol will be able to wrap it up in the dust bag, in the body bag, and we are looking at a Inner Circle lead coming through.
Yeah, 2-5 now for Inner Circle. They are very much enjoying that as Jins are going to hop out and take out 40 just like that. Shoots him right in the shoulder.
Right in the shoulder indeed. And the main issue with Entropy right now is that they're giving up away control of Hotel every round. Not because they're stepping foot into it, it's more of just Inner Circle is going out aggressive and nobody is really there to punish such ballsy play. So right now, don't know exactly what is going on for the side of Entropy, but now they've given up the ground
They've given up the space, and now they're about to give up the rounds as well. Kiko just continues to spray down 2 players, and it seems to be a very cooked first half for the side of Entropy. I mean, Madison's still trying, but he needs to find this kill, and all of a sudden the dream is on. A triple kill. Down very low, needs to find 2 more. Valdez, doable than not, isn't it?
Doable, yes. He technically has a chance. Will they expect this? He gets the drop on a back, but can't quite land the shot. And now with the pistol, Jins are able to just swing him and get that free kill. As now it's 6 rounds in a row for Inner Circle. They're looking a lot happier at this point in time, which is very understandable. Entropy Gaming have kind of lost their touch since Port, so we do not have quite the same performance here. Kiko in the window, but he's got Jinzer right behind him, and Kiko is going to push up here.
Kiko will be pushing up to the breakpoint. Stepping a bit further will risk him a bunch of risk for his life, as the same issue still occurs on this map as well, if you do think about it. Just not being able to gain control of crucial spots on the map will cause a bit of an issue. Yet moving into this round as well, the last round of the first half it seems. And thus far, has to burn the clock down is going to be Entropy. Doesn't have a bunch of room to work with and to make matters worse. Shinzer goes out from mid, gets the drop onto 40, who has been doing some heavy lifting. And now, out of desperation, Entropy has to move into his hotel, and Jinzer just says no to it.
Jinzer. Okay, he found his way in. That's just an absolute slaughter here outside a hotel. And Madison, he's kind of just going on a solo mission. He gets taken down. Alucard guns down Santa. And it is, in fact, 7-2 now at the end of the first half. This is more of what we expected from our favorites. You know, the favorites in the match, the overdogs, we can call them, right? Because, of course, the other side is the underdogs. And I'm just glad that Inner Circle finally woke up. Port was not really the best look, and Entropy Gaming eventually took advantage of that and did take down the map. But Inner Circle are here to play. Looks like they're very focused. Beck is making a lot of calls, calling a lot of the shots. And everybody seems to be firing on all cylinders now. Whereas here on the side of Entropy Gaming, don't see a lot of chit-chat.
Not a lot of chit-chat, of course. I don't know, mate, at this point, really. 7-2 isn't the most ideal score if you think about it. So, we'll be that for the first half, and moving on to the second half of all things. Entropy is going to give away Hotel. A key point of map is taken, and Inner Circle is not going to give that up. They're going to rush in towards Pew, but Pew quickly guns down 2. Make them 3 for getting traded out. Jinzer is the last one alive, and he's about to get hunted down by the remainders of Entropy, which is 4 standing strong. Has a chance to recover the C4, but gets double swung, gets 1 kill. Eventually is taken down, and Entropy puts up a round up on the board. 7-3.
Okay, 7-3. Looking pretty good in that round, at least, was Entropy Gaming. Big spray down from Pew over in the hotel. And then 40 picked up 1, and so did Rain to finish off the round. But still a lot of work to be done to be coming back in this map. Again, as I mentioned before, I do like the GR side on this one nowadays. Very different from when this map first came out. And we had some of the changes, of course. As Madison, he's kind of taking up what Jinzer was doing, actually, before the half. Taking a very similar spot over there. Flash over the top as they do look to push in towards A. The nades are going to catch Awesome for a lot of damage. Madison does get 1 as well. A double mid push comes in. They isolate Pew. Definitely weren't expecting this rotation to come in through B, as Sata's here, picks up 1. spots 2 more, and so full information is given, but look behind them. There's actually a guy behind them. Rain has no idea. Jinzer with the flank picks up 2 of them, and they swing back to A.
Free bomb site indeed, and Madison has it all to do. And a 1v3, and the Dream just needs a couple bullets each. Doesn't even have to be a headshot, as all 3 players on the side of Inner Circle is down very low. But to keep the Stream alive, Madison has to hit the shots. And for him, the timer is working against him. Moving in towards middle, sees, flicks back. However, Kiko swings back out, and there is the kill. 8-3. Not the most ideal score for Entropy to put into. But still, they have a standing chance for 2 more rounds.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance, but I don't know. It's just the one round that Entropy got. Not giving me too much hope for the comeback. Jinzer also has been playing out of his mind. Asata trying his best, but Alucard gets 1. Jinzer gets a 2nd. Kiko comes in. They swing in, and it's only Madison in the middle of the map.
Are we looking at the last round being replayed? Madison versus the 3. To make matters worse for him, Awesome is still sitting on 4 HP, nearly a full HP now. Then Nate chipping away a bit of health.
Oh.
Alucard is going to wrap it up. Map point for the side of Inner Circle.
Wraps it up big time. You see Madison. Well, maybe you guys didn't see, but he had a big grin on his face after that. Knew there wasn't much else he could do. And yeah, just a nice try here on Eagle Eye, but probably going to have to send it into new compound. Map 3. Big push comes in. Kiko gets 1. Alucard as well. Big spray from Beck, but only able to pick up the 1 kill. Rain pretty low, but still going to get shot down. Full time. Sata here by himself in the 1v3. We've seen this before, as there you go. Final round secured for Inner Circle, and they will lock down a map 1 for themselves, as they will tie it up 1-1.
Tied up 1-1. Eagle Eye towards the side of Inner Circle, as new compound will be map number 3. So, very exciting matchup coming up too. And that Inner Circle was able to drop the first map and finally shows up on the map number 2. Makes things a little bit interesting, but here are the highlights of Eagle Eye.
There it is, 10-3 as Inner Circle wake up today, and they look to take down Eagle Eye in a very big slaughter. Pretty one-sided map. We haven't seen too many of these, but they're able to show it to us here up against Entropy Gaming, who, you saw the look on Madison's face. He wasn't exactly excited, but also gave us a sheepish grin. They knew that that map was kind of done, and hopefully they can come back and make a good showing on new compound.
in theory, now that they're tied 1-1, you know, now everyone really has a chance to get into the winning seat of this decider match. But leftover maps here, a new compound, and Kara, then Black Widow, as Port and Eagle Eye gets cleared out on the list. Have to really just wait and see how the rest of the maps gets played out, because even for Eagle Eye, rounds seem very one-sided, but the map itself was very nicely played out by Inner Circle. So if Entropy can bring it back, you know, you don't know what could happen.
Yeah, well, guys, we're going to take a quick 3-minute break, and we'll be back for map number 3. Welcome back, guys. We're here at the CFS 2025 Regional Finals for Eumena, as we're getting ready to hop into map number 3 here in our third place match. And so far, it's been back and forth, one map apiece between Inner Circle and Entropy Gaming. And moving into Compound, what do you think is going to happen here, Bench?
I mean, now they're really just exchanging the jabs, if you think about it. And now, coming to map number 3, have to really see how the first round gets played out, because right now it's out in the blue, and I can't really make an expectation, because Port, Entropy seem to just seal the deal. In Eagle Eye, Inner Circle shuts it out. So if new Compound gets played out in another... so here's my expectation. It's going to be one-sided, but I don't know who's going to just lead out, is my takeaway.
Well, we might be able to see early on who is going to lead out and potentially prove to us that they deserve to take this map down, as it will be Inner Circle starting out on the blacklist side for this map. We'll be curious to see what kind of strategies they do bring in from this side. As we are already ready, let's get on to map number 3 of New Compounds.
Round number 1, and here we go. Double pillars being cleared out by Inner Circle, and gonna be a rather default setup being put out by the side of Entropy. No need for aggression early on, but Pew is going to just cross in the middle. Luckily for him, won't receive any damage, and is going to be able to situate himself in towards A. Inner Circle will be gathered just outside of mid. Maybe they might just do a full wraparound to the spawn of goal risk, it seems.
Well, that nade wasn't in. But 40 still going to land the long shot as they're pushing all the way into spawn. It's right around the corners. Pew gets the spray down. Flash doesn't do a whole lot. This is looking to be held by Entropy Gaming here to start us off. Alucard by himself. Does not look very happy.
Biting the bottom of his lips for a little bit. Is about to get swung in all 4 angles as Rain from the backside of B Connector is stepping out. Alucard is in a decent position to have his back against the one, at least from one angle. Pistol is out, Madison takes a bunch. But does he realize there's Rain in the far back? Doesn't matter, Sata from A Connector is going to take the kill and the round. Entropy will take round number 1.
Round number 1 going their direction, and that push seems pretty weak. You know, there were 2 members pushing by themselves in the spawn. There was no pressure elsewhere at the same time. It seemed like the timings were off a bit for Inner Circle. And Entropy Gaming got started off with a great snipe from 40, which allowed them to have the man advantage and hold that push just a little bit easier. And so, we wanted to see the first play and see where we'd go from there.
Tons of nades being spent down towards middle. However, wasn't able to find much of a value. Rest of Inner Circle now rotates in towards B. The mid take last time was just absolutely gate-kept by Entropy. And now Rain is going to put the test to be the first responder of this push. He is blind as hell. It's good for 1, but Awesome is there to trade him out. On the bomb site will be Sata with a sniper of his own. Pew has arrived for the support as well, but eventually Sata's cleared out in a blink of an eye. Pew gets taken out too, so all of a sudden Entropy is about to drop the round unless Madison 40 puts up the work. Madison jumps into the bomb site with the rifle, sees a bunch of people in his crosshairs, can't find one. And 40 is going to be going on the clutch.
Yeah, we've seen him do this before. He's actually got a lot of highlights in B servers. And now on new compound, we'll see if he can make even more. As it does look like he's going to go the long way around, but not too much time for this guy. But wants to be safe about how he wants to come on in here. He's looking for that first snipe. He's going to hit Awesome in the back, but that is not enough damage. And they all turn on him, and Alucard gets the snipe down. So Inner Circle themselves going to pick up a round here and tie it up 1-1.
We're tied at 1-1. Kind of expected based on how Inner Circle was able to wake up on Eagle Eye. But that first round being played out to perfection by Entropy does still keep the hopes up that they are able to bring more rounds on the board and possibly take map number 3 to themselves. But until then, have to wait and see, really. And after a rather successful B take, going to be finding themselves in towards mid and maybe down towards A is what Inner Circle is really positioning themselves in towards. C4 still chilling outside of Connector, not yet picked up, so it's going to be a 3-man push down towards A. Madison is going to swing, but he will get caught out. 40 quickly drops 1, but he's now getting swarmed by 2 more. Pistols good for an extra kill, but he is eventually traded out. A bit more beneficial trade. A bit more lucrative on the side of Inner Circle, it seems.
Yeah, this feel pretty good for their side. A lot of trades back and forth, and that's going to be even better for the side of Inner Circle. Pew kind of spot 2 guys in mid. They know exactly where all 3 members are. But still only having 2 guys for the firepower is not going to feel all too great. Pew continuously just dry peeking them in mid and hoping that someone is out of position, essentially, but nobody will take that bait. And it looks like the three of them will group up and move on towards A long, which is definitely not going to be too expected. Pew, in fact, is just not ready for it, and Beck snipes him down. Sata now ready, trying to get the hold off here. He's going to start off with the one shot, looking for Beck, going to get the spot on him with the jump. Going around the right corner as they push him on the left. And the shots do ring true here for the side of Beck and Alucard as they double team him and take him down. Alucard looking much better now, starting off this map with 6 kills, which is, I think, more than he had on the entirety of Port.
Maybe that's the warm-up he needed to have to take Eagle Eye and maybe new compound with the ring around of Rosie in A office was eventually won by Inner Circle. And as we are proceeding into round number 4, Inner Circle will relatively fast, in a relatively fast manner clear out double pillars and go for a reset. I'm not entirely sure the plan here is, but they've been able to get better trades in middle than servers, it seems. So we'll be going for one, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. And servers looking like it's got a couple of guys holding it down for now. A couple of guys in mid here on the stack for Entropy Gaming. As that nade did 4 damage. Madison totally fine.
Totally fine, just a stub toe. But once the smoke dissipates, that might be the go sign for Inner Circle. Flash up and over. Madison at hold is taken out. Q has to hold his fire. Gets 2, looking for the third, not going to connect. Inner Circle instantly clears out towards middle. And Entropy still relatively in a defensive angle and an effective position as well. We'll wait this one out. Sata swung out, but a shot like that isn't quite going to cut it. So 40 is going to give it a shot of his own. The arm, the timing is a little bit off. The triple swing comes around the board. It's great to spray down one, looking for the second, pistols out, swings back out. Almost got a Lucard.
It was actually a nice bait, as they were not expecting Rain to be there.
Had to hit the shots, though.
Yeah, have to hit the shot. The spray was okay, but he only got the 1 kill. And at the end of the day, still, it's advantage here for Inner Circle. Flash over the top. Rain wants to push in here quickly, it looks like, as he's going to keep his head down, go all the way into the left corner. Maybe pop up, see if he can see anyone. He's going to get a quick shot to the head from Beck, who has been leading the team in more than just comms. As that is going to be another round on the board here. 3 in a row to the side of Inner Circle.
3 in a row for the side of Inner Circle. 3-1 in the scoreboard on Entropy. It's not too late yet if they're able to find this round. But if they do end up dropping this one and make the scoreboard 4-1, then it will be a tough uphill battle they'll have to climb. Right now, it's not. It's just a hill outside of your house. Once you drop this one, it becomes a mountain. And once you hit that 7-2 or 6-3, it becomes a mountain Everest you have to really climb with no oxygen tank in the back of you. Nonetheless, don't necessarily have to get ahead of ourselves too much. Still 3-1.
Yeah.
And all 4 players of Entropy are still alive.
Yeah. And we'll see if that 5th member can join us on time. As this push is coming in here for Inner Circle. Trying to make a move on A, it looks like. As we've got Bomb still in mid, actually. It's the double boxes here. They're trying to make this push in as dropping in grenades onto the A site. The Bomb has joined them on A long. And even a smoke in the face of Sata, and the entry is good here for Inner Circle. Beck, Ginger, and Austin get one apiece. They're going to get this free plant down. Rain in position, but he's got to go 1v4. Nice shot to start us off. But still a lot of work to get done, as he has no idea where they are.
Got to go through 3 more players. Not the easiest job to seal. However, 18 seconds and ticking in. He's got to start moving in closer towards the C4. Sees Jinzer, but Beck swings out. It's going to be Jinzer to actually take the kill. Will be a 4-1 scoreline here. 3-round differentials. And you can see the relief on the side of Inner Circle. Only for a sip of water, but for the side of Entropy, the pressure is now really kicking in.
Yeah, absolutely. They were celebrating after that victory on Port, and understandably so. You know, they showed a lot of preparation. I think they actually performed really well on Port, but since then, they haven't showed the same consistency just as a team as well, and maybe just preparing mostly for the first map, and after that, not having too much of a plan. As on the side of Inner Circle, looked a little bit sleepy on the first map, and it's basically the opposite. They woke up big time on map 2, and map 3, as we can already see, it's a quick 4-1, as their Blacklist side has been very focused and very effective so far.
Very effective indeed. Thus far, though, the rounds aren't looking too great, though, and for Entropy, going to require them a bit more effort. I mean, I know, and you know, we both know they're giving it all, but Inner Circle is single-handedly shutting down the rounds. So the past couple rounds, it didn't even come down to the wire. It wasn't even close, and it was all Inner Circle's way in a one-way road. So have to wait and see how it rolls out to be. Looks like we're just about ready to hop in back into the game. Had a quick disconnection from 40, if you remember the past round. So we are getting him situated, and looks like it is just about done to this zone.
Yeah, going to be testing it out, see if we could get everybody in. As we're just taking a look at the faces of the pro gamers we got ahead of us. Beck giving a lot of information to the squad about how they want to play this one out. Pew, it feels like the shadows are growing longer. Oh, maybe it was just that his monitor wasn't quite on a bright screen at that point in time. But yeah, we're slowly getting back here into this map, as now 4-1, the scoreline of Inner Circle. They were able to take that last round pretty easily.
Pretty easily indeed. However, round number 6. Can Entropy really just defend onto the bump set, can they? Because what's been happening the past 4 rounds was that they were getting fully isolated by the bomb sites. Even if they either have a man advantage or have a similar man count, they of course have to defend both bomb sites at the same time. And Inner Circle is able to isolate one fully and maintain the advantage exclusively to that one site, and successfully overwhelms it. So has been the case coming into this current round, though. Let's see if Entropy has a definite answer to it.
Yeah, that is the question. There's a lot of play around the pillar room, actually, as we've been seeing a lot of A and mid play so far, but now looking to mix it up after that little bit of a break. Rain is here, Santa's moving over as they take outside of the B site in that B main area. Will they actually push through is really the question, but there is a smoke in their face for now.
Rain's got an AK. Unless he gets 180 degrees tapped, he's got to take a couple kills for his team. There comes the shots, go for 2, exactly what I mentioned. The rotation is back in, but Beck and Awesome will find the piece each. In the service is going to be soft as Beck sees him. Beck takes him down. It's going to be Awesome to steal the kill, actually, and it's down to Madison and 40. The duo put to the test once again.
Yep. Still not an easy site to retake. A little bit easier.
B is way harder.
Oh, it's harder. Oh, you
I
mean
think
than,
it's harder.
than A? Than
Yeah,
A.
than A.
I meant after the change going into new compounds. But yeah, 40's, he's seeing the frog hopper of Awesome. It was pretty low, and already has 2 kills here after the remake. Is Madison going to lead the charge, but headshot comes through from Beck. He has been so good starting off from map number 2, actually. Alucard as well has been putting up some big numbers and is able to land that shot here. So now a 5th round in a row.
I think he's either something like 8-1 or 9-2 or something like that. Can't quite confirm just yet. We'll have to wait and see at the end of the rounds. But Alucard is definitely up there right now. Eagle Eye has waken up and coming into new compound. He's fully out of the bed. And by the time he gets to Ankara, he's going to be in his car with a cup of coffee.
On to work. On his way to work.
Yeah, having a bite of his sandwich as well.
Commuting. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got his sunglasses on.
No flip-flops allowed in the community.
Yeah.
The nade's gonna take a bit of health away.
They've been throwing a lot of nades there after there was that one round where we did have a stack in mid. But since then, haven't really seen that. The default from Entropy Gaming has been more of a standard one and less of a mid-stack one. And playing with the time slowly here is Inner Circle, as it looks like maybe another B hit. Worked out pretty well the last time, even though they had to, you know, root out a bunch of the members on the B site. They were still able to get it done pretty nicely.
Sure felt like it, right? But now, with just about a minute on the clock, they're going to give it a go towards B. Rain hiding behind the boxes is spotted, had nothing to do about that. Kiko takes him down. 2 more members and servers with 40 providing a longer angle, it seems. Gonna be going for a reset. Pretty early on, Madison swings out towards mid, gets one, but is traded out. And 1 by 1, with the man advantage still being kept for the side of Inner Circle, players of Entropy will be traded.
Oh, somehow Alucard won that trade. Sata going to be kicking himself for not getting that kill. So Alucard is going to live on 4 health. We got 11 seconds. They got to push in right now. They got to get onto the site, as that is going to be the kill, and they should have enough time to get this plant down. As, they were really down to the wire with that push.
Yeah, 3 seconds left onto the clock. If had 40 rotated in earlier enough, and may have one on time. Wasn't the case. Awesome is going to find 40 on the rotation, shoot him in the back of his head. And yet another round to be picked up by the side of Inner Circle.
Yep, 6 in a row. 6 and 1. Again, that port sticks in my mind as a big outlier so far from everything else we've seen. Because we had 10-3 on the second map, and now it's 6-1. Very dominant stuff.
The issue here just that occurs every single round is that the isolation is just a masterclass of isolation that Inner Circle is providing on this current map. Back into double pillars once again. Absolutely enjoyed the train kills here. A little kick is going to be that Jinzer is going to be out in a long, which he might be greeted by Madison if he does end up swinging from his position. And Sata's going to find himself by the corner where his teammate has been fully traded out. Nonetheless, reset. Inner Circle goes back. And they're going to see if they can knock down towards a different side of the map.
Yeah, Madison just waiting here. You see over by a long. Had his hand off the mouse there for just a second. I was wondering what the thought process was.
You know, dry the sweat off and get more blood, you know, flow in your fingers, and
yeah,
then you can really hit the flick shots.
Makes sense. They got a little mid setup here. Just going to take over the middle of the map. We got flashes coming in, but they're not actually looking for a retake. 40 being sprayed down, but he's the one who wins the fight. As the headshot through the smoke just come in to spray. Good for Beck. Does he expect the second? No, he does not, as Rain always finds the funky angles. And Madison is there. Rain gets another, and it's easily shut down on that push as finally Entry Gaming is back on the board.
6-2, Entropy Gaming finally picks up a round. Solid entry, of course, by the players. And with the last round remaining on to this first half, a bunch of nades, bunch of potatoes being cooked up. However, it won't be served. No value has been found. It's been flushed down the drain. And for now, going to be a slow round once again. It seems Inner Circle is going to play with the clock. They are gathering themselves by the connector and mid. Will be playing the game of patience. How well can you conserve on utils is going to be the case for EYG.
Yeah, really, that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. So we got smokes over the top. Looks like another mid setup with a nade on a potential stack area. And this does look pretty expected, pretty predictable as in they go. This time 40 not ready with the angle. He's got utility out as they're going to back off of that flash, which does delay their push for just a moment. We've got a rotation coming out already. Madison behind them. Pew in the same spot here. Awesome going to get the kill on the entry, but Pew picks up a second. And now Madison on the flank goes huge, picks up one, and gives them an opportunity to hold down this site. Bomb can be picked up here by Beck.
Going to still be a 2v2. C4 recover, but Madison has an angle if they're able to step a bit closer into the bomb site and get the plant down. Sata has joined the scene as well. Half a minute onto the clock in Inner Circle. What is their plan of action? Beck almost getting spotted out there, but he is going to be able to get the plant down and done. Beck really playing with fire, steps up on the play and goes down. It's going to be awesome versus Sata, and Sata is going to be able to seal the round. But it may have happened just a round too late, doesn't it feel like that, Valdez? 6-3. Still in the lead, even though they dropped 2 in a row, is going to be Inner Circle.
Yeah. Like the play from Sata there at the very end with the wide swing out, obviously catching Awesome, I believe it was, off guard. And yeah, they're able to claw their way back slowly but surely. We're at 6-3. This is definitely comebackable, is one way to phrase it, for the side of Entropy Gaming. And it would definitely make this a very swingy kind of series if that is the case, if they actually do manage to get it going. But yeah, loading up the map once again after the side swap. Excited to see what Entropy Gaming's Blacklist side does look like. If they've got just as much firepower as we saw from Inner Circle. Those 2 mid pushes, not the most exciting to me, I would say. I did like their play when they were pushing A long and when they were pushing towards the pillar room.
I mean, if I had to toss a coin, then I will definitely put my money on the fact that Entropy is going to play very slow. Replicate what they were able to do best at port, because New Compound is also one of those maps by playing timer, like how Inner Circle showed. A little wonky towards the last couple of rounds, but in general, by playing slow, they were able to find much of a value into the utils of the Gold Warriors, and then also being able to catch the players that are out of patience, swinging out in angles that they couldn't, or rather didn't really have to. And capitalize the round from there on. So Entropy's going to do the exact same thing, clear out towards double pillars. They themselves love boxes. Of course, wasn't too much of an effect as Inner Circle was able to clear out. So they're going to give it a taste of their own medicine, just blasting half a magazine through the boxes in hopes to take a wallbang kill. But unfortunately, nobody was there, as David Copperfield is not going to put the people inside the boxes.
Nice timing there on the flash, but Pew is he's just picking up some big kills so far in the last 2 or 3 rounds or so, showing why he is a part of this roster, even though he hasn't been the main character so far. That's going to give them the slight advantage here. On the side of Entropy Gaming, nice play out in the A area. I don't even know what to call that anymore. It's not a room anymore. There's no roof.
How do you classify a room?
It's got a roof on it.
What if
That's part of it, you know?
What if it doesn't have any walls and a roof?
It can still be a room, but it would just be a much bigger room, right? Because eventually, the roof has to be attached to something.
Well, we'll find out about that in just a moment. But Alucard's gonna find the equalizer on towards Pew. Rain's gonna be able to get Ginger blind. And Awesome will just be Awesome. Continues to farm kills left and right. Swings from the backside. Gut for a double. Rain's on the chase, but he's got no time. C4 is down in the face of Alucard, or Awesome rather. And the smoke is not going to help this one out. Unless Rain can hit one and then flakes for a second kill, which requires both players of Entropy or Inner Circle to swing at him. Could have been the round. However, Inner Circle will take it.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Shutting down that push with flying colors. Awesome got in behind the push at essentially the perfect timing.
But during this downtime, back to the room talk, like, what if you're stuck in a maze with high walls but with no roof, and if you are
That's just a really big room.
Yeah, it's a room, right?
Yeah,
So,
really big room.
if you don't have a roof on your compound, it could technically still be classified as a room, so you can call it a room.
No, the maze still has a roof.
What if the maze,
Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying.
if the maze doesn't have a roof?
Then it's not a room for sure.
My man here is a little bit picky with the rooms.
A very specific definition.
Very, very specific. We'll think about the callouts later in the round, as right now action is brewing up in the pod as they're going to swing in towards Dry, peeking into their middle to Kiko to find one, but he's quickly traded out. Sata now swinging in towards Alucard, but the flash is going to stop him from doing so. It's actually going to be Sata with a 90 degrees flick to take the kill back. Doesn't matter. Awesome will find 2 more kills of his own. Yet another round being picked up by the side of Inner Circle.
Yeah, clearly they were super ready for that mid push. Kiko saw everything, and he was able to trade 1 for 1. And so Entropy Gaming just felt a little bit priced into going for a quick push. And it did not turn out well. Alucard was lining up the shots as they ran straight into his crosshair. Entropy Gaming so far here on the Blacklist side has not been too inspiring. 8-3. Might get a repeat of the scoreline of Eagle Eye at this point. 40 not looking the right way. Rain not quite able to cover his back. Finally does trade it back though.
44. Just gonna continue to put lead in the boxes and take it from there on. But will be a bit of a quiet downtime as Entropy will slow down on the speed and the tempo. They will pull the gear towards the neutral and pull their foot up from the gas pedal.
Yeah, just biding their time. Waiting it out. Entropy, it looks like a lot of firing out by Rain, but this push is actually rotating in towards the middle of the map. 3 members here. Madison, Pew, and Sata. With a minute left.
Rain as the anchor.
Yeah, trying to set up some smokes here into the middle of the map.
What haven't they tried in the second half?
A long push.
No, it's tough, and Alucard's on it, so they're gonna find the space in towards middle and is able to rotate in towards without getting caught, but half a minute on the clock. Alucard's on the Overwatch pistol, is good for 1 and does a bit more damage before going down. So the rest of Inner Circle is now alert of the positions, but Madison swings in and takes Awesome down. So Kiko is isolated, doesn't matter, gets the kill, and now in duel with Rain, Kiko with full HP, with the support effect, is going to find the kill. 3 rounds in a row. And we are looking at the map. Point Valdez.
Yep, 9-3. So far they have been solid here. The side of Inner Circle from their Global Risk side. Now big nade stack in mid, and Alucard is taking names, going to win the sniper duel against 40. And he's looking to make a statement. He's got a nice little grin on his face at the same time.
Oh, he knew he was going to hit that shot.
Yeah.
6-2 already for the Sky. Coming into the second half of this map. I believe the first half was also pretty good. So are we expected to see 2.0 or higher KD from the key player of the squad? Will be the question. I'll leave it up to you guys for now. Minute 40. 40, not there, of course. But Entropy is now setting foot outside of middle once again. C4 yet to be picked up as they're testing the water out towards A long, it seems. Holding it down is going to be Beck as the initial responder with a couple more players to join hands if needed. Time ticking down, and Madison will be leading this charge. Beck is just crouch jump spotting to see if anyone is coming his way. So if Entropy goes out a little too aggressive, then you never know. And do you classify this as a room now that there's a roof on top of Beck's head?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
The A side is a room. Oh, nice timing there, but Madison is ready for it. And now this push brewing towards A. You can see a little push out from Kiko. Doesn't really see anyone in mid. Just has to be ready for the actual push that is coming in through the long area. As Kiko does go down, Alucard in the corner. Just going to try to hide on the site here. Awesome with the spray on the 2, and Awesome gets 3 as he holds down the site and wins the round and the map. As you can see, Alucard is pumped up for Awesome, who has been playing quite well here on the last couple of maps. So now it's 2-1 in this best of 5. Inner Circle 1 map away from booking their tickets to the grand finals.
Surely and indeed, and somehow it feels that Entropy Gaming, the driving forces, are somewhat of left out of gas here. So gotta really need to pick the pace back up here. But this highlight is going to be all Inner Circle's way.
There it is, 10-3, another 10-3. Same scoreline as Eagle Eye. And it has been, you know, if we just erase map 1 and pretend it didn't happen, we'd be sitting here singing the praises of Inner Circle and saying, wow, they're performing so well tonight. They're dominating their opponents. Everything's going right for them. You know, Alucard's putting up huge numbers, 3.2 KD. Awesome's had some sick moments. But port did happen. So we are sitting at 2-1, and it's really just up to Entropy Gaming to raise the level of their play back to what we saw on port. Otherwise, might just be seeing a quick 3-1 here tonight.
Yeah, at least for them, it's going to be in Kara, so it's going to be a less sniper-heavy map. Still plenty of snipers can really be effective, but the Rifling Corps can now step to the plate for the side of Entropy to really, you know, get some work done, because right now if they don't, Inner Circle seems to be on the series point as they were able to solidify the wins for the latter 2 maps. Port going towards the side of Entropy, Eagle Eye and Compound towards Inner Circle. So 2-1, as we speak, and Ankara. Entropy needs to take in. The issue is, even if they do take Ankara, Black Widow is, yeah, I'll save my words for that one.
Yeah, Black Widow, I think, should be favored towards Inner Circle, so really it just comes down to having a good performance here for Entropy and trying to force that map 5 and pull off the upset. Whereas for Inner Circle, just not to get too excited. I think the vibes are good, though. You know, they've got some smiles. It was looking very doom and gloom after map 1, I have to say, so glad that they've essentially turned their feelings around and that they're playing much better as a team. Obviously, that's going to cheer everybody up on that side. As it looks like we're ready, let's hop onto Ankara for map number 4. See what we have in terms of gameplay here.
Vibes are fine, but the issue with Ankara is that A is very easy to isolate, and I think when the sides do end up switching, then Inner Circle is going to absolutely abuse the heck out of mid play and isolating one bomb site towards the other. Nonetheless, it's going to be Entropy to start on the blacklist side, so let's see how many rounds they can rake into their hands. 2 or 3 will not cut it. They'll need to find at least 4 to begin us off with. 5 will still be decent. 4, lackluster a little bit, but they still have a standing chance. If Entropy can find 6, seemingly, well, chances are low, but if they are able to do so, then Black Widow will come to your way, I feel like.
A lot of pressure in mid. 40 going to get that snipe on the back, who has been a key member of this squad. And Awesome is just ready and waiting to try to spray down multiple members as he does. Playing it pretty patiently. That's the first headshot from Awesome. That's going to force this plant to stop for now. So now Madison trying to get the flank on him. It will work out. And he holds on to all of his health. Ooh, Alucard not quite getting the shot down onto Sata. And the rest of the members here slowly but surely rotating back over. Alucard this time is going to land that shot. And Kiko's big in mid.
All of a sudden, down to a 2v3, which should have started as a 4v3. Alucard's going to continue to find the lead, as 40 is the last one alive. Gets it done. Kiko will stick to the C4. Oh, he now still has enough time to get it defused.
Ooh.
I thought Kiko would have just stuck it.
Yeah.
I guess he didn't care and wanted to up his KD. Got the kill, still got the round, but it did look a little bit iffy when he pulled the kid away from the C4.
Yeah, it's hard in that moment to communicate exactly where 40 was. And I guess from our point of view, 40 was far enough away that he wouldn't be able to stop the defuse. But from Kiko's point of view, he's like, well, I got to get this kill and then go for the defuse. That's the safer play. And it worked. So hard to argue with the results, as he didn't have much time left on the defuse, but still wins the round for the team.
If it works, right? And Inner Circle still is able to take the round into their hands. Still had to come down to the wire. Regardless of that, round number 2, Entropy Gaming made it only look so possible until Alucard just came into the picture and just started clapping couple players to their sleep. And minute 30 on the clock, and will it be yet another mid-split, as they can easily isolate one angle? Or are they going to go aggressive in towards A from the front side of the yard?
Beck actually had the lineup there, but he just shot right in front of him instead. As they're waiting here in the spawn, 40 going to start us off with a nice shot. We might get some pressure towards A. As I say that, Rain also going to take out Beck on B, so really they're picking the litter at this point in time. As Awesome is behind them. The headshot is so crispy. That's a second one. Awesome is just going insane tonight. Unfortunately, it's kind of all left up to him now, as Kiko very low on health. But he's got a line of sight onto this bomb here. Not going to hold the line, though.
However, Entropy will have to recover C4, like I said. Kiko will go down the process. Awesome has made a full rotation and eventually is picked off by Rain. Entropy is going to be nicely putting it up around on the board to be tied to 1-1. And yeah, just like
how the interview went. Entropy is putting up a pretty decent fight. Not the latter two matches, but at least coming into this one, they are able to. Their rounds are looking pretty equal and even throughout.
Yeah, able to make it look pretty fun here on Ankara. Awesome, very forward position. This time not going to pay off for him. It's been a lot of mid-pressure from Entropy, so I understand why he wants to be there and catch them off guard in the awkward angle, but it's not going to pay off this time. As the push is coming B bottom. Looks like Beck is there for the shot. He's being swarmed a bit. He's able to get him off the angle, has some help as in comes Jinzer. And he's going to pick up the kill.
Down to 3-on-3. Entropy will continue to step foot towards the B bomb site with the smoke being set out to disperse the vision. Inner circle, flash up and over. Still not going to be a go sign yet. C4 is yet to be planted. Rain, or Salta rather, is now finally going to get it down. Going on a retake. They're going to start pushing out there to smoke, and Madison has nothing to do about it. Rain's going to take a huge triple to wrap the round up. As Entropy's going to find their second round in this map. 2-1. Good lead.
Yeah, it's a huge play from Rain. Just able to spray them down as they try to go in for the retake, and makes it look so easy on that one. And so the blacklist side here to the Entropy Gaming team is looking quite strong, I have to say. And yes, you know, the one round where the defuse came off was also pretty close. So could easily be sitting at 3-0 at this point in time.
Could be. Never know until we actually get to find out. Haven't yet to really rush down a bomb site. It's been mostly mid to be, and if it doesn't work, mid to be for round number 3 as well. So let's see how this round number 4 gets played out. Because right now seems to be yet another mid control being provided by the side of EYG.
They've come in here with a very specific strategy, and Alucard wants to try to shut it down. He's going to get a flash in their face. Awesome is here, but Hugh aggressively takes the angle and takes them down. They take over control of the spawn now. With 40 still alive, just trying to hold some aggressive angles towards A. You see a full rotation coming out here from the side of Inner Circle. They want to get in behind EYG. But 40 is there with the shot.
Rain's just gonna find the lead accurately on back of Kiko, and it's gonna be Jinzer that's left all alone to himself by the name. In a 1v4, sees Rain good for 1. Now he's gonna have to make a full rotation through spawn and into the backside because the C4 now is planted down towards A. Until then, has one piece of util left in him, and the rest of Entropy has set up for a line of CrossFire. Swinging into 3 will be a tough one to do, especially with the timer being 18, but Jinzer still gives it a go. Comes to the backside, swings down, gets 1, looks for the second, not quite there to connect it, as it will be a round for the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, so pretty good stuff. 3-1 currently the score. And a timeout taken here by Inner Circle, as they are not happy with what they see. As Beck looks somewhat flustered after the way this one has started off. Not saying a whole lot, which certainly showing his frustrations here. And there you go, I'm going to be saying some stuff. But yeah, not a whole lot of time in these TAC timeouts to figure out all the issues that you're dealing with, because Entropy Gaming have gone for this mid-push into B. I guess that one was mid-push into A, but mid-push into attacking a site multiple times, and there hasn't been a good response here from the side of Inner Circle. They have not had a good answer for what they, for the question they have been thrown, essentially. And so, still a lot of work to be done. 30 seconds left. We'll see if they can come up with a response to this.
Let's see if this pause can bring some air back into the side of Inner Circle.
made the second 2 maps look pretty easy, but all of a sudden, Entropy will be making a lead, certainly. It's about the last second of the pause as we are looking to get back into the game any moment soon. Well, what's your opinion on Inner Circle's defense that they're providing right now?
I feel like they have to be a little bit more aggressive. They can't really let them get that much positioning in the middle of the map and just essentially get free access into the spawn. You know, they've had a couple of guys that look down the angle, but I would like to see them trying to go for more rotations and maybe trying to take advantage of that B bottom area. That's one way you can, you know, you can get a sniper in there. That's an area that Snare loves to play in. As I say that they are being a little bit more aggressive out towards the hotel area. So that is something. This looks like a big stack outside of A here for Entropy Gaming, going to be totally different from what we've seen so far.
More nade stacks up over towards A, and this might be a straight up A hit after the pause coming through. Madison's nade might be good for a ton of money, and here comes the flashes up and over. Kiko has to hold this one down in behind the staircase. Good for one, sprays down Pew. Through the wall, it's going to be Jinzer actually, and all of a sudden, Rain is going to have to recover the C4 down to 3v3. The rotation has came in. Awesome is good for 140. Through the smoke, will get one down as well. All of a sudden, Awesome gets cleared out by Rain in a lead of rain. It's going to be a round taken yet a game by Entropy.
It's pretty surprising that he was actually able to win that. As 40 went down, it was only Rain, and I think it was a 1v3. Maybe just a 1v2, but either way, he clutched it big time for the squad. And he ends up with 3 kills under his belt. Certainly going to be a very good feeling. We saw a big smile on his face after that one. Entropy Gaming starting off here on this map 4-1. And it's been a very swinging series so far. Port was dominated by Entropy, and the next 2 maps were dominated by Inner Circle. This one so far dominated by Entropy once again. So kind of hard to get a read on which team is going to end up winning the series when it's this close, but also this one-sided in a weird way.
Weird way indeed. And Inner Circle is just mightily struggling to even hold on to a single round here. As Alucard will be the first one to respond to this huge mid-push coming through, and he had nothing to do about the white swing. People say you gotta give the white swing to the snipers, and it looks like that will just exactly be that. Rotation through underpass, but Pew is going to swing out. It's going to be Beck to find the better of it. Beck just juggling his position around. Good for double pistols out, but he's quickly traded back out. Down to a 2v2 C4 to be picked up and to be planted. It's going to be Jinzer and Kiko coming on for the rotation, but this one seems very, very doable for Entropy Valdez, because this one, the timer is against them.
Yeah, timer against them. They are pushing down through the hotel. Trying to get ahead of that. They're going to spot 40. The spray comes down, but counter spray here from Rain. Will he be stopped is the only question. As he gets low, he tries to peek him, and it does not work out as Jinzer and Kiko together. Finally going to get another round on the board here for the side of the Global Risk Inner Circle. Still a lot of work to be done, but certainly they had a better read on how to hold that push this time around. So whatever was said in that break seems to be working out now, as here comes Alucard, gonna shoot down a couple already. The aggression, this is what I wanted to see. Inner Circle, they take the fight to the side of Entropy Gaming.
Madison with a nice shot with a sniper of his own. 2-4 now. However, with the rounds being like this, a bit of room for error is there still for Entropy. 4-2. If Madison can just find a couple more kills, then we might have a standing chance. As Sata's gonna go down, and Madison will be put to the real test. As he has to also recover the C4, which is being fully gate-kept by 2 players of Inner Circle.
Yeah, they're just swarming the bomb and saying, well, We don't really have an angle. Jins are going to make quick work of the round and bring us to 4-3. Slowly the comeback is mounting here. You know, there have been some rounds where Entropy Gaming were only able to win off of some heroics from guys like Rain, so maybe once we get some more solid, more aggressive play from Inner Circle, we just see them begin to win out in these rounds.
Seems to be a tough one indeed. Nonetheless, another big A push brewing up in the board. It's going to be Jinzer and Keiko to hold this one down. And with the flash up and over, defense push is on. Keiko with the counter flash. Position is going to swing back out. Good for one, drops back down. Sees Rain, squeeze Jinzer and Keiko to wrap the round up almost. And the piece of burrito, and Vanison and 40 has to do it all in a 2v5. Vanison thinking about swinging. Jinzer somehow wasn't able to catch it and will be taken down.
It looked like Jinzer was looking at his minimap or something as from the heavens comes Beck, and he will at least be able to shut down the one guy in the vent. As the bomb now past the smoke on top of the A site. And so it's a pretty easy hold here for Inner Circle. You'd have to imagine, unless 40 sprouts the wings of an angel and flies over them or something. That's going to be a very nice shot, but way too much for one man to deal with. And now all of a sudden, you remember, it was 4-1. It's now 4-4. So it's really anybody's map from here. As
It's going to be a remake of the lobby.
yeah, remake of the lobby. But yeah, all of a sudden it's like anybody's map, and it's even feeling more favored towards Inner Circle.
Evened up almost, it seems, I believe. Gonna be a 4-on-4. As I don't think this is a pause, tactical pause, just a
No.
quick remake of the lobby. So should be getting into the game relatively soon. As we both can see, everyone is joined back up in the lobby.
Yeah, just waiting to begin and see if we can get it going. As feeling a little bit antsy on the side of Inner Circle. They want to continue with this role that they have going, and that is very understandable. As still some smiles on the faces this time, Keiko. A lot of thoughtful expressions here for Entropy. They've come so far, you know, coming up from Tier 2 in the second season and able to get through in the open qualifiers and proving to everyone that they are a force to be reckoned with. But at the same time, it would be very unfortunate to make it this far and then not book your ticket to Grand Finals, obviously. So they've still got a lot of work to do. Whereas Inner Circle have been doing that work in multiple events this year. And are looking to book yet another ticket to another big event. As maybe a try towards A here once again for Entropy Gaming.
For Entropy Gaming indeed, and this time with the last round, it seems to be on the first half, they are going to be situated to be pushing out towards B long. Huge push. Eventually Madison will find one, even though he is taken down. Bit of room, bit of ground taken by Inner Circle. However, Entropy will still be situated to be able to recover the C4 and bring it towards their teammates.
Yeah, let's see what this push does look like as everybody just waiting in mid. Alucard, he's on a pretty aggressive angle here. He wants to shut this down early. The push never really came out from Awesome after that firefight outside of the door. And so he's not going to gain a huge amount of information at this point in time. He's going to hold two guys on top of the A site. And really, it's just Alucard's job to stop this push if it does eventually come through, which for Entropy Gaming, they are playing with the time and maybe looking to go B bottom, actually, as behind goes Awesome. And it's going to spot just Rain. Does a lot of damage to him, but at the same time, this push is actually coming in behind Alucard, as he does spin around and realize that is a potential situation. As now the nades are coming in, but Alucard doesn't quite get the drop on anyone that pushes into B. Had to deal with the smoke. He's still waiting for Rain to peek that angle.
Rain to pick that angle, of course. Down 4-on-4 with the C4 being planted. Kiko's gonna find a nice opening onto the retake as Rain will be taken down. And Alucard with the quick scope is going to take Sata out. A two-man hold. Entropy looking to close the first half in their favor. Desperately holds onto the bomb site, but here comes the three-man push outside towards Long Pew. Cannot hold it. He has a footprint up on his face, and now 40 about to be ran over by 3 the timer. If he can buy enough time, he can't. It'll be defused, and Inner Circle will be able to find a round for themselves. And the first half rather will be 5-4, with Inner Circle being in the lead.
Yeah, it's a big lead for them from the GR side. Certainly does feel like they've resurrected themselves as, I don't know what happened, but they were getting rolled over by that one strategy over and over. And once they figured it out, it has looked like a totally different map. So still a lot of work to be done here for Entropy Gaming, as now they've got to go over to GR. And I can understand why they're looking a little bit pensive at this point in time. And yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what the rest of this map does look like. As again, we've got a near match point for Inner Circle. If they can manage to pick up this map, they will be moving on to the grand finals as the 3rd seed from Eumena here at the regional finals. And for Entropy Gaming, they'll be left with the 4th place prize money. And that is not nearly as good, obviously.
Sure, indeed, as we are switching sides and is ready to swamp back and get back right in the lobby. That's going to be Inner Circle on the attacking angle for the map of Ankara rather, and Entropy Gaming will be on the defensive side. By the looks of it, Inner Circle just being able to play New Compound in such a clean manner, being able to isolate the bomb site and Ankara, also being one of those maps where isolation is the key to success and key to victory. Are we looking at a 3-1 series here, Valdez?
Hard to say at this point. Let's see what it looks like after the half, as 40 wants to put an end to that noise. Starts us off with a nice shot onto Awesome, who has been a key member from Inner Circle. And trying to group up now outside of A, it looks like, but pretty standard hold for Entropy Gaming on this A site with a couple of members. Let's see how strong this push can look as they're trying to set it up as fast as they possibly can. Alucard trying to get the angle here with the flash over the top. Straight in their faces. Madison with a pistol out. That's not going to be good. He goes down, as does Pew. And that does mean this plant on the A site might just be coming through. It's still 3v3. So a chance for the retake still here for Entropy Gaming.
3-on-2-3. Kiko quickly guns down one. 1v2. Sata swings from back out. It will be a double kill for him and a round granted towards Entropy for the tie. And the dream is still on. Entropy is looking to get themselves into the grand finals as well. A lot of stake is on the line, and for a new roster like this, even though the players may be veterans, would be a good opportunity for them.
Yeah, definitely would. Would be pretty surprising if it did happen, as quickly they move in towards the A site. Madison not even to land the spray, and eventually he doesn't even get any shots with the pistol.
Did a bunch of damage to four players though.
Kiko is
standing on one finger.
He's breakdancing at this point, just trying to dodge any amount of damage. The plant already did come in, and now 40 has to check the crossfire. Multiple different angles for him. And Beck has already spotted him. Alucard, oh, he's going to get shot down by 40. As now they get a foothold, actually, in at the doors. But Kiko's right there, raining down fire. And Sata not quite able to put on much pressure from the fence. That's 2 kills now at the front. Sata comes in. as there's no more bullets in the gun, and Santa has way too much to do. Can't get both kills and the defuse, and so he just goes down. And back on the board is Inner Circle.
Back on the board indeed, and all of a sudden, Inner Circle gonna be just exchanging fist fights on the side of Entropy, and already 40 once out swinging out from Catwalk. We'll have to back out of this one as Inner Circle dedicated to gain control back out towards A long, and seems like 40 has to eat that grenade to himself.
Yeah. A lot of damage coming on to 40 beforehand. They're able to stack it onto him. Pew looking to poke out of the vents. Let's see if he actually does. As he is not quite able to do so just yet. But look at this push out in mid at the same time. Sata way out there towards the garage. Nico is taking a fight here against Rain, who does take a bunch of damage. But now the push comes in, and Alucard is ready for it. Actually takes out Sata, who is about to get a big flank going. And Alucard is still behind the play with the bomb. So a big advantage here to the side of Inner Circle already.
Inner Circle already indeed. Already down 2 players is going to be Entropy. Minute left onto the clock. And with nearly 70% of the map being controlled by Inner Circle, can't really tell exactly which bomb site they want to go to. I think they want to poke across 40 information. Madison steps out of a desperation, and that's going to cost him his life. And that might be enough of a hint for the C4 to rotate in towards A. It's going to be a 1-1 split. Beck has made it all the way to the BB bomb site, if our observers can catch it. Is going to make a full wraparound. Review's going to swing out, is going to go down. All of a sudden, Inner Circle is just closing this round out in any moment soon in time, unless Rain can find 5 kills by himself. 19 seconds and ticking. C4 is being planted. Rain comes around the corner, gets one, but is eventually taken out. And Inner Circle is going to be able to find another round here.
Yeah, 7-5 getting a bit closer, bit by bit, towards the side of Inner Circle. They can taste that victory. They can taste that ticket. And just 3 more rounds on the board would get the job done. As the nade stack not going to find anyone. Not doing quite enough just yet. As looks like they were expecting some aggression out of A. As a big stack from Inner Circle looking outside of A, but nobody is quite pressuring just yet.
Quite pressuring indeed. As the pressure is really building on the shoulders of Entropy. Now they have 3 players holding on towards A, as opposed to usual 2-on-2 split. And if Inner Circle can catch on to the fact that they are on such a wide split, they can capitalize on top of this. Timer ticking down, utils being spent and burning out on the side of Entropy. Not a lot of smokes and not a lot of flashes left in them. The frag grenades are all gone too. And apparently they sent 40 out from A. Can the 2 players holding on A without a sniper rifle, without a frag grenade, be able to hold onto this push? Madison gets one, Pew swings out, can't find much of a value. And looks like Inner Circle will have a free bomb site to themselves.
Yeah, that push in, pretty dry, no flashes over the top, just able to trade out 2 for 1, but Ginger incredibly low. And the shot the sight not that difficult to retake, although 40 trying to push through the smoke, it's punished as the spray down from Awesome nets him 2 kills as he's going to be shot by Rain, but it is just Rain once again. Only seems to be the last lurker left for Entropy Gaming. So a bit of a spray down. He knows how desperate of a situation this is, and eventually he just gets shot from behind by Alucard, who takes him down. It's now 8-5 as the big comeback on this map did occur from Inner Circle. Just 1 step closer to that ticket.
1 step closer indeed, and or 2 more rounds rather, isn't it? Which is essentially a step, I guess. Sata's gonna find Beck though to stop the push from Inner Circle. Now towards B office. Down a player. Let's see where Inner Circle wants to get towards. For now though, seemingly loving the A take. Inner Circle with the C4 and the 4-man as a whole is willingly isolating the bomb site to themselves. Worked out magically last round. Madison couldn't do much. Pew couldn't do much. But this time, Madison and Pew are in a bit more safer spot. Rain will go down. Pew will go down. Madison swings out, gets one, needs to find a couple more, gets the second kill indeed. Pistols out, swings out, but can't get the job done. Smokes are set out. Does block off the vision. Awesome's on the watch. Good for one spray down, and the second kill will be granted by Alucard. And are we looking at the match point here, Valdez?
We definitely are, as it's 9-5. Now they can really taste it. They're getting ready to celebrate. And, you know, a third seed still gets you in, as that's what they're going to be saying. Awesome runs forward, a celebratory shot into 40, who is not able to hold on to that pressure by himself. Quick push comes in. Pew, good for 2 headshots straight in a row. Looking good for him, as now, with the bomb down, kind of forced in. Beck gets rotated on. Alucard gets one, but they are cleaned up. The celebrations will be delayed for now.
9-6, I believe, if you can confirm.
Yes.
Will be the rounds. And Entropy needs to find 3 more to go into overtime to keep the hopes alive. Port was very hard fought. And to end the series here like this, it's going to be a heartbreaking moment for Entropy, and they are going to need to give it all right here, right now, in front of you guys.
Entropy Gaming need 3 rounds in a row. Inner Circle just need 1. And they will book that ticket. Alucard's still looking right down the middle of the map. He's just playing the anchor position. The rest of the team taking over the hotel. Entropy Gaming going beat bottom at this point. But this is just a slow push in. Pew gonna spot this. He'll be the first contact once again. Timing on the flash pretty good. Not able to get too much down though. It's already 2 kills here for Inner Circle. So they want to push on in. There are multiple members. They spot Madison, and down he will go. Pew as well, 40 the last remaining, and there it is. They do book their ticket as the celebrations begin to the side of Inner Circle.
Close out series 3-2-1, and the celebration is on for the boys. But for the side of Entropy, they go down here. They won't be able to make it to the grand finals at the end of this year, but for them to climb such an uphill battle from the beginning of the group stages, they did it so, and they were able to be in the top 4 of the region. So still, there is a bit of hopes in them.
So take a look at the highlights to showcase how Inner Circle were able to book that ticket. Another dominant victory goes the way of Inner Circle. They finish it off with a 10-6 as everybody gets 1 KD or higher. And a team effort to get them across the line against Entropy Gaming, who certainly did put up a nice fight, but at the end of the day, we're not a match for Inner Circle.
Inner Circle closes out the series 3-2, which you're about to see in just about a moment, but definitely a team effort for Map of Ankara. Entropy came just a little bit short to make this one happen, to go into map number 5, the side map of Black Widow, which we don't get to see because Port goes 10-6 to Entropy, and the rest of the 3 maps, Eagle Eye, New Compound, and Ankara, all going towards the side of Inner Circle.
Yeah, 10-1. Bit of a slow start, you know, maybe they're just still waking up, still stretching, still yawning, Inner Circle. And it will be Beck who does pick up the match MVP.
Beck will be back.
Beck is back.
Just waiting for him to be on the interview, I guess.
Yeah. And we'll take a look at his MVP highlights here as well. He was critical for this team. Just very crucial, many different highlight moments for this guy.
Just such clean kills, such clean headshots. Will be able to drive his team into the grand finals. Much needed effort from the leader too, isn't it?
You definitely do. And yeah, certainly was the guy they relied on when sometimes it wasn't quite going their way. He was able to lead in more than just one way, so felt very good to see him perform in that manner. And we'll be hearing from him shortly, as I'm getting the word now that the interview is ready, so let's hop into that right now. Hello, Beck, once again. Congratulations, you guys booked your ticket into the grand finals. How do you guys feel? Obviously, must be very happy after that when I saw you guys all celebrating on the cams after the victory. How does it feel to get the ticket to the grand finals?
Definitely, we are feeling great. At the first map, we were a bit like we're struggling, but after we were like, we just say to each other, guys, we are sleeping, we need to wake up, and just did our job on the rest of the maps. And I mentioned before the match, I expect actually like 3-1 or 3-0, and it was 3-1. And it happened, and I want to say thank you to my teammates and our subs, Abs and Leo, and all the fans they are supporting.
Absolutely, indeed, you were able to wake your team up. But now that you have secured your ticket to the grand finals, there's still a couple more teams to come out of this region to go into the grand finals. Of course, Esports and Gaimin Gladiators both secured a spot, but one team that's directly to go to the playoffs. Who do you think, what's your expectation on the winner of the next best out of 5?
To be honest, like in our region, I would like to say right now, GG and The Rock, they're like sharing top because we cannot put out the top performance. I would say GG is better shape than before. Maybe they can compete, and I think maybe.
Okay, that sounds pretty exciting. So one final question, any final words to anyone else as you guys will make it into the grand finals, and maybe any team you're looking forward to facing out at that big tournament?
I mentioned already before in my interview, I like went LAN tournaments 2 times and I faced Team Falcons, and they beat me 2 times, so I want to face them and take my revenge.
All right, well, we'll see if you can do exactly that. Congratulations once again on the victory, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you so much. Very good.
And bye-bye to Beck as well. As, yeah, it's kind of the expected result. Seemed like Beck was expecting it as well. Even Madison was like, hey, we're the underdogs here. A 3-1 victory. And it's nice, it's refreshing to not have a 3-0 or a 2-0 and just have it be so one-sided.
It wasn't a complete steamroll. And also, Entropy had a pretty good showing, and they had room for errors. So now, for Entropy, they have something to prep for the next year, which means it's better than nothing, right? Like, if you just got completely steamroll, you have nothing to do about it, then, you know, it becomes an issue. But for Entropy, they gave their best showing, and we all know that they are capable of qualifying next year. So, props to them for next year, but right now it's going to be Inner Circle that pushes themselves in this decider match. But we're going to be taking a quick 10-minute break before we get into the big piece of the pie. It's going to be Esports and Gaimin Gladiators coming up next.
everybody. We are here at CFS 2025 Regional Finals, and we're getting ready for the final matchup between Rock Esports and, of course, the Gaimin Gladiators. This one is for all the marbles, for the first place prize, for the first seed going into the playoffs directly at the Grand Finals. And very exciting stuff here, Bench.
Very exciting stuff indeed, and like you've mentioned, for the money as well, and for the playoff seed as well. And if you're granted the seed of the playoffs and in the grand finals, that's also more money to be found on the line. So definitely a lot of things are on the stake as we're just waiting to get into the interview of the players of both of these teams.
Yeah, it was very fun to do the first one.
Looking forward to the second as well.
Yeah, just get the thoughts of both leaders right next to each other and kind of get their reactions in real time.
It's you can see that they don't want to like down talk each other all that much, but at the same time you feel the urge in them to kind of go at it, but they know each other, they're friends, so it's like it's an iffy moment you're sitting in. But for Rock and Gaimin, it might be a different style of interview.
Yeah, I think it depends on who we get for the interview, for
Yes.
sure. And we'll have to wait and see who it is when we do eventually get into that. Yeah, if it's someone like, okay, well, we're ready. We are ready for the interview. Hello, Horace and Flex. How are you guys doing? How have you prepared individually? First, let's hear from Horace. How have you prepared for this final best of 5 here for all the marbles?
We warmed up, just that's all. We'll do our thing and we'll do our best.
Flex, how about you?
Yeah, same thing. We just do our thing and, we'll do our best. We'll see what happens.
So now that we have both of you here, we have to ask this question. So what's your expectations for the map scores? Well, do you think it's going to be 3-0 your side, 3-1 that side? And also, who do you think is better between the both of you? Let's get from Horace first.
Yeah.
Okay, of course you know my answer already before I said I said 3-0. We will not let anyone take a map from us, so yeah. It is what it is.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And Flex?
Well, I think the opposite. I think we will 3-0 them. I think he's delusional. I think he's lost on the map. And yeah, that's it. I think he doesn't know what he's doing, and today he will find out.
Okay, well, that's nice to hear. Heard from Beck as well. He did say that, maybe you two teams are kind of sharing the top spot at this point in time, and saying that the Gaimin Gladiators are in pretty good form. Any thoughts about that from you guys? Horace, what do you think?
I guess we will see in the game. Flex said before that I like to talk too much, and I guess also I will do too much, So we will see.
And Flex?
Yeah, I think he's right. We will see in the match.
All right, before we let you guys go, any last words to your opponent? Let's hear from Horace first.
You will get surprised, guys. Get ready.
And Flex?
Good luck, have fun, man.
All right, well, there you go. As thank you guys for the interview, and we will let you go and prepare for the match.
Okay, see you.
See you. Bye.
And definitely a spicier interview this time around, Bench.
Called it. Absolutely called it. And Flex's response was GLHF. Good luck, have fun. Still waiting to get into the band picks as the captains are going to go back to their seats and do the work of banning out which map they don't want to play, picking the maps that their opponents don't want to play. But BO5, anything and everything could happen. It's really just a game of, endurance, I feel like. And if you're able to complete the marathon, then you are gonna be the winner. And if you do end up finding a stub toe and fall apart, then yeah, the BO3, BO5 goes the other way around. So we'll have to wait and see how it turns out to be. But for band picks, big expectations for myself. New Mexico to be picked as map number 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like both of these teams are in a position where they don't really want to gamble. I feel like they're both very confident and they don't have any big reason to pull out New Mexico necessarily.
At this point, I'm just throwing it out there, you know.
Yeah. That being said,
we know we are not getting it, but
yeah. That being said, in our other best of fives that we've had, the better team generally was forced to ban New Mexico, and essentially, in this one, if both teams are very confident, maybe they say, "Yeah, sure, we'll play you on New Mexico. We're better than you. We can beat you there as well." Or maybe it's just Rock Esports are like, "Well, we're just going to ban it because, well, we are overly confident."
The real key factor would be like which sides are they going to start off with, because usually these two teams do share a similar characteristics to pick into the same sides, but we can only wait and see how it turns out to be. But let's go take a look at the contenders in the first place matchup. It's going to be Rock Esports. There you have it. Horus, Tots, Snake, Snare, and Slayer had the chance to hear from the man Horus with another absolute fire hairline day for him.
Is that an apple?
Hey,
I can't really tell.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away, and he won't exactly do that.
Yes, surgical with it. Snare, in this tournament so far, he has looked so in the zone. And he's just going to give us the double thumbs up. He hasn't even had the highest KD. He's actually had the lowest on the team, which is insane.
Another kiss.
Oh, he threw it over to us this time to make sure we got it.
When you just, returned up. Well, that's going to be Slayer playing the Dark, of course. But Rock Esports looks so ready to get into this one because their KD is up there. Everyone is sitting above 1.0.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't dropped a map yet, which is what Horus was referring to in the interview. He's like, nobody's going to take a map from us. Not Gaimin Gladiators. Nobody. Not a single team. And as you can see here, that is what we've had so far. It's been 2 0s and then a 3-0. And, I mean, they are very confident. But I do kind of agree with Beck that I do think Gaimin Gladiators are in very good form right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually do drop a map. So let's go ahead and introduce their opponents, GG.
There you have it. Raffin line called Flex, the Zane, and Spoxy, and also these guys pack a bit of punch of their own. Flex, we were able to hear from him. The BMs were about to get thrown, but eventually Flex was able to just cut it out with a GLHF, which that itself is a little bit of a, you do yours, I'll do mine.
Yeah. Well, I liked how eventually they just both settled on, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens in the game. And you can talk a lot of smack, but eventually, if you
gotta do the smack.
Yeah, you actually have to win the maps in order to prove that you're the better team, and the trash talk only has so much value. As fun as it is, and as much as we want to hear it. I do like how Flex was throwing some shots early, maybe trying to get the team fired up, as no doubt they were listening in. As Spoxy, we had 4 guys in the top 5 of KD, but the one guy who was above those 4 was Spoxy.
Above the entirety of the two teams is going to be Spoxy, because he is the highest, not just in this lobby, but the entire tournament of the regional finals. And looks like they also were able to just steamroll throughout from the group stages and in the semifinals, as they're gonna have not yet dropped the map to their opponents. So, well-met opponents between these two teams. A bunch of small being thrown across the board for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. But the head-to-head seems to be a little glided towards the side of Rock Esports.
Yeah, definitely is. You can see that in CFWL 2025 Season 2 so far. It was 3-0. And in Season 1, yes, Gaimin Gladiators did take one win down. But so far this year, it has been Rock Esports. So really, it just comes down to, are the Gladiators' form at a level that they can actually challenge Rock Esports? Because we've talked a lot about the form of Gaimin Gladiators, but I also feel like the form of Rock Esports is at an all-time high right now. They're really not doing anything wrong. It's hard to watch their matches and say, oh, I have this criticism, because, I mean, essentially they're getting it all done, as key players will be Horus versus Spoxy.
These guys absolutely love the positions they're in right now. Well, 2 arms up, and Spoxy is also going to be throwing some of their own as well. The map comparison seems to be pretty even up on the board for these 2 teams, but yeah, all in all, I think they're both going to be able to provide a decent amount of fight, as if they're in the Fight Club. And of course, the first rule of the Fight Club, you do not talk about the Fight Club, and the second rule of the Fight Club is you do not talk about the Fight Club.
Well, sub-base coming on through. And then we got Eagle Eye into Port. And then Black Widow. And finishing off with Ankara, which neither of these teams have actually played Ankara so far at this tournament. And might not get there again today, but we'll have to wait and see what it does look like in terms of the performance, after all.
Said bench, once again, won't be able to see much of New Mexico.
Yeah, not gonna happen. And it was actually Gaimin Gladiators who ended up banning that one out. So eventually just saying, well, we're not very practiced on that map. No reason to go ahead and go for that. And of course, starting off with sub-base, a Rock Esports favorite, has been for a long time.
Rock Esports classic almost.
Yeah. 2025 Rock Esports Classic. And,
Absolute classic.
They always pick it. They always win it.
But the ban pick seems to be pretty even to me, at least. Sub-based on Eagle Eye, Port, Black Widow, then Ankara. Of course, Ankara, we weren't able to see much of it come out in the entirety of this tournament. So let's take it on sub-base to start us off. This is the final series of the day, and also the entire tournament. Whoever wins out here will be granted the final seat in the playoffs. And right now, Rock Esports are going to find the opening, as Snare will find the sniper shot on towards Lion Claw.
It takes out Lion Claw, also legs Spoxy. And, you know, sending a message to your sniper opponent early is definitely going to feel nice, although he didn't quite get the kill. Spoxy just throwing out a pop shot. And let's see if the dominance of Rock Esports actually will come to fruition tonight, or if we can have a new team on top in the Gaimin Gladiators. As in goes Flex, he is going to be sniped down by Snare, who is still alive on very low HP, but picks up a second kill for himself. As now Horus, the timing on this actually excellent, going to get in behind the Zane, lands the 2 shots with the 6 flick. Rapid by himself does go down to Thompson. It is a 5-for-0 in round number 1 as Horus is getting bumped up.
The man of his words will keep up to it and take and secure the round for the team. Rock Esports leading out 1-0. Snare is going to dodge those nades by a piece of paper. It's going to be Snake going out aggressive and dropping down towards Flex. So all of a sudden, another round to begin off with a player down towards Gaimin Gladiators. But the response was there by Lion Claw. Slayer was gunned down. And we are back down to 4-on-4.
Yeah, 4-on-4. Lion Claw, the first guy to get a kill here for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. First blood for them. And now the big rotation all the way around through spawn, coming in towards B site. It's just Horus to hold down A. And Smokes to delay at B site. So maybe gonna take their time with this push.
Definitely gonna burn the clock here. They were testing and poke and prodding down towards Machine, but they are Eventually gonna back out. Totson's gonna take a bunch of damage with the pot shots connecting through the smoke as well. The rest of Gaimin will look to push B, it seems. However, Rock also has a strong defense being set out. GG planning to push out. Snare is going to see them come through, but can't quite connect on the shots. The Zane is low. Raffen is up on Heaven. Thompson is hiding behind the bomb site. Activates himself, gets one. Raffen quick to trade him out. Jumps atop the bomb site, sees Snare, but now his teammates are falling apart. 3 versus 2 on the picture here. The C4 gets planted, but the retake is on. Snake swings in with the flash from his teammates. Bison off of the ground, swings backside, gets the kill, and the C4 will be defused. Rock Esports showing dominance in sub-base, leads out 2-0.
Yeah, I have to say, remember what I said about the stats, that Snare was actually on the bottom of the KD, but right now he's performing the best. So that is a scary prospect for Gaming Gladiators if the one guy who wasn't performing is now performing here on the final day. And he's going to hit that leg once again, foot actually. Slayer takes on Spoxy, a little headshot. Does come out there onto Woods once again. All of a sudden, once again, GG find themselves on the back foot and will have to figure out where to go from here.
On the back foot, indeed. Gaimin down 2 players, down to about 3 alive. They still have to recover the C4, so the Zane isn't going to peek out too wide, although he himself is down to about 20 HP and nothing more. He's gonna have a 3-man push down towards A, it seems, but Snare is holding the bomb site with Snake on Heaven. They're gonna walk down the Nook. Snare doesn't miss those, gets the first. Gonna be Snake up on Red to find another. Last kill granted, and 3-0 lead is gonna be taken by Rock Esports.
That's going to be a quick timeout here from Gaming Gladiators. Not wasting any time with this one. Flex not liking what he sees, and so far, to be honest, it has been extremely one-sided to the side of Rock Esports. So, good time to take a timeout and just calm everybody down and say, hey, we're better than this. We need to figure out exactly what we're doing wrong and fix it right now. Otherwise, things are going to get out of hand. Rock Esports is given a ton of respect region-wide, and maybe soon to be worldwide. We'll see how they do at the grand finals. For this play, exactly, they are just this good.
They are just this good indeed, and right now Gaimin had nothing to do about it. And for now, the pause being called for the side of Gaimin. They are looking to really just turn the board around. Doesn't seem to be the case just yet. But if you do remember from the group stages, the pauses were working wonders for some of the teams, and Gaimin was also one of them. Hopefully they're able to go back to the drawing board and find a different picture to work with. Because right now, Rock is stopping them from even getting onto the bomb sites.
Yeah, hasn't been close. You know, they nearly got towards A that one time, and then Snare was like, nah. Snare and Snake, I feel like the two of them have been going out of control. Horus as well, having a couple of moments.
More often than not. So, pause over. Game back on. Round number 4 it is, as we are about to jump back into the game. And for Gaimin, the skirmishes aren't as fruitful as they think. They want to take the fight early, however, it always translates to a man advantage to the side of Rock. So let's see how this round gets played out. Only sending one towards Machine and the rest towards double doors. Snare was continuously getting couple kills here and there, so let's see if that skirmish they are trying to take down towards mid will be any beneficial.
Raffin's here. So is Horus, but doesn't look like he's going to be pushing that angle anytime soon. I like how immediately they got a bunch of spray and smoke in the face of Snare, and they set up Spoxy in position to directly challenge him. This is definitely going to make Snare's life harder. I feel like before, Snare kind of just got to do whatever he wanted, and was able to get multiple different kills and picks early on in the round, and then eventually later on as well. And so dealing with that early on does feel like the right play. As we do have smoke coming down here into the locker rooms. Bomb kind of awkwardly dropped in the middle of the map, but they do seem to be pushing into lockers.
Quick shots raining across the board. Spoxy takes a half HP loss. But nonetheless, yet another skirmish going to the side of Rock. Man being taken away is going to be Flex. Deep in there is going to be Spoxy. It could be swung any moment soon. However, Snare isn't going to do so.
Yeah, he's just essentially lurking deep in B. Totson, he wants to clear this out and make sure 100% the shot is going to miss from Spoxy, and he does get cleared out. This push, though, is going directly into Slayer, who is not going to land the shots. And now Snake at least able to get the one. But they clear him out. Still advantage to Rock Esports, but in the corner, in the dark room, Totson gets one, Boris gets another, and they clear it out with flying colors again. 4 rounds in a row going the way of Rock Esports. They don't show any signs of slowing down.
Any signs of slowing down indeed. And 4 rounds already up on the board for these guys. Spoxy's going to find the nice opening towards Snare, who has been doing a bit of heavy lifting. And at least coming into this round, we thought it was going to be a bit more Gaimin in the round, but Totson's going to quickly find the equalizer.
Yeah, I mean, the immediate trade back as Totson having a bunch of big rounds himself. Oh, Horus and Snake try to peek in here. The push onto Woods, not quite going Rock Esports' way. GG finally able to hold something. And now it's up to Totson. That was a big need. Tons of damage done to all 3 members. But it's only Totson against multiple.
Maybe that need was what Totson needed to make this round possible. However, the timer's ticking against him and has to go on a retake. Debating if he wants to go down heaven or towards the Nook, but it looks like the right side of the staircase is his decision. 18 and ticking. Flex is going to swing out with the flash up and over. That will be Diamond putting up around the board. That's going to be 4-1. Feels a little late, but it's better late than never for Gaimin to put up the numbers on the rounds here. And Claw has to back out as Rock is going to take control of the machine room.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, we saw Port go the way of Entropy Gaming and Inner Circle eventually come back. As Totson is just going to push through the smoke. Maybe getting a bit over-aggressive. Doesn't work out for him. As Zane hiding in the corner. That's huge value for him. Going to take him down. We have just Slayer on the A site, and 4 members of Gaming Gladiators get a free entry into B.
Slayer versus 4. It looks like the pause has worked wonders for Gaimin as they're about to take the second round to their pockets. Slayer's too many angles to watch. Flashes blinding him completely. Time ticking down as well. Pistols out. Has all 3 utils. Sees Flex, I believe, but the shots exchanged will be more inflicting a bit more damage for the side of Slayer, and he has to back out, buy some time for his team to talk over the strats. However, on the hunt is going to be Gaimin.
Yeah, they want this kill. They're looking to send a message. And they might just be able to. 2 seconds left. Doesn't look like they will. But still, 2 in a row now for Gaming Gladiators, looking much better, I have to say. A little bit delayed after the timeout, but results are results. Raffin's up there, Spoxy is up there. Key difference is that Snare isn't fragging out big time.
Now, imagine Rock loses this and becomes 4-3. I am calling the timeout to be called ASAP, but Rock already kill on the board. Snare is going to love that mid pick. He goes early on and is able to catch players after players, trying to jump across the borders. It will be the beginning of this round. For Gaimin, they are somewhat set back in terms of their positions. Spoxy's going to go on a bit of a hunt. Was met by Snare. but nobody will go down.
Some pressure now on Horus, as he is looking to just take the fight to them. He's like, yes, thank you for coming to my area of the map. I will shut you down.
Takes a bit of damage in the exchange. Lion Claw isn't willing to give it up, and he indeed does get the kill at the end of the day. Horus will go down, but the man advantage is still lingering to the side of Rock Esports. Still that, timer has ticked down to about a minute mark, and GG hasn't really found their gateway into the bomb site, and the time constraint might become an issue at any moment soon.
Spoxy is just desperate to deal with Snare. He has been able to once, and the team dealt with him another time. There you go, Spoxy on the close angle takes out Snake, not Snare, but at least he gets that kill and evens up the tally as they do look to push in towards A. Raffin going to be spotted. Snare on 1 HP. There's another foot shot. Snare keeps getting a bit unlucky with those. Some nades are going to be thrown out. As they do get some pressure here. Slayer, though, down the stairs pretty quickly as the jump comes in, but Raffin is good for one. And Snare gets the kill, but he's got 1 HP and a dream.
And a dream. Spoxy hiding by the boxes with the pistol has seen Snare, gets up and over and gets the kill. And Gaimin, the response is that they're going to take 3 rounds in a row after that pause. I mean, all in all, Snare almost made it look like too easy to clutch, but 1 HP wasn't quite going to cut it. The round will be taken, and once again, Snare just knows how to abuse the middle angle, gets another kill on the board, and to make things worse for Gaimin, it's Spoxy.
Yeah, oh. And it's Flex, apparently, just running straight into Totson.
And Raffin has taken a whole bunch in the process as well.
Yeah. Just feels like on this map there's this default that Rock Esports play as getting aggressive with the snare with the drop shot. He wants more, he wants blood.
What was that? He shouldn't be going away with a kill like that. However, such a good player he is. Gets away with it, takes the kill onto Raffin, and all of a sudden the Gaimin train has been stopped, and Lion Claw is getting swung from the backside by Snake. Still gets the kill. Still full HP as well. So looking a little bit better of a situation for Gaimin if they're able to clear these angles out. Hudson swings out for a quick double kill. Rock will secure a round.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. I have to say, Snare, he's definitely looking to make a statement, it feels like. As you mentioned, he's so good at these mid-doors angles. I feel like he is the best in the West at doing it. But, you know, they're going to have to handle him if they want to have any hope of actually dealing with this map in its entirety. I was talking about the defaults. You have to deal with Horus or Snare or Totson, and all 3 of them are just insane at holding down their angles.
Don't forget about Slayer, who's been farming MVP for himself throughout the group stages. So everyone really just packs a punch for themselves, and becomes an issue for Gaimin to go through an angle. Sure they did for 3 rounds in a row. Gonna be trying for the mid tick, and Snare is waiting once again by middle, and he's waiting to fire up. Isn't going to do it just yet. Maybe that was enough of a room for Gaimin to cross in towards the Nook. They're going to give it a go. Flashes up and over. Horus and Snake on the hold. Counter flashes are being thrown, but Horus is fully blind and he has to tuck by the corner. It's going to be Snare to find the huge double in the process. Horus activates himself, gets the double for going down. Spoxy has nowhere else to go. Gets the first. Needs to find 2 more. But the damage has been done. On the huge rotation is going to be Snare, and sees the bullets coming his way. Spoxy is fully boxed in.
He's going to be able to push out here towards the A site. Looks like maybe even get this plant. I think, you know, with 50 seconds, maybe just wait for the push to come in. And could even try to go for a rotation. Not a bad idea, but Totson is watching the angle. Let's see if Spoxy has got the drop on him. as there's just so many different angles that he has to check here. But there it is. Lands the shot, gets a pick off before he even plants the bomb. And now it's Spoxy versus Snare. The two snipers going head to head. Looks like Snare has picked up a rifle. And Spoxy could just run over to B and plant here. It looks like that is the plan.
And Snare now knows the bomb is on the other half of the map. We'll have to make a move, but Spoxy has plenty of time to find the positions to hold. And Snare has to clear out every single corner possible. 25 seconds and ticking. Spoxy and Snare met with the guide of the pistols, and Spoxy will gun Snare down. And that round won't be taken by Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, Spoxy just on a huge tear. Just insane stuff in that round. Just essentially solo bringing it back for the team. Netting them at least 4 rounds. As we take a look at the replay, just crazy what he was able to do. Eventually, just with the pistol, easy shot for the victory. And Snare also had a good round. Like, he got 2 kills, I believe. And eventually got pretty close to taking that one as well.
Got pretty close indeed. However, still up around is going to be Rock Esports. I think the scores are 5-4. And now Rock gets to go into their more favorite side. The question is going to be, can Gaimin Gladiators hold onto the aggression that Rock is going to provide? As it looks like we're just about ready to hop into our second half of the game.
Yeah, getting ready, just loading up into the lobby once again. I have to say, keeping it pretty close. This might actually be a close finals between these two teams, which, you know, we did kind of expect, especially with Gaimin Gladiators playing the way they are nowadays, and Spoxy able to clutch out the way he has been.
Yeah.
I think he's still sitting on like some ridiculous KD. So we'll see at the end of the map.
Truly is. For now, round number 10, as we move into the second half of all things for Subbase. Having a 4-man push cooking up towards Machine Room. And Gaimin's going to go for a rather passive setup, giving up the front yard of the B-bomb site and set up for a pickoff as Raffin can also flex at it, but Snare just continues to put the hurt onto the side of Gaimin. Raffin goes down, and all of a sudden the backward position seems to not work out. Horror swings out, gets the kill. Snake swings out, gets the kill. Snare wants blood of his own. Eventually it's going to be Slave to take the kill away. It's going to be the Zane left all alone. So, swift beat take, given the defense of Gaimin Gladiators were posted backside.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how easy that was. Like, it came in so quickly that they were just not set up for it. And Snare does this a lot, actually, where he will push in solo into lockers. But this time he wasn't even solo. Went in, got the first pick, and then the whole team was right behind him. And essentially caught them in transition. It didn't seem like GG were quite ready for that. Snare now is here once again. Spoxy trying to get some damage with the pistol, and does so.
Does so indeed. And all of a sudden, going to be slowed down in the push is going to be Rock Esports. Snare's up in vent. It's going to be clearing the single out, and Gaimin is not going to have a player jump spotting the single. Flex is going to do it now. He has to keep his hat to himself, and the answer was apparently not. And Snare's just too good in this area, and now Gaimin has one more angle to take care of. Plus all the angles that they were already getting taken care of.
Yeah, it might just be a little bit too much at this point. 5v4 as the name comes down, and Lion Claw gets the spray, picks up 2, and holds on to it. Here comes Snare out the fence, does pick up 1, as does Slayer. But Lion Claw is just holding it down, picks up a 4th one. Just insane stuff from Lion Claw, but now he's got to do it all by himself, and it's not going to quite happen as Horus. You thought that one guy was the carry, and then Horus comes in, and there's just too many guys There's just too many threats on the side of Rock Esports.
The ace seemed to come Lion Claw's way. The answer was no. Horse will shut it down with a double kill of his own to clear out the bomb site. And all of a sudden, Rock sitting at 7-4. It's going to be Raffin to open fire towards Slayer. That will be an opening. However, Rock is known to win the rounds with a men deficit, and they are exactly going to do that. They exactly did that, rather, and is willing to continue and replicate the results once again. Gaimin, though, they have to step foot towards a round win with this milestone taken of taking the first kill.
Yeah, they got to step up here if they want to have a chance against this team. I know it's sub-base, but you got to make those plays happen as the nade comes in. Going to force the push as Toxin does die on the fall. Is now Flex in the corner. Just kind of catching him off guard. Snare waiting in the computer room, actually, for this push to come through. All three members of GG are on the rotation. All four, I should say.
Is that C4 planted behind the sub, or is it planted forward for heaven? Is it a heaven plant or not? I need to see that. Because if it is a front plant, Snare can just farm the kills right here, just like that. 2 and 3 on the money, and Rock Esports is going to take the round.
Snare telling him to sit down, and you know, he doesn't have to do that. He already sat them down in the game.
Sit the down, we say, aren't they?
But he wanted to send a little extra message, you know. As insane strategical play from him. Flex here with a nice spray down. And actually, Snake gonna get caught in the crossfire as well. Big push coming in. Slayer has also snuck in behind the team, but Raffin is there. And all of a sudden, maybe getting a little bit overheated.
Yeah, maybe getting too ahead of themselves. Even that last round. Sorry about the man advantage. Imagine Horse picks up an ace here. That will just blow the soul out from Gaimin Gladiators, but a 1v5 is tough, and Gaimin is looking to find another round. Will be 8-5 in that case. Horse gains all the information, but he does bring fire, finds the first, takes a bunch of damage. Anyone sneezing in front of his face will do the work. Looking for more. He's getting pushed in all 4 angles. Spoxy with the pistol, jump checking. At least for Horse, he is holding onto the C4. Does step out and has to fall right back, and now he's getting cornered in. Nowhere else to go. Flex finalizes the kill, and the round surely is 8-5.
Still a lot of stress. You saw face on hand for Lion Claw. It's not easy. It really just came down to Flex being in a good spot and just gunning them all down on the push. As Slayer getting in there, being quite annoying in that hallway angle.
After the failed push in towards middle, leaving the scars of 4 dead bodies. This time, Rock is going to approach this round in with a bit more care, as they are going to sit outside of middle instead of getting in there and having a clear push towards a, I believe that's outside of machine room. I think Slayer has gained all the information that, once again, Gaimin Gladiators are playing in the back site.
Snare's just locked in.
And that's a key information if you think about it. If the players from V are playing backside, then they can rotate towards middle in a blink of an eye. So a mid take is not a good idea for Rock to go for. Snare is gonna go down to Lion Claw, and Snake is gonna be in vents of his own.
All right, in comes Horus, and this is the issue. You sit down Snare, and all of a sudden Horus is like, all right, my turn to step up. They just have too many threats. As in the corner, Snake waits. Flex should check this, and that's going to be a nice gun down from him.
Horus is going to close for a plant. Flex swings in, Slayer takes the kill. Zane, the last one left, will eventually go down. We are looking at the 9th round being picked up.
Yeah, looking good for Rock Esports to take this first map of Subbase. Their selection.
Horus really stepping up to the plate.
Yeah.
As I say, he does go down, so fortunate for him. Moving the case, a run down middle, getting halted by Gaimin. Snake is the last one alive, gets one through those doors, gets the second out of Bus, has to go for the secondary. Won't work out as Raffin swings out, so Gaimin gets his consolidatory round, but they need to find a couple more in order to find the overtime.
So Snare was very animated after that one. I wonder what he was saying. I can only imagine. And
I guess he was shouting go B, because he's going to be leading the charge as a sniper to go in towards B.
yeah, maybe he's saying, I'm going to go kill them. I'm going to go kill. But Spoxy is in position to stop this. Flash is very good, actually.
You and I have been casting for so long that we know exactly what you want to say.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, so a married couple for like 20 years know exactly what goes on. But minute 30 on the clock, Totson will be looking to aggress him down towards middle. Once again, situating themselves by A, it seems, is going to be the side of Rock Esports. Rest of Gaimin playing back on B, so having a stronger defense put out towards middle. Horus with a pistol. Peeks in, I guess. The Zane is waiting by the Nook. Snare finding some success with the pistol last time around. Will be finding himself in vents once again. Cooking up a big push. They're going to give it a go. Zane has to hold it. The answer was no. Horus with the pistol quickly taps him out. Eventually, Raffin is there to find the refrag, but Snare is waiting patiently, and this might just pay off dividends. It's going to be Snake and Slayer to clear out the bomb site, and Spoxy has nowhere else to go. Finally, Snare activates, drops down. Oh, Spoxy is so caught out. Nowhere else to go. You know, when you see your pet hiding after a mistake, they usually just duck their head inside a box, but they little do they know their rest of the body is peeked out. Won't be exactly that, as Rock Esports closes out map number 1 with the 10th round being found.
Yeah, 10-6, very dominant victory here on the first map choice of Rock Esports. As let's take a look at the highlights from this first map.
There you have it. Subbase, Rock Esports map pick will come back into their own hands in 10-6 as Gaimin Gladiators tried very hard. However, Rock Esports was just able to run it down towards the sub, get the bomb planted, just clear it out. The last round even being a little unfortunate for Spoxy there as well.
Yeah, I mean, not much he could do in that situation, but it was just kind of a unfortunate way to end it for sure. And Yeah, so far we're sitting at 1-0 in favor of Rock Esports. Their map of sub-base did go pretty handily into their favor. I did like how Gaimin Gladiators actually did show that they're here to play. They took 6 rounds after all. It looked relatively good for them at times, from the Blacklist side at least. They only got 2 rounds from the Global Risk. So maybe showing some signs of life here. Hope that we can see them performing well on Eagle Eye.
Yeah, Eagle Eye is the next map. Here's my takeaway, right? Spoxy, although his team lost, he himself was doing absolute wonders, and Eagle Eye being one of the more sniper-heavy maps, can Spoxy ring true to bring his team back up from the hole, right? If that happens, then we're going to be able to see Port, and Port is, of course, one of the maps that are very sniper-heavy alongside with Eagle Eye, so Gaimin Gladiators stand a pretty good chance, but needless to say, Snare he himself was able to wake up from the bit of a nap he had. Really will just come down to how the Rifling Corps can back their snipers up.
Absolutely. Sniper Corps, very important, but the backup, as you mentioned, even more so. In Gaimin Gladiators, they have to make their stake right here, right now. It's got to be Eagle Eye. If you don't win this one, I don't foresee a very fun port for you guys. That's all I'll say.
Gotta do it now or never, isn't it, Valdez? Because right now, this is going to be the endurance test given by Rock to the side of Gaimin. Here we go. It's going to be Eagle Eye round number 1. Already shots raining across the board. And Horse is not going to sit on any util because he threw them all.
Yeah, threw them all away. And Rock Esports, the selection of GR side to start off, means that Snare gets to get very aggro, as he normally does. Gonna take down Flex, but Spoxy at least trades it back. So there you have it. Just a bit of information given over.
Just a slight bit indeed. However, it's still going to be a 4-on-4, and Gaimin's going to send it down towards A. Snake had nothing to do about it. Will go down. Slayer swings out from the backside with the pistol. Will be good for a kill. C4 is down.
C4 is down, and it looks like Spoxy's got to put them down as well if he wants to have a shot, as he knows they're going to aggro push him here. He lands another one. And he has punished them for this before, as out the left side, Spoxy takes him down and has some words for the enemy team as essentially a 1v5. It was only 4 kills to Spoxy, only I say. Yet, it felt like a 1v5 in its entirety.
Like I said, coming into this map, Spoxy has it all to do it, and then he does indeed provide. Slayer's going to be on a sniper of his own. Will be good for the first kill. Looking for the second. Still lingers around the bridge. In the meantime, Flex is going to be clearing the steps towards Hotel. Snare may have or may have not seen the player cross right under his crosshair. Nonetheless, it's going to quiet down for a little bit as Flex is going to charge in. And as fast as he charged in, was quickly taken out from the picture. Down 2 players is going to be Gaimin. Snare's getting a different idea. Sees the C4 as well. Goes all the way in the back line. And this might come to bite Gaimin in the end.
Yeah, this is a very Snare maneuver that he's doing right now. I mean, the fact that he saw the C4 as you highlighted is kind of maybe just nail in the coffin, because you can't check every single angle behind you. As you see, Spoxy's kind of jump peeking everywhere. Oh, Spoxy's still gonna win against Snare. He is sending a message to Rock Esports right now.
Spoxy absolutely kicking the kick drum for Snare. Now Lionclaw also finds the kill towards the bomb site, so all of a sudden Gaimin to a 2v3. Raffin has an angle. If he can find this kill, there's the equalizer. It's gonna be Spoxy with the pistol. Just get another kill. Down to Ninja Slayer with a TRG and a Dream. 40 seconds, C4 yet to be planted, so he still stands a decent chance. However, there's the first. Raffin is down pretty low. Maybe the info has been passed up, so he's going for the pistol. No! The sniper will do it. Another quick scope to wrap the round up, and Rocky Esports instantly puts another round.
You see that Snare was really getting hyped up after that one, especially after he kind of dropped the ball against Spoxy. I mean, it was a very sudden maneuver from Spoxy, so as Horus is already here. What even happened?
Why
He's
is
just
he
behind
here?
them.
What
He
happened?
just ran down the middle of the map,
What?
and nobody was looking. And finally, Dezane is going to finish off that kill. He's so low. Horus still behind him. He's still here.
I need the map replay. How in the world did he get there that fast? Did he? Okay, so I just did a quick math. I think for him to do that, he probably just ran out mid.
Yeah.
Yeah, did it. But even still, how is that allowed?
It should not be allowed, that's for sure.
Well, that's going to take a bit of momentum away for Gaimin, and also the Soul.
Yeah, it definitely will. It's not the best feeling when, you know, you slowly begin to realize that there's actually 6 men on your side pushing in one direction.
And
one of
Horus
them
just
is
does that.
One of them is undercover. Okay, like it's not a 6v6 game. He's like, oh, that guy who's running behind me. Who's that?
Someone
it's
is
Horus.
among us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Anyways, round number 4. Opening frag towards Lineclaw. Raffin gets another frag. Advantage still maintains. Snake with the spray down a little too early on the activation. Out of bullets will go down. Now Slayer gets swung, and that will be a clean round for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, good looks from them. Solid, clean, straightforward rounds. Nice little push on the A. And, yeah, good looks. As Flex is actually going to go down to Slayer, who has taken the sniper to his name. It's now Horus looking for the play here in Hotel. Slayer on the run, just going to get headshot down by Raffin.
Spoxy's still down pretty low. B-hopping across the entire map, expecting not to see anyone is prohibited, at least in this game of CrossFire. So he will go down as Raffin and Spoxy now moving in closer towards middle. Still alive is going to be Totson and Snake with the rifle. Based on the looks of it, if Gaimin directs themselves towards B, then things might go sideways. Snake dueling, gets the first. There's the equalize. C4 down.
Man.
Snake with another. So Totson with a double, but Snake with one wraps the round up. Had Gaimin walked towards A, I mean, sure, there was no information, but could have written a different story, I guess, at the end of the day.
And they're pushing up in once again. Peeking out the left side. Totson trying to take that 1v1. Snake looking for the angle. Throws a nade straight at Lionclaw. And it's Snare, of course, who's looking to push and get that first contact into them. But Flex understands this and shuts that down so easily.
Snare's been having a tough eagle eye up until this point, isn't
I
it?
feel like he's having a little bit too much fun. He's getting very over-aggressive.
If we ever get a tack timeout from the side of Rock, then we might be able to see Shouting Horse.
Angry Horus, I don't think that exists.
Yeah,
I don't think that's
guys always
possible.
like laid back and chill, but speaking of being laid back, it's going to be Flex with another kill, leaving Slayer all alone. Shot not there, pistol is there. So Flex does go down in a 1v3, C4 yet to step up to the plant. If Slayer can catch this, that might do the work, but eventually Lionclaw is going to be able to get the bomb planted, and Slayer is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Raffin will wrap it up. Spoxy puts some extra damage with the pistol. We are yet again tied to 3-on-3.
That's a very close map, all things considered. I do feel like Rock Esports at times have just kind of ran it down into GG and said, you know, we're going to over-aggress and see if we can make a statement with this, try to get into your heads. Speaking of which, here's Horus, and it's going to work out. That's an angle we've seen many a player do, but Horus, of course, is going to go for it. Flex, just take him down. Takes a bit of extra damage, though. Slayer looking into Hotel, and that's one guy right now who's got the hot hands for the side of Rock Esports, is, of course, Slayer.
Is, of course, Slayer indeed. I just sound like Simon. Shout out to him, probably watching from his home.
Absolutely brilliant.
You know, another thing he says a lot often is tit for tat,
Yeah.
eye for an eye, A for B, C for D. Yeah,
One for one.
The list goes on. The list goes on for him. But nonetheless, Snake drop onto Flex it is. There gets another kill for himself. So, while we were talking about Simon, rings true for Gaimin. Spoxy puts it a clutch and somehow he finds a triple kill. How is that even possible? He's just that good, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if Spoxy were not in the game, I think it would be 7-0, right?
Yeah.
Actually. And yes, Raffin has had his moments. But, like, come on. This is, like, insane what this player is able to do by himself.
And what is due is what is due for him. Mindfall is going to find the drag on the snare. Maybe Horace, he himself is having too much fun, isn't it?
Horace needs to give himself a good talking to. You know, it's like, I think the entire team is just, it's a team decision to, oh, Slayer. Oh, just beautiful. Spoxy dropped the shot, and immediately Spoxy gets punished.
Now the Zane gets himself on top of B1 site. Smoke is out. Is not going to post for the plant just yet. Slayer and Snake on the retake mission. Has to guess exactly which position the last player of the Zane will be at. Little do they know, the Zane is lingering in towards the exit of the hotel entrance by the staircase. The angles might just ring true here. 20 seconds, Slayer and Snake on the double peak setup. The Zane waiting patiently, activates, gets one, comes up and over, gets the second kill, and we are tit for tat, 1 for 2, tied once again to 4-on-4.
Yeah, the Zane actually able to step up there. Pretty good stuff from him.
Needed to do it, better late than never.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something I say a lot. Better late than never.
Is it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Really read into the psyche of both your co-casters. The Zane. Okay, look at him. 1 health and a dream. Actually, that's 2 health. You can tell by the pixels. He picks up 2 kills. And Flex gets another. Flex gets 2. And now it's only Slayer. He's got the most kills in the lobby, but I don't see this one actually coming to fruition.
Can he pull the Spoxy? Gonna need to do it for his team to lead out. He's just looking right on top of Lion Claw, waiting for a peek. Not gonna happen. The Zane swings back out, and there is the kill and the round as Gaimin is able to finish off the first half in a nice manner. It will be a 5-4.
Yes, 5-4 in favor of the Gladiators. The Gaimin Gladiators. And it's a good look from the Blacklist side. I have to say that they have come in here. The rest of the players have showed up in the last couple of rounds, and they are challenging Rock Esports. Good to see. Spoxy now going to win the sniper duel. A good start to the half.
Good start to the half indeed. Flex on top of Bridge. Every time Gaimin plays on Eagle Eye, on the global risk, we know Flex will go for the double sniper setup unless his team is down bad and he needs to go into the rifle. We'll absolutely enjoy the long-range dual abilities he's got. As the name suggests, he's a good Flex player.
He definitely is.
Now being challenged towards Hotel. Hotton's going to lead the charge. Lion Class swing down. However, he decides to step back. And the wraparound was going to pay off dividends. Horse is on the bomb site already. And he's already planting the C4. This guy's tempo is 2 steps ahead of everyone, including his own teammates.
Yeah, it is pretty intense how he's able to get in there that quickly. Slayer had the angle on the rotation, but he actually missed the shot. And so now it's going to come down to Totson, it looks like. Corner. Nice shot here from Raffin. Opening it up. Horus in a weird spot here. They shouldn't expect this, but they do check it. And that is going to be 3 kills the way of Gaimin Gladiators. 6-4. Moving ahead. Horus is being challenged on his "we won't drop a mat" statement here.
Will they have a definite response? We don't know just yet, but looks like ROC wants to throw in the fight towards middle, it seems. Once again, Gaimin going for the map control out towards Hotel. Will be planting Lion Claw deep down in the steps. It's Rock. What is their decision here?
It's a good question. Snare sitting on 3 and 9. He had a lot of fun, and now is not the time to have fun. Now is the time to lock in and get some rounds back. Otherwise, this could get ugly quickly.
You know, sometimes like you may really just get eaten up by your own play, and I think that's what's happening to Snare, is not being able to connect the shots because it's already been like that. But the same with huge spray down finds a triple kill. And Rock is finally struggling. Snake sure is there to find a double of his own, but will eventually go down. 7-4 will be the scoreline. And if you're an FPS player, you'll understand what I mean, because you need the refreshment. Until then, like, you just aren't able to hit a single shot.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what's happening to Snare right now. Maybe require a map change, maybe require a pause. I don't know the exact requirements, but they're going to give it a go on towards the bomb site A. They're going to give it, they're going to full send in. Totson good for a double. Spoxy's waiting, links, 1 pistols out, swings in, gets the kill, gets taken out. Going to be down to the Lion Claw in a 1v2.
Lion Claw, they know where he is, and that's going to be the shot from Snare. So maybe a little bit of refreshment as he gets that final kill. And keeping it close here, Esports still going to go for the timeout, as they had to call it prior to this round ending, of course. And, yeah, just going to take a break, it looks like. I don't think there's too much they can get into in terms of the strategic talk.
If you do, going back to what I was saying, if you do end up falling into the situation of not being able to hit a shot because your own play gets in your head, sometimes you are able to see the sniper go on a rifle or a rifler go on a sniper. You know, to change things up, sure, you're going to do poor on not your primary weapon, but it does rejuvenate back some energy to hit some shots. And Snare, I think he's just fine. This pause will help him too, alongside with the round win last round. So, gotta wait and see how the rest rolls out. Until then, it's a 7-5 first half, or scoreline. Right?
Yeah. 7-5.
7-5.
Still anybody's map from here.
Or 5-7.
Could be 5-7, depending on which way you look at it. Yes, bench.
Yes.
That is true. Flex looking confident. Taking some time to talk to his boys as well.
Not on the screen for you guys, but for us, Snare is also getting a little bit vocal. Was calling some strats out, I guess.
Certainly a good idea when you're behind the 8 ball. Or behind the 7 ball in this case.
I mean, technically they're still behind the 8 ball.
True. So 5-7, 7-5, as we are loading back into the map.
3-2, +4.
Yes.
Yes. But in the middle of Eagle Eye 2.0, this is the second map. For a quick reminder, the first map of Subbase went towards Esports, so Gaimin needs their map pick of their own in their hands. Back live in the game, 7-5 indeed is the score, and already right after the pause, quick aggression from Lion Claw gets completely punished by Snake, and already down a player. Gaimin, what is their next?
That is the question. A lot of aggression towards the hotel area, but now a refresh reset. As it looks like they want to go mid with this setup. Got smokes over the top.
Looks like they might send it from mid-A. Raffin is waiting, but he's fully blind, only gets one before getting traded out. Oh, Slayer on the flank. Flex, hello? Answer the call, because you're about to go down. Nonetheless, it's going to be the Zane to take the down to Totson. And the rotation from Gaimin is in full effect. Flex gets one before going down. Had he had hit the shots on the heads with the pistol, could have worked a different story, but Rock Esports are going to catch up. Slowly, but surely.
Yeah, 7-6. Good start here. As now the push coming in from GG. They want to send a message. Slime Claw is going to fall down, but Horus does get the headshot. And over the top comes Snare. Picks up 2 with the pistol. And he gets some help from Snake finally at the end. Spoxy on the flank. Coming on in, but Snare gets the read and gets the kill as well. Now sitting at 5-0 after the reset. We're all tied up.
We're all tied up, says Valdez. I guess we're tied at 7-7 if that is the case, and indeed that is. Snare just after the pause is fully back in motion. And all of a sudden, Gaimin has to pick some rounds up here to lead out on their own map choice, because right now, the last 2 rounds after the pause seems to go all Rock Esports way. One Ray Road, and this one as well is on the path to being so. Another kill granted for Rock, and down 2 players are going to be Gaimin to go on a 3-man retake. And look at Horus, he's still chilling by A, and Spoxy can't go anywhere because of it. Being a good anchor.
Yeah, it's definitely a good shout. I want to point out and shout out Snake as well, who has really stepped up to the plate. Is now full rotation coming in, trying to punish Zane. And they're just going to jump over the top. Slayer gets the kill with the pistol. It's all up to Spoxy now. Once again, he's been in this situation so many times tonight.
Through the smoke, but he gets spotted out completely. The kill goes to Snare. And all of a sudden, the board turns around, and Rock is leading out. And here's another pause coming out from the side of Gaimin. Not too late.
It's not too late. It's 8-6. So at this point, you know, oh, it's actually 8-7. But the lead has been taken, right, by Rock Esports with 4 rounds in a row.
Lead is taken.
Not given.
Or, yeah.
Yeah.
Lead is secured.
Lead is secured. And for Gaming Gladiators, just, it's got to feel like the wind has been taken out of your sails. Like one timeout and all of a sudden, you're just getting rolled again. And they tried to mix it up too. They tried to play standard. They tried to play aggressive. They tried to attack from multiple different angles, and still nothing is working.
But Rock also being a flexible team, being able to make a response for every change that Gaimin is providing. And I think the one that really punked the tank for Gaimin to leak all the gases was Horus just getting into the face of the players on the global risk side, just pushing out middle and getting back there. I think that really just threw Gaimin off for a bit. So, like, ever since that round, it's been going somewhat Rock's way. It does leave an impression in the back of your head, and it comes back to you every time you look towards Hotel, right? So,
yeah,
those little things do add up to a big pressure. And now Gaimin is now put to the test of, can they handle the pressure?
Yeah,
so it's the robustness test.
Absolutely.
No statistics involved. This is the actual R test.
Either you get it done here, or maybe we just see a clean sweep, just as Horus predicted.
Clean sweep? Or will it be another dirty splash?
Maybe just
right
a
now,
golden round.
I don't mind.
How about that?
Seeing one, I don't think we have had one. The entirety of the regional finals.
Already the battle between the sniper and Snare will come out alive. As one of his team was sacrificed. Gaimin will go on a reset. Rapid's gonna go down to Slayer to make things worse.
Yeah, that was kind of insane as Lion Claw big for 2. That was kind of a low Slayer, but at the same time, still a very important kill for him to take down. So we got the rotation coming out here. Lion Claw spotted towards the bridge area, and that just means rotation not going to be super fast for him. So they can just slowly make their way over towards A if they would like. They know that Spoxy is still alive. So Snare, it's really going to be up to him to open up this site. Little do they know that nobody's here. So they could just run in. Take a look at Totson on the minimap. He is watching for this rotation, actually.
Oh, I mean, if he finds the head first, then he gets the better of it. But he's going to get double swung. And just like that, down goes Totson. There's the last 11. Spoxy, just the chef's kiss. This guy is the lifter, the heavyweight lifter for his team. Gets the double kill and is looking to defuse the C4. Running around to buy some time. And the spray put in full motion. LCK, their old team name before getting rebranded.
Yeah.
And that's around to the side of Gaimin, Gladiators, or good old LCK.
8-8. I think we're going to overtime in this one, Bench. It's going to be real close at the very least. Snare picks up a kill to start us off. And just like that, you can feel the vibes begin to shift towards Rock Esports once again.
But that was the same progression last round, wasn't it? Slayer sees the players pushing out. Rapid and Zane had nothing to do about it, least expecting the rotation. And all of a sudden, the tie they have made might go all in shambles. Valdez, this is a lead. This is the map point. Rock Esports takes number 9.
It's a giant leap into the lead. It's just 1 round, but as you highlight, 9 rounds is the big number. So we got a lot of throwables over the top here. Over towards the hotel area. Flex has been threatening many a time, but now it's Lion Claw trying to go big. He gets traded out, but Flex is able to snipe down Totson and keep things even. Rather, the lead to their side as Horus is coming in so quickly. Nobody's going to see this.
I mean, Gaimin is desperately trying, and Horus is continuing to get into the back lines. This guy's playing a different game of his own. And has set himself by a crucial spot to catch the rotations, and the information has been passed if you think about it. If Rock gets the plant down, and given Horus is in the spot, things could all go wrong as Horus was going to find the kill into Zane. Flex has nothing to do about it. The dream is fading away for Gaimin.
It absolutely is. Love that play. They baited Flex to look the opposite way, and then they just popped out of the hotel. It's now Slayer gonna land the headshot. Nade is coming down, but it's still going to be mapped to the side of Rock Esports. A Snare gives out the battle cry, as does Horus. And it remains true that Rock Esports have not dropped a map in this entire tournament.
Had to come down to the wire, had to come down to the chance of overtime, 10-8, but it's going to be Rock Esports now starting to assert dominance over their counterpart of Gaimin, Gladiators. 10-6 first, 10-8 second, as we're just getting ready to hop into map number 3, but let's go take a look at these highlights. you have it, 10-8 on Eagle Eye and Snare in the replay, giving them a little bit of a sit down. And you are also able to see the LCK spray that Gaimin put out, but at the end of the day, the map is going to run away. As Kanye once said, this Gaimin Gladiators is going to drop their own map pick, and Rock Esports are going to push themselves into the 2-0 in the BO5 series.
Yeah, it just feels like Rock Esports are on something else, but they really got tested here on this map. So it was nice to see that they actually can bleed to a certain extent, although obviously the map still went towards Rock Esports, so hard to say that they really did. Can they get it done on port bench? Can Gaming Gladiators actually make it happen on port?
I mean, the only way to find that out is to actually see the games to get played. So we're going to be taking a quick 3-minute break and come back with Port, which is map number 3.
Welcome back, guys. We're here at the regional finals for CFS 2025 Eumena, and so far it is 2-0 in the final match here between Rock Esports and Gaming Gladiators. That last map, though, was very close. Coming down to the wire, ended up 10-8 in favor of Rock Esports, barely getting across the line.
Barely getting across the line, indeed, as we are looking to get into map number 3 of Port. This one, of course, Rock's pick, I believe. So now Gaimin really stuck between a rock and a hard place. Has to make some miracle happen, because right now, they're going to need every bit in them to really make this happen.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be kicking themselves for not quite getting across the line on that second map. Was a close one, though. I mean, hard to say. You know, maybe if they force overtime, we could have had a better fight from them, but kind of taking the wind out of their sails, especially with like Horus coming in behind all of them and getting such a huge angle. Not much they could do about that, as just the little things, I suppose, going better for Rock Esports. And let's see how this one is going to look as we're getting ready to hop on to port. Just loading up, taking that one final sip of their favorite drink.
Is that going to be the final sip, or will it be another taste of victory? Because right now, Gaimin is put to the edge here. They're about to walk the plank. They're going to need every bit of hope left in them to make this one happen. Port, map number 3. Scores are 2-0. Take it away, Valdez, because right now, Gaimin is at risk.
They are at big risk. At least they get to start out on the GR side of port, and hopefully that can help them get across the line here with a good start going into map 3. As already Flex boosted up here into the connector.
The counter boost sometimes work wonders, but I think Rock is somewhat of expecting what is going on. Horse is on the watch.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, he's just not going to take the shot. Instead, he's going to miss Raffin and shoots him in the tip of the shoulder. Meanwhile, the push is coming in onto the B site, and it's kind of working out. Yep, Raffin's going to go down, and so will Lion Claw. Dezane here. Oh, Snare trying to dodge everything. Eventually, Dezane is living to the very end, but Slayer will put an end to him. And that is the first round going the way of Rock Esports here from the Blacklist side.
From the Blacklist side, Rock Esports is going to be able to take the opening round, and that might take the momentum away from Gaimin, all the hopes they needed. However, still more rounds to be played out. Rock Esports settled apart outside of A, and Flex with the counter boost is going to be able to take down Snake. However, he's about to get swung in 4 different corners. Tries hard to get down, but Horse was already waiting. Under the other side of the connector, down goes Flex, and that will be the equalizer. At the same time, Lion Claw is now going out aggressive, thinking funny. However, he's going to back out without going down. But look at Snare's position. He's so deep in middle. He has made himself in towards the B connector. I don't think Gaimin realizes this. They're going to make a full rotation as well. The entirety of Rock is going to come towards B. Only Raffin is holding this one down. Could call the Zane in for help. However, if this bomb site gets isolated, it'll become a 4v2 in a blink of an eye.
Yep, this is what Rock Esports do like to do on this map. Just a blind peek on through. Dezane only gets the one. Lion Claw has to show up big. As eventually he just takes a little bit too much damage. The grenade on top of it all. And Spoxy not quite going to land the shot. And it would have been huge if he could take out Snare and then just hold the pistol for the rest of this one for Slayer. But instead, he now has to go for the quick rotation.
Surely made the rotation, but now he has to go through 2 players. Has done it before. Gets through 1. The wallbang is going to take away more than half of his HP away. Snare versus Spoxy. The battle of the snipers. Who will come out alive? 20 seconds and ticking. Time is against Spoxy. Spoxy clearing angles 1 by 1. Peaks, but Snare was waiting. Extra BM shots there as well. And Rock Esports is going to be able to find their second. Coming into the map number 3.
Yeah, it's a pretty gigantic start here for Rock Esports. Close round that time, but it's still domination to them, as this connector has been a bit of an issue.
So Horse is going to be gatekeeping it. He barely dodges those bullets coming towards his head. Almost got his hat taken off. Maybe because Horse, you know, he's able to dodge those bullets.
Oh. Flash comes in. And Flex gets the kill. He's still here, by the way, and that's going to be a second one. Flare trying to lead. Or Flex, rather, trying to lead by example.
Well, this connector counter boost is becoming an issue for Rock. They need to figure out something to deal with this. Until then, we'll be pushed out from A. Rock is going to go on the split towards B. Slayer has all the pressure to handle towards mid.
Now Rapid also takes Snake down. Totson's gonna take a bunch of damage. Gets one. Oh, alright, Totson opens the bomb set up for himself, and that does buy enough room for Slayer to play this crucial position. Sees Lion Claw, but somehow makes a Tracer. Lion Claw swings 180 and gets the kill, and Totson's left alone with 8 HP and a Dream versus a 3. So yeah, Slayer, missed calls from Totson, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, Totson just going to have to run to A by himself, and this is not a good look, not a good chance for him. And so let's see how it does go. As
He can't drop as well.
yeah, he's like, oh, gotta be careful. I might bend my knee here. He's got to look for the headshot taps, or just hide in the corner and hope they don't see him. As they are going to check it, he does get 1 kill.
He pretty close as well. Now Spoxy spraying some extra peppercorns and salt at them. Finally puts up a round. It's going to be Gaimin 2-1.
Yeah, I
But,
mean,
but imagine, right? Like, even it was down 3v5, Rock was able to find a decent position to be in. Although Slayer failed to deliver, and the nades are going to be huge! Bunch of damage being raining across the board. Flex is going to be able to take down a kill alongside with Spoxy. Of course, Slayer Snake has it all to do. Through the wall, somehow Rapid goes down. However, the damage has already been done.
the damage has been done. I do still like that Rock Esports are playing very aggressive and trying to make this map about them and try to force GG to play at their pace. But at the same time, hard to argue with the results in this round, as they all ran into grenades. Didn't exactly look good for them. And ooh, Horus, okay. Wants to try to even it up. He tried, but instead Zane is going to sit the both of them down. Slayer.
Zane even find these angles.
Shot in the back. Flex finds him on the rotation. And so it's 2-2. I mean, all things considered, still a decent scoreline for GG to make a comeback here, even though the first 2 rounds went to Rock Esports.
Tie it back up. Maybe that's all they need to really start propelling forward. But Rock Esports is planning to take down A. The counter boost has been really just putting the hurt in them, so this time they are going to take care of Connector, and Zane stack down towards middle. The Zane takes a whole bunch. Flex up here once again, but look at Horse's position. They are trying to get this taken care of. However, the damage continues to rain towards Rock, and the Horse does get the refrag, but at the cost of losing his teammate.
Yeah, nice angle there, at least, to get in and get the kill. But took a bunch of damage himself, as now it looks like we are regrouping outside of B, although the rotation is being read here by Gaimin Gladiators. They got Raffin up front, but Snare's going to sit him down. Only taken 1 damage so far. And, I mean, you've got your sniper on top of A. And so this B push could be very deadly because there's only 2 guys left. Not to mention that Horus was looking down mid. He's not going to challenge Spoxy, probably a good idea. Let's see how this one is going to go as they push in. Lion Claw does get the 1 kill, but they clean out the B site relatively easily. And it's only Spoxy. Has to push through the smoke, through the flashes. Does get in, but does go down as well. Snare with some extra BM on top of it. And yeah, 3-2 advantage Rock Esports from Blacklist side.
Advantage indeed. They not finding much of a value, but Rock now knows that Flex is still on A and still goes for the counter boost regardless of his position. But this time, Flex changing things up is gonna go pull the Horse. He is pushed out all the way, sees the C4, sees Snare, trigger discipline is good. And now, he's gonna go in towards B hut. Sees Totson as well, waiting for the precision and the moment to spring out and activate. Sees 3, here we go! Flex in a huge triple kill! All of a sudden, Rock is mightily struggling to hold on to their positions.
Yeah, I mean, they just got mowed down. Not much you can do about that. That's the way it's going to go sometimes. Snare with the arm shot. And they're just going to triple peek him right here. Shot not going to land. Continuing with the BM. And, yeah, 3-3. Keeping it close. Keeping it even. But I'd argue that GG needs to make it a little bit more convincing here. It's not exactly... Okay, Snake going to get that kill, though. This Flex was the one that was pushing out, and they're shooting directly in that direction as out comes Snare right down the middle of the map. A classic Snare maneuver. And it does not pay off this time, as you guys could see. Horus is here. Lionclaw flying in. That's going to be a kill here and in favor of Gaimin Gladiators.
Lionclaw does find the drop onto Horus. It's going to be 3-on-4. And now tied to 3-on-3. Snake is deep in middle. If the Zane goes down, then that does open up the gate. Until then, the C4 is going to be inching towards the B bump site. For now, it's the calm before the storm. As everyone on both of these teams are well aware there's someone on the across of the map on the other side of the walls. C4 rotates back out, and the rest of Rock is thinking to go in towards A, it seems, making the wrong bet. Gaimin, they have 2 players on B, and they are going to have to rotate another one out if the push actually comes towards A. Up one connector, still plenty of time for it to go on a reset if they need to do so. On top of the bomb site, it's going to be Spoxy, so Totson has a long shot battle to go through. Spoxy with 1, looking for the second, does a bunch with the pistol. Slayer, last one alive. Needs to find this. Gonna be a tough one to do. The shots are still raining on top of him, and Slayer has to back away from this angle, but the timer is already down low.
Yeah, he's just essentially got to run towards B and hope no one's there. Luckily for him, nobody is there, so he can just run in, plant the bomb, and try to send a Hail Mary. And 12 seconds left. He'll just plop this bomb down here. He says, okay, you guys are probably stacked on A, which they are. And the push coming in actually directly towards Slayer. He's going to hold the corner. And all they got to do is try to just, okay, not like that, as finally Spoxy's going to land that shot. As he is following up with some extra BM on top of it all. As that will be the lead taken here by Gaimin Gladiators, 4-3.
4-2-3, and Gaimin maybe now really showing hopes of life and hopes of signs of life in it to bring some map points to themselves. However, needless to say, Rock Esports are on their least favorite side, so have to really see the rundown of the first half, the rest of it at least, to determine who really is on the edge. Flex once again loving to counter boost, and he's been successful in getting a couple of kills here and there to do so. Let's see. However, the rest of Rock is now all the way towards B. Raffin is out up in Rafters. He has to get a couple kills before going down. All go sign for Rock. They're going to fully send it. Smokes up and over. The Zane and Lionclaw trying to hold it down. Gets 1 each. Slayer is taken out through the boxes. And that's a huge kill needed. Slayer versus the world in a 1v4. Not much he can do. C4 down in no man's land, Valdez.
Yeah, I like the idea to push on a B quickly. The only issue being that Dezane was there, and he decided that everyone would take a C. Snare gets 1. Just looking to try to reset here just a little bit and hopefully absorb the pressure of the push. But we did not quite get there, as they're just going to hold their position on top of the bomb, which does make a lot of sense. Snare looks like he wants to go for the deep rotation down the middle. There is actually a smoke being held behind them, which is slowly dissipating. And so he's going to get in position here.
If he finds 1 or 2 kills more, does surely open up the gate, and he also has enough time to pull it off. The issue is Spoxy's still alive. he finally opens up. His position is revealed. Zane's gonna tuck his head and not even peek. It buys into and eats into the important time. 27 seconds and ticking. Snare. He's gonna have to make the move first. Goes for extra pot shots. Still not peeking out. Gaimin is dedicated to secure this round. Snare. Cracking angles like all clear. Cleans it up. Another round will be taken, and here comes the pause. I believe it's from the side of Rock Esports.
Yeah, Rock Esports need a little bit of time to figure out what has gone wrong the last 3 rounds, because they have been totally dominated by Gaimin Gladiators. And to be honest, I'm not really sure. I feel like it is a little bit of, you know, poor GR side. They're getting a little bit momentum. Maybe Snare needed a little break. As he is off camera, just getting some more water, or tea, or coffee, or whatever. He's got a nice cup. And, yeah, just trying to figure it out here in 50 seconds. Not going to be easy.
Need a bit of coffee myself as well, as right now, with the last round remaining on to the first half, Rock Esports looking to at least find one before going through. Make it to a 5-4 round, of course, for Rock. And Gaimin wants to have the double score to finish this half. They want the 6. They want the 6 3-round score. Bit of frustration building up. However, this pause should be able to deliver the issues that Rock has, as they're willing to bounce back into their seats and you know, prove the point that they were making. Exactly by horse, they are not going to drop a map. They are willing to do it, but for Gaimin, they have to pick this map point.
Yeah, it's got to be right here, right now. If they go 6-3, I'd say there's a really good shot of Gaimin Gladiators actually taking this map down. We had a close map too, went 10-8. Rock Esports eventually proved that they were just a bit better on Eagle Eye, but Port's a totally different map. I mean, this is very, very different, and I feel like Rock Esports' strategy of just trying to run down your opponents and outgun them can work sometimes, but difficult on a map like this.
True. But looks like we're just about ready to hop into round number 9. This is going to be the last round of the first half, indeed. And Gaimin was able to find 3 in a row, looking for their 4th to really secure their lead. But here we go with the remake. And, we do see the disconnects just happen. But going back to strat-wise speech, what do you think is what Rock needs to just hold, you know, take the bomb sites? Because right now, Gaimin seems to have found the answer on their defensive angle. Put Flex on the counter boost and let him gain the ground on the map. And based on that factor, you know, make the rotations actively and really put a stronghold of a defense on the bomb site that the actual aggression is probably coming. But even that strat does rely heavily on the fact that Flex is being able to find the kills up there. If Rock is able to clear out the angle on top of the connector A, then it does become a bit of an issue, right? So I'm gonna have to wait and see. Still waiting for the lobby to be remade, as we're gonna be looking to get into the game just about now. Quick reminder: scoreline is 5-3 the last round on the first half. So if Gaimin does take this last one, then I think Port should fall in the hands of Gaimin. But if they do drop this one, it becomes a 5-4 half, and it becomes all iffy, and you never know. Rock Esports might be able to achieve their dream of not dropping a single map score in the entire regional finals of 2025, and that is a feat to make if you think about it.
Yeah, it would be insane. It definitely sends a message that they're the best team by far. Now, to be fair, Eagle Eye was very close. Could have gone to Gaimin Gladiators. And this map also not decided, so still an opportunity I really like to see them put pressure on mid and just maybe go even for like a bridge push, like we see from some of the guys over in Brazil, but doesn't seem to be in the arsenal of Rock Esports based on what we've seen so far. You don't really have a... Ooh, that grenade was huge, actually.
That's a big nade. Snare takes a whole bunch. Horus takes about 40. 40, of course, is probably watching this game from his home.
High 40.
Shout out to 40. And Madison.
Yeah.
And everyone else.
Shout out to Rain.
Yeah. Was participating in this tournament. Maybe a Lu card as well.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, back in the game, it is last round of the first half. Minute 20 on the clock. And Rock Esports, where is their decision? Snare's going to go down. A bit of an aggression out towards B. Long it was. C4 is recovered, and Rock is going to make a wrap around from middle. And the horse is... Snake is actually going to take Flex down. And all of a sudden, it's going to be wrapping going down. Quick refrag by Lineclaw. Spoxy takes Totson down, leaving Horus all alone. But Horus, the man of his words, looking to prove his point. Gets one, needs to find two more. Lineclaw up and over. That's a kill. Taken 6-3 first half. And Rock, can they come back?
That's a good question. I do think kind of what GG had with Spoxy on top of A should be similar to what Team Rock can, or rather Rock Esports can actually get going from the GR side. But I don't know if Snare is, if he's going to stay put, you know, if he's actually going to just sit on that site like Spoxy did for 9 rounds in a row and just essentially say, this is my job, you know, because we know that Snare loves to get very aggressive, loves to take big angles to try to win the rounds by himself. We saw that he started slow on Eagle Eye and was able to pull it back, so maybe he can do the same here.
Hey, you know what's the fun catch? Tot has renamed himself back to Totson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I liked Totson.
Who liked Tot anyways? We all loved Totson.
Yeah, Totson was the original.
It's the OG.
Yeah. I think it's better. I think it's a good shout. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah. When will I not?
We're back here on the map.
Second half, side switch, on. So Rock is now on the defensive angle. Let's see if that does change up the pace of the game. As Gaimin on a definite leader, 6-3, and they are looking to get in towards B. Totson with the pistols out, still gets one before going down. Slayer with a huge double kill is able to run away after stealing the kills away from Gaimin.
See that Spoxy desperate for some extra value. He is going to do a bunch more damage to Slayer, but Slayer does not have to peek this. He has come in, though, to the room. Not sure if Spoxy was able to spot that out. And Flex is here by himself, putting in pressure on the B. They're all spamming at him. Snake took a bunch of damage. Slayer actually going to get that win against Spoxy. And he wants more. He wants a fourth. He's not going to have it as the kill goes to Snare.
Extra bullets on the ground for both of these teams. And Rock Esports is going to be able to catch up by a round. It's going to be 6-4. Not a long shot anymore, isn't it? Just about 2 rounds differential. And based on how last round being played out, it's not a long shot indeed.
(6-4). Waiting for the push to come in here from GG. That last play in B main was so funny that Totson had the the nade in hand, swapped to the pistol, got a kill somehow. That's what happens when you all charge out of the smoke and Slayer's holding a spray directly at you.
You know what got me chuckling? Flexes up the connector.
Yeah, that is where he lives.
Even after the site switch. So he absolutely loves the position, but is eventually driven out
from the nades flying up and over. Timer ticked down to about minute 20. And A seems to be of the decision for Gaimin to aggress on towards. Held down by 3 players, not anymore. Horse goes down. Snares up on top of the bomb site. Needs to find a couple kills before going down. Thompson went down as well, so all of a sudden, Brady clean execution coming across the board until Slayer is shouting that I want some more kills. Double kill for him. Down to a 2v2, and Snake is not going to peek until the players of Gaimin gets on top of him.
Yeah, I don't know if they know that the bomb is down right in front of them. That would be very... Okay, they definitely know now. Slayer going to spot that once again. And so it's going to be actually really difficult for Gaimin Gladiators to make their way in here, as they could just hold the bottom of the ladder. And that is a difficult spot to root out. Now Slayer will be first contact here. Low on health, looking for the headshot. Snake goes down, as he did go for the peek, and Lion Claw makes easy work of it. They had a total of 14 health left between the two of them, and still they were able to get the job done.
7-4, I thought that round was seemingly possible for Slayer. Was able to get a bunch of damage done, but wasn't enough to mark the kills. So, Gaimin Gladiators still leading out. 7-4 it is. They're going to be situated outside of B Huts. They're looking to just run in through the smoke, dry peeking into it. So, Slayer quickly punishes Lion Claw, but is quickly traded out as well. Now 2 players on the bomb site. It's going to be Snake, good for 1. Also Hudson, good for 1 as well. And so all of a sudden down to 3v2. Gaimin struggling to get their foot onto the bomb site. To get the frag. Snake takes a whole bunch, but it's Horse up and over to get both.
Close.
Double kill. Close indeed. I think that between all these 3 players shares about 30 HP or less. But hey, a round is a round. Well, it's going to be a 7-5.
7-5, keeping it close.
5-7.
Yeah, we had this before.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that we're coming back to this exact same scoreline.
Are we looking at a no map being dropped?
To be honest, I feel like so far their GR has been good enough, but they need to prove it here when it's crunch time, which they have been able to do many a time. So let's see if they can close it out right here, right now on port, or if Gaimin Gladiators have something else to say. Nade stack in onto Taunton, who's going to take a bunch of damage.
Another nade will find some value onto our Slayer for Rock. And deep in the middle is going to be Spoxy, and his Hudson going to be taken out from the picture. And Gaimin off to a nice start, looking to secure their lead. They need to find the 8th, because last map of Eagle Eye, which was their map pick, Rock made a huge comeback from a 7-5 spot, just like that. So, coming in towards B, Slayer on the first response, Snake on the second line of defense. Slayer picks out! Shots aren't ringing! It's going to be certain to find the first kill, Snake being tested.
Snake's got it all to do here with Snare. Getting isolated and killed. Snake goes down, and then now it's just Horus. And they clear out the B site. Everybody got there on time, but it was not enough. Gaimin Gladiators will secure 8-5. And that is a much better look compared to what we saw on the last map. Just 2 more, and we will be moving on to Black Widow for our 4th map of the contest. It's looking like it's in our grasp here, bench.
Gaimin Gladiators not going down without a fight. They have they almost have the map in their hands. Still 2 more rounds to be found. Horus is going to pull up a flex. He's on top of a connector and is able to take flex down. So, trying to mark his words to keep his promises. Opens up the round with a player kill. Got down a player. 4v5. However, they were able to pull off clutch a couple of rounds ago. So, let's see how this one rolls out to be. Gaimin settles outside of A. And they might just give it a full go. It worked out last time, as a reminder. Don't know if that is going to be the case this round. Snare. Looking to throw the frag. Let's see if that connects. He's not going to do so. And Gaimin was initially thinking about an 8 take, but they will quickly reset down towards middle.
Yeah. Probably a good call. As we're looking at a big stack here towards B. But to be honest, Rock Esports very prepared for this. They've got a couple of guys on off angles, and they're just taking a more passive approach to it, essentially, as the spam is coming through. But Totson's in the corner. He's not cleared out. He does pick up one. It's now Slayer up against the wall in the box, and I feel like with the smoke in the face, this is making it very awkward, actually.
It really does, doesn't it? Springs up for one, but Sneak with a triple kill! Single-handedly shuts down Gaimin Gladiators and keeps the dream alive.
That's pretty massive. That is gigantic that he's able to come up in the clutch there. 8-6. And all of a sudden, Flex gonna fall once again. And now Slayer even pulling out the sniper, taking down one, shooting to Zane in the leg. And this round is falling apart pretty quickly.
Under left leg rip for Gaimin. Lionclaw gets one, but takes a bunch of damage. Is going through his teammates. Going down is going to be Raffin as well. So all of a sudden, from an 8-5, 8-6, then are we looking at an 8-7 come ringing at the doorbell of Gaimin Gladiators. The Zane down very low. Lionclaw is still at full HP, but it's going to be a 2v4, and they're looking desperately to get some kills.
Yeah, that is the question. They need a pick off here big time. Zane trying to get in there with his sniper. Oh, but the spray's coming down, and Horus gonna make quick work of it and keep this map very interesting. Horus with a big shout, and a timeout has been called by the Gaming Gladiators. I think this is as good a time as ever, as you don't want to let this get into tied game territory.
Then it becomes really iffy, as Gaimin desperate to find the map point. They have their backs against the wall. It's their tournament life on the line right now. Too much of a pot being built, and there's no fold equity left in the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, they got to get it done here. You can see the pressure beginning to mount, as it seems to have become nighttime where Raffin is.
Is it?
It looked like it. He's got a window there, and it was darker than it was before earlier on today.
How about Spoxy?
Spoxy's always in the dark. Flex is always in this well-lit room.
Yeah? But what do you think, Valdez, is the key maneuver that Gaimin might just make after this timeout? We've seen them try A, we've seen them try B, we've seen them try mid. What's left in them?
I feel like on this map, it's very difficult to challenge A once you start losing rounds in a row. You just kind of lose confidence doing so, but I feel like a connector push with a bunch of utility over the top onto the top of A, just root snare out and just charge. I think that could be the answer. They haven't really tried that, so would love to see that happen. As the timeout is over, we're trying to get back in as soon as we possibly can.
Also, we were able to see Horus doing a bit of a stretch, get some more muscle relieved up on his end. Gaimin Gladiators are really desperate to find the map point, because right now Rock Esports is up to their neck. Just a single round away. 8-7 as a quick reminder. And also for a reminder, Gaimin Gladiator has downed 2 maps already, so it's 0-2. If Rock picks this one back up, it's a done deal. The game is over. The tournament is over.
Yes, and Horus is speaking the truth in his interviews and saying, we will not lose a map. He will prove that here if they can actually get the win. And I don't know, I like the momentum that they have with 2 rounds and just looking a bit better here on the GR side, as you would expect.
True.
I feel like everybody's pulling their weight as well on the side of Rock Esports. Same could be said for the Gladiators. though.
The issue is, okay, Port, let's say Gaimin takes it. It's 1-2. Then you move into Black Widow, which I believe is their pick. However, Rock Esports will abuse the hell out of their position, as they do get to start on the side they favor. Then you're sitting at maybe like a 6-3 first half or like a 7-2 first half. Then what is the point of even playing Black Widow?
That's a good question.
Right?
I don't know. I feel like momentum pretty huge when it comes to CrossFire, and maybe if they can take this map in a flashy way, you know, get some confidence, maybe they go into Black Widow and it looks a little bit better than what we're expecting. And I feel like, especially if Spoxy frags out in a big way, like he was able to carry quite a lot on Eagle Eye, I feel like he can do the same on Black Widow. He's not been given too big of an opportunity to do so on this map, but I feel like that's one of the unique aspects of Port as well, which is snipers are very important, but also they're not going to get too much action because they are so important, because charging into A will more often than not just get you killed. So snipers are often like the support guys that come in later to handle the pushes, or they're just pushing together from the Blacklist side. So waiting to get back into this one. Obviously, we've had a little bit of a delay. It is still 8 to 7.
It's a little bit of downtime, which should be sorted out in a rather quick manner. We've been having a blast of a tournament where everything went pretty decently underway. So at least on the production side.
Yeah.
Game-wise, these teams are going through one gruel battle.
Yeah, I mean, the battle itself is very difficult, but also the fact that everything has been... We've had, what, 2 2-1s?
Yeah.
And 1 3-1. Outside of that, everything has been just one-sided.
Yeah.
It hasn't been the most exciting back and forth games, but hopefully this one gets to that point. Just hoping for a 3-2, you know, a full set for all the potential CrossFire, so we can see all of that. But
I want to see some Black Widow and Ankara.
yeah,
I mean,
especially on
New
Ankara.
Mexico would have been better.
Yeah, but but it gets banned every time. Maybe next tournament. Maybe at the grand finals.
I mean, we rooted for Eagle Eye. We got it after 12 months, so maybe
Yeah.
in a near time we might be able to see some Mexico. But until then, it's all Port right now for map number 3. 8 to 7 on the scoreboard with Gaimin looking to close it out, but the pause may have also given the time for Rock to adjust their stats as well.
Yeah, certainly a lot of time to figure out what you wanted to do in these following rounds. Oh, that shot was dangerously close to Dotson. Little does Spoxy know, as he's essentially just firing into the smoke through the wall.
Danger.
Oh, that one's gonna lock.
Danger close indeed. However, the kill wasn't eventually granted, as Gaimin does find a bit of value, but wasn't there just yet. Minute 30 onto the clock, and Rock has been sealing the entrances onto the bomb sites, and Gaimin now really has to brute force into one. They're going to be gathering outside of B, that is. Possibly looking for a split. They know Slayer has been abusing mid-connector towards B to get the kills, but isn't the case here. 3-man push, possibly a 4-man push if Flex also joins hands. Big push bringing up. Tots input to the test here. Looking for the sprays. Not gonna happen. Quickly goes down. All go, go, go. Flash fully blinding Rapid. Snake gets one. Snare is traded out. Snake in his position. Picks up a huge triple kill. Down to the ends of the Zane in a 1v2. Pistol ringing true, but the Zane does get the equalizer. So it's gonna be down to Horus versus the Zane.
Yes, it's doesn't get better than this. In the 1v1, Horus. Will he get the read from the top rope? Dezane, the pistol shot. No, it's not going to happen. Horus didn't hit a single shot. And Dezane going to force at least overtime, as we do get 9 here for the side of Gaimin Gladiators off of the back of Dezane, who has been having a huge map. 9 to 7. We might just be going the distance in this map.
Gaimin Gladiators, their dreams might just about come true if they're able to secure just one more round. Rock Esports isn't too far away from taking us into overtime. We'll get to see one in the semifinals and in this final as well. Gonna be a tough call, but Rock is gonna have a very heavy shifting over towards mid and A. And if GG walks into this one, then everything might go in shambles.
We'll see if they walk into it. They are shifted for sure. Feeling a bit shifty. And
The pressure and the tension really building up.
yeah.
GG. It's gonna be Slayer on their response. Will go down. And everything, it looks all shiesty for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They do take 2 kills. They do have a bit of a foothold into the bomb site, but Snare they quickly equalize us back down to 3-3. And Gaimin, they have control over towards A bomb site, so they're gonna move the C4 over. But here comes Snare. He's waking up from his sleep, goes down, flex, and all of a sudden, Gaimin has lost in terms of direction for where to go.
It's making it pretty interesting at this point, although Spoxy able to tie up the tally here. He's able to lock down Snare.
Oh,
He's up
Horse?
above them.
Horse? Is he gonna get the drop? He's gonna get the drop, and he's gonna find the double kill and keeps the dream alive to keep his words true. 9-8.
He's trying his best. We'll see if we can get into overtime, and then we can talk about maps and which direction they will go. Because as of right now, it's still looking good for Gaimin Gladiators. Oh, Snare. Getting aggressive here when it matters most. This guy has nerves of steel. Lots of spam here, Spoxy. Not taking much.
What if I told you he's got no nerves? So he gets 0 nerve cracks.
Maybe that's why. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Either or, Flex has lost so much damage from the wallbang. Is barely standing, and we all saw Raffin barely get away from the crosshair of Snare, so timer ticking down, and Rock looking to go into overtime. Has an angle. It's going to be a big push brewing up for Gaimin. They want to take the A bomb site. Right now, Snare has an angle as well. Nate's flying up across the board. Forrest will be taken out as the victim. So is Snare. Looks like Gaimin is really dedicated to take this A bomb site.
All right, some shots ringing true for Totson and Snake, but Dezane gets 2 more. And Snake has to do it all by himself. It's not looking good. Dezane is just going too ham right now. As Flex wants to push in and wants to take the 1v1. And Snake in the smoke. He's coming here pretty early on. I mean, this would be a crazy retake if he could actually pull this off. And there it is. He just gets shot in the back, and Horace will have lied. We do have Gaimin Gladiators making this a series as they will pick up a map 10-8 against all odds. A very close one on port.
Gaimin Gladiators are able to find the first map of their own, keeping the dream absolutely alive. And this is the signs of life that we needed to see in this roster, in this squad. We know they're capable of taking Rock down. But let's go take a look at the highlights on port.
Headshots! Headshot! Double kill! Headshot! Headshots! Headshots! Multi-kill! Headshots!
here it is, 10-8. You're seeing that correctly. Gaimin Gladiators have taken down Rock Esports on map number 3 of Port. And just like that, we will be gifted with Black Widow for map number 4. The Zane going absolutely ham on this map.
I mean, Gaimin just needs to find Black Widow to themselves, and we are going to be looking at the first full series of BO5s as Ankara has been, it's not been played yet. At least for the latter 2 days, I believe.
Oh, we played it in the last best of 5, actually. We had that as the last map, taken down by Inner Circle, but would be exciting to get it again for the second time today. But Black Widow, certainly a classic. This is one where I feel like it's not quite sub-based, but also I think that Snare has been a little bit quiet because it was Port, but now he's really going to be able to show his stuff. I would definitely favor Rock Esports on this map, but like I said before, you know, you win Port in a big way. It's a close map. You're energized. You're motivated. You have that momentum, and maybe Gaimin Gladiators can make this interesting.
Maybe, just maybe. Horace might be kicking the chair for a little bit for that one round in a 1v1 with the Zane. Just wasn't able to spot the player out first. Sprayed down to super low HP. So, promise is broken now as one map is now dropped. And maybe that's all really Gaimin needs to really get it going to bring the series back in their own hands and tie us to a 2-on-2. But don't get me wrong here, I'm saying this. Make a huge comeback and win against Rock. The chances are still there, honestly speaking.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
It's not high, but it's still there.
Sure. I mean, anything can happen when it comes to Black Widow. What kind of strategies are we going to see from Gaimin Gladiators? It is going to be Rock Esports starting on Blacklist side, so certainly I would expect a lot of hits onto B, is what I would imagine. Last time they played this, they were very aggressive on a B, but also they had Slayer on the lurk towards A, who was doing like some incredible stuff. So definitely going to be looking forward to that. Gaimin Gladiators, if they have done their homework, which when I asked them, you know, what they had practiced coming into this match, they said, we just did our thing. You know, we warmed up. They didn't want to give anything away.
Yeah, it's like they don't want to give anything away, but we can only find out by, you know, delving into what they've brought up to the board as we are just about ready to get into map number 4 of the day. Possibly the final 2 maps of the tournament. It's going to be Black Widow.
Black Widow on the cards. Excited to see how this one is going to play out. Rock Esports, will they get right back on the horse and try to prove that they are the better team tonight? Or is it just going to be a little bit of humbling and perhaps the Gaimin Gladiators return to form? As it looks like we are ready, let's hop on to Black Widow.
Rock, starting on the Blacklist side, settled outside of B. Surely a ton of pot shots towards Catwalk, and Smoxy barely escapes from losing his hat.
Snipers are really good at their movement. It's something you'll realize after casting this for such a long time. Spoxy you saw there, Snare the same. And this is what Snare's going to do on this map. He's going to look to pressure mid. His Flex already got that first shot on a Horus, but the main stack is good enough. And Slayer gets one, but Zane, this guy won't be stopped. He picks up 2, make it 3. As he just sits them all down. He says, nice speed push, guys. And he's going insane on the mic as well. Let's get him here on the caster desk.
Getting very vocal, wasn't he? But the first round being taken by Gaimin. Maybe that's all they need to build up the tempo, build up the momentum. And Rock, for now, had a successful nade stack on towards Flex, who was in the bomb site. Almost went through everyone, but the Zane was just being the pain in the butt.
The pain.
The pain.
Yeah, not the Zane.
Dickafane.
Yeah, exactly.
Nonetheless, yeah, catwalk take coming out from Rock. nobody is holding it, so finally Gaimin's gonna send Spoxy on the watch. He's been so reliable with the shots he provided. So let's see where Rock wants to really get into the brawl with the snipers.
Yeah, they're gonna leave Snare here. Just gonna drop a nade, make some noise. But no real push formulating here. Forming. So the drop. He's gonna catch Snare in the leg. Second shot does the job. And now that's advantage over to Gaimin Gladiators. Flex, an excellent sniper. I should have mentioned it coming into this map. Loves to snipe on this map.
Sure
He's
does.
Just so flexible.
Like the name suggests, right? But Horse quickly gets one, but is traded out, and Slayer. Snake has it all to do. Snake in middle gets the drop. And that will be the equalizer. Half a minute onto the clock. Rotation quickly coming in from Gaimin, but look at Snake's position. He's playing anchor. Gaimin has to clear this angle out. Flex! With the pistol, can't get the job done.
He's even peeking into Spoxy. 16 seconds, but they already crossed the bomb. And Snake is going to make his way over. It's actually huge to make this a 2v1. Snake has not gone into the site, though. He's just going to hold water. And that's going to do it. The shot comes down from Slayer. And back on the board is Rock Esports.
Back on the board indeed. This is Rock. What is their response to the mid stack that Gaimin was doing? Is to run down towards middle, it seems. And Snare stepping foot inside a catwalk. They were able to gain much of a ground last round as well, but they didn't force it down there. As this time they are going to switch things up and have 3-player pushing through. Flex from underpass has a wallbang angle. But until ROC actually throws the rock at it, Flex's position isn't going to be worth it. Looking for an A-split here.
Yeah.
The Zane stuck deep in A long. He's been going huge last map to secure the map of port for his team. Is gonna have to hold against the push of 3. The Zane go for 1, looking for the second, go for 2. The accuracy is all out of the border for this guy.
He basically can't miss. I mean, Zane is a big problem for Rock Esports right now. A Slayer is alone. He finally took him down with a TRG. That's one of the only ways you're going to be killing the Zane, I would say, on this map. Grenade is dodged. Slayer here with 5 out of his team's 8 kills. Really the one guy putting up numbers at this point in time.
Getting the job done for Snare. Being the secondary sniper here. Tough one. But has to go through Spoxy, has to go through Flex, has to go through Raffin, and of course the rifler of Lion Claw. Can't miss him out. Half a minute wouldn't quite cut it. I think Rock is just gonna use this time to talk over some tactics, I guess.
Yeah.
Use it as a timeout of one.
Yeah, might as well. Bomb's on the site with 3 people looking at it, and he's got a sniper. He's just gonna put his
spray down.
Yeah, spray goes down. We get a little mini timeout here. Might even call a timeout early if they want to be cheeky. Slayer did get a kill, by the way. And then Raffin shuts that down at the very end. Looks like no timeout just yet. But another round on the board here for GG.
2-1. And Rock is actually gonna throw themselves in towards A long, not greeted by the Zane this time, so they are gonna be able to walk all the way up here. The Zane sees them on catwalk. Slayer with a quick response, gets the head up of the guy and taunts it. And middle gets one as well. So all down to the hands of Spoxy and Lion Claw in a 2v5. Or now, a 1v5.
Spoxy, can you do this? The answer is no. So immediately Rock Esports strike back, and with pretty insane speed, right down the middle. And Spoxy wants to send a message once again, but he's just going to try to send that message over on A, as this push looks to be coming out towards B. As you see, Rappin all flashed out in the waterway. As they're throwing nades, will they spot him? Now they know. As Rappin does get the double. Picks up a couple, and Dezane is here, and you know what that means. As a light comes in, Snare can't do it all by himself. Dezane, man, he just doesn't miss. It's crazy.
Also getting a little bit vocal. But that was lights out for Rock on that round. They couldn't do much on the aggression that Gaimin was providing, so it will be that. And once again, Gaimin is looking to gain control towards long. Snare is fully blind. I don't think he has seen Rapid Cross, so he will back out. Will be the swift decision he makes. And moving into round number 6, that is. Rest of Rock gathers outside of middle. Are they gonna go for another quick catwalk push?
Well, it looks like it. As we are grouped up, 4 members. Also got member number 5 making his way over, at least holding down mid. It looks like Totson will be that anchor. Throwing the smoke, setting up for the team. Shot not going to hit for Spoxy. Snare is able to get the drop on him.
You know, those situations where you see 2 targets and you kind of place your crosser in between the 2.
Yeah.
That's what happened to Spoxy, but there's the equalizer from Horse. C4 has been planted as you move into postman. 30 seconds and ticking. Time against the wall for Gaimin Gladiators. They are on the retake through underpass. It's Totson swings up, but Flex was waiting. Snare. But the test, not anymore. Quickly puts him to sleep. Slayer and Snake versus the world. Snake down very low. Dezane himself down low as all the nade is flying, and Snake is gonna bucket. He lives.
Oh, the nade there.
Oh my god, Dezane got the kill with the potato. Wraps the deal.
Oh, that was so unfortunate.
That was hilarious at one point, isn't it?
Snake did so much work in that one. He was able to survive on low health, got 2 kills, and then got a 3rd with the nade. Just saved it for the very last moment to hold on to the bomb.
Still nets a kill with the nade, but still netting a kill through the smoke coming into this round is going to be Snake Lion Claw. Goes down. Players of Gaimin wanted to take control of water, but I guess that was a little bit of a misstep. As ROC had an overwatch by the smoke to get the kill. And now Rock is settled outside of A. They are gaining control outside of A long, and worked out last time. Not to come down to one potato. Spoxy though, this guy's being the pain. Gets a double kill, and Rock is completely halted from taking long.
Yeah, they were trying to go for the slow push without utility, and what happens is if they peek you, you're just kind of a sitting duck. And looks very silly, but also means that Spoxy looks great. As we got a big flank coming in here from Flex, by the way. Getting some good information at the moment. Some shots fired in Dezane's general direction. Spoxy going to win yet another sniper duel. Totson, though, trying to go big on long. Not going to happen. And now it's just up to Snake. He was able to solo it last round. That's 1 kill.
Needs to find 2 more. Has plenty of time to do so as well. 50 seconds and ticking. C4 is down in the worst spot possible. If he walks in towards long, he has to clear 2 different angles. If he finds Flex with the arm, did a bit of damage. Wallbings, bunch of wallbings, not gonna connect either though. Half a minute ticking. Snake trying to juggle with the angle, see if he can make a 1v1, but look at this double peek setup by Gaimin. And if any bullet finds itself on Snake's body, that is his life up and over with the pistol. Dezane will come out swinging. It will be another round by Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators here 4-3 in their favor. As it looks like a little bit of a slowdown. Not sure if this is a timeout or maybe just a tech pause. No timer, so probably just a tech pause. Trying to get back into the lobby as soon as possible, guys. But 4-3 in favor of GG. And it's looking really good. As we expected, bringing some of that momentum, bringing some of that fire from map 3 of Port into map 4. And, it's hard to tell who's going to take this match today. I could easily see GG coming back from here and forcing a map 5, and then who knows what happens there. Or maybe just Rock Esports close it out. It's very close. It's been back and forth every round.
Could be. Would love to see the Encara come through. Bit of a frustration has built into the side of Rock, though. A round that was relatively closer to their hands, and Spoxy just, rips it apart with a double kill, and the last thing you know, the round is taken by Gaimin Gladiators. 4-3. Or are we safe to say it's a 3-2?
It's a 4-3.
3-2 for map scores, on what I mean by that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We might be getting it. I would not be surprised at all. Looking a lot less energized over here on the side of Rock Esports, that's for sure. Just trying to gather themselves at this point in time. And, yeah. Sorry about the delay, guys. We're just trying to get everybody back into the lobby and fix our issues.
Just trying to get situated with the players here. Shouldn't be much of an issue to get back right into the game. We just finished Port into the Black Widow for the guys who are just tuning in now. Map number 4, and it's 4-3.
Yeah, 4-3. Black Widow has been very fun. It's been very back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that Gaimin Gladiators are doing a really good job of showing Rock Esports that they are a formidable opponent and that it's not just going to be an easy day today. Dezane going crazy. Another big story.
Here's the thing, right? Spoxy playing just casually, just Spoxy just being Spoxy with 2.0 KD and above. But alongside with Spoxy now, Dezane gets activated, Flex gets activated, then you have the whole squad really just moving together as a whole, with the tip of the spear being Spoxy. Even for Rock, it's a tough feat to, hold it down. So, gonna require a bit of a awakening for the side of Rock to keep to their, promises.
Yeah.
Because right now, we both agree it's going to be 3-2, but before coming into this tournament, we thought it would be 3-2 Rock, but now we can't really tell who is going to take the 3.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, really it just comes down to the way that this map plays out, because this is how reverse sweeps start in esports across the board. Is one side looks very dominant, you get a 2-0, you're like, oh, probably going to be a quick 3-0. This
or
one team is, or this team is much better than the other one. But what happens is it's a very close map 3, and the one team that was losing barely gets across the line, and they win. And then map 4, it's also close, but you begin to see the momentum totally shifting over to the other side, the team that was initially losing. And then map 5 ends up being either close or a stomp. In this one,
it's
I feel
going
like
in that trend.
Could be close.
It's going in that
map
trend.
5, yeah.
Definitely going in that trend. So it's kind of put in the blender, so you can't really see what's going on. Or I mean, of course, we do see what's going on, but like we can't see the results gonna be. Can't make wild expectations anymore. Of course, we all kind of thought that Rock will be the survivor of this battle, but now Gaimin has a standing chance, is what I get.
Yeah, they definitely do. I wonder how Horace and the boys over on the side of Rock Esports are feeling right now, because we can meme it all we want, where he's not keeping his promises and stuff like that, but they must have come in here expecting to be the big favorites, and, they talk a big game, but also they play a big game because they've been dominating everyone. But now to actually be finally challenged, it's a totally different feeling to just rolling everyone. So I do hope their mental is in a good spot where they're like, hey, we're still a really good team. We can definitely come back in this, and we can certainly beat these guys. Whereas if it's the opposite, where they're like, oh, maybe we're not as good as we thought. Maybe we do have a match from Gaimin Gladiators, that can make it rough. And that's where you get more of these reverse sweep angles.
And definitely looking in one of the angles for a possible reverse sweep to happen. So, gotta wait and see. Only time can tell the results. So, just waiting for the players to return back into the lobby. Shouldn't be too much of an issue, as we do have the overview of the lobby in front of us. So, we'll just find out in a moment time. In the meantime, though, a lot of things are on the stake, of course, between these two guys as well. I think it's a big perk to have your footing in the playoffs. You get to skip a lot of the matches you have to play against the other top tier teams in other regions. So even if you have secured your spot in the grand finals, it's not, still a lot of things are on the line.
Especially because seeding can be very important. Like, if you're a third seed, like in the case of Inner Circle, it's like, yeah, we're going to grand finals. This is great. Obviously, they should feel very good about getting that third seed. But you're going to be in a group with some first seeds, with some teams that might just win the entire tournament, because not only are they first seeds, but they're first seeds from some of the other regions,
So if you
which
come
are
out
very
as
dominant.
the first seed of your region, then what happens is, you don't get to play the first seeds of the other region, right? So
Yeah.
gonna be the case of that. Looks like there is a bit of a technical issue on the side of the networks. Happened on day number 1 for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. So I'm gonna have to wait and figure this out before we bring you back some more live CrossFire. Of course, we are always getting down to the point where we're trying our best to bring you the top-notch CrossFire of this specific region of Eumena.
Yeah, it's been a fun tournament so far, even
Yeah.
though it's been relatively one-sided. I've enjoyed my time here. I did come in late, joined you in day 3. You've been here the whole time.
Where were you?
I was just
eating
off.
some nachos and
I was just partying.
tuning
I was
into
just-
the stream instead of being on the desk to
Just
help my
hanging out.
neck.
I didn't
help
wanna
my
work.
throat. My gosh,
I was
Valdez.
like, nah.
And at this point, everyone should know that we are the best casting duo at the scene. But you missed out.
Absolutely.
You absolutely missed out. Because the first 2 days was wild.
It was.
It really
I
was.
heard. I saw. But, yeah, it is what it is. Hopefully next time I can be here right from the beginning. Unfortunately, jokes aside,
Hopefully.
I was busy. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
guy's got a family.
Yeah.
So he's got a family to take care of.
It is
and
all about family,
I'm
after
solo.
all.
I don't have a family yet, so it's hard to understand, but,
You'll get there eventually.
I'm a boy.
Yeah.
You're a
Kiddo.
Shut up.
Yeah.
in my best British accent possible. Anyways, the scoreline still 4-3. I'm just waiting for the lobby to be reconnected. A bit of a network issue on the side of some of the players, so just getting ready for that to be sorted out. What's your opinion on the run of the Black Widow thus far?
I mean, the fact that it's been very back and forth, and what I mean by that is that literally Gaimin Gladiators won round 1, and then Rock won round 2, and then from there it's gone back and forth until we've made it here to round 7, finishing off in favor of Gaimin Gladiators. So it just means that it's been very close. And the differences in the rounds as well, it's not just the fact that the rounds are going back and forth, but also the fact that it has been very close in the rounds as well. But, guys, we are having a little bit of an issue with the tech issue at this moment, so we're going to take a 5-minute break and come back for round number 8. Hello and welcome back to the CFS 2025 Regional Finals here. We're in the final match for Eumena. It is Rock Esports up against the Gaimin Gladiators, and so far we're sitting at 2-1 in favor of Rock Esports. And we're in map number 4. It is 4-3 in terms of rounds in favor of Gaimin Gladiators on Black Widow. So pretty close one, Bench.
Yeah, pretty close indeed. And Rock Esports are actually down a round right now. So already the pressure is building on for the side of Rock that they might not be able to find the final seeding in the playoffs. Because right now, Gaimin Gladiators are fighting back. And they're fighting back with full force.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think there is a decent chance that we get a map number 5 at this rate. Just depends on how this map is going to fully play out, as it looks like we are back into the action. So thanks for bearing with us. Seems like the network issues were resolved.
Sometimes the network does go wonky around your houses.
Yeah.
Since we're playing an online tournament. Happens more often than not. So thanks for bearing with us, of course. And we are now fully back in the game. As already open fire towards Snare goes down, and that's going to be the opening frag for the round.
Yeah, it's a big one. Flex pushing out and has picked up the TRG himself. Just going to be holding the angle and giving information to his team. Looks like Spoxy going to be holding down the catwalk. And the rest of the team can hang around B and mid because of this.
However, going to be a 3-man push towards catwalk if Rock wants to force the issue down towards A. Have clear out the corners, but they weren't been able to go through Spoxy holding this exact same angle past couple rounds ago. And they're about to be greeted on the same situation. Horace, is he spotted? Because Spoxy is looking right at it! And the tip of the hat gets peeked off. Spoxy quickly gets the second kill of his own as well. Slayer drops down in desperation, gets the drop, but he needs so many players to take down for a round to be won. And to make things worse, to make matters worse, there is an extra player, which is Flex, looking onto the bomb site all the way deep and long. Now, Slayer has a C4, could drop and make the rotation. Is not greeted by anyone. Imagine Slayer goes into window. Gets a double kill, make it to 1v1. It's only a dream, because he's going to be on the B bomb site, and that's planted. There's a smoke.
He has planted this pretty quickly. I mean, this is not in his favor by any means, but at the same time, he has made it a slightly higher chance that he takes this round down, as it looks like 3 members all going to barge through the smoke. As that is the answer. Flex goes down. First shot, 1, 2, 3. Slayer takes them all down through the smoke and tells them to sit down.
Easy count that was. All 3 players running in. And Slayer quickly but surely taps each out. Looking at a tie, it's going to be a 4-on-4. And maybe that would have built enough of a momentum for Rock to really swing at them. Right in the strike zone was Gaimin, however. Looks like the swing from Rock has hit at the tip of the bat and made it a home run for that round.
Yeah, it's a pretty huge shutdown in that round. I have to say, that was Dzane-esque from Slayer. The way he was able to clutch that one out.
Isn't that ironical that you say it?
Yeah.
Gonna be another very slow-paced round here for Rock. They're trying to poke and prod into each of the bomb sites to see from where they can get information. They sure do get the information that Lion Claw is down towards B. Not opting out for a reset yet, as Horace took a bit of damage in the process of trading bullets. One lit. His leg. Slayer takes a beat down as well. Has a loose tooth, but that's about it.
Yeah, he's got just a little cut on his arm, perhaps. Slayer to take a little bit of extra damage somewhere, jumping into waters. Snare says, bring it on. I will take the sniper duel whenever. Slayer still here, wants to take the fight. Realizes probably not the best idea. Is now running straight in to Spoxy.
But him trying to take the duel actually baited a rotation from a player down towards middle, in towards B, and that's going to be enough. A gate for Rock to break through. Spoxy and Dezane had nothing left in the tank for them. The C4 will be planted, and now Gaimin has to go on a retake in a 4v3.
Oh, Raffin was trying to sneak in. Not a bad idea.
Oh? Tauntau's a sitting duck, not anymore. He springs out, gets the double kill, and Rock secures the round. Flex, he had such an angle to see the tip of the shoulder, but little did he know, it pierced through the top of the shoulder in the jacket.
Yeah.
Not the actual body, so that round will eventually go towards Rock. Clean take as well. That will be a 5-4 half, with all of a sudden Rock in the lead.
Yeah, Rock's in the lead. 2 rounds in a row. And it's kind of unexpected. You know, we've been back and forth this whole time, but looks like now Rock Esports trying to stand up and declare that they are the better team here in this one. As they start on the Blacklist side, and now they go over to GR. Should be pretty comfortable here on Black Widow. Gotta like their chances at this point.
True. Absolutely true. I'm looking to go into the second half here. Sides do switch. And Gaimin, they're going to be able to be on the attacking angle on the Blacklist side. So they get to dictate the tempo of the game. The issue here is the right flank core of Rock has picked up the pace. And that is not a good sign for Gaimin Gladiators.
Snare going to take a bit of damage there. There's a lot of spam in the doorway with some utility. And he also was able to do some damage to Dezane and Lionclaw.
The tension builder, really, isn't it? Nerve cracker. This timer will be burning by the seconds until Gaimin really makes a move, and so does Rock. You would see either Horus or Snare, you know, go into their faces on the blacklist, on the global risk side, but none of them are really going out aggressive. That they are tucked back well in the bomb sites.
Yeah, just sitting back, waiting. Maybe they want to get a read on what the blacklist side pushes will look like first, and then they can throw in some of the fancy stuff. So we got flashes. Slayer heavily flashed, trying to get into the corner here. He's still going to get the kill, and he's got Snake with him as well. Snake for 2. Snake for 3. Yes, he will take down Lionclaw. And Spoxy alone. At least he knows where Snake is. Snake going to do some extra damage. On top of that with a grenade.
Pot shots not going to hit. Pistols out, but Snare came in time for the rotation. And Rock Esports are certainly leading out 6-4 here, Brendan. Because right now, it's going, the Rock is rolling towards Gaimin Gladiators. They have to push it backwards, because right now, it's Rock leading out.
Yeah, it's a good lead here, 6-4. That's a spot from Flex. And Snare tries to challenge, and he gets sat down. And Snake says, how am I going to get out of this? As he will be able to actually get back into coverage.
Took a bit of damage in the rotation. Nate was about to get stacked on top of him, but only barely gets hit by 1. Could have been a barrage. Down a member Rock, having a stack towards down A, but Gaimin is gathered outside B. Slayer put the hold on the push coming through. Is good for 1, almost went for the second with the pistol. Is eventually taken out from the frame. Now Snake will situate himself on top of the boxes. Full rotation from Rock as well. So does Gaimin going deep on A. It's a free bomb set essentially. Spoxy just continues being Spoxy as Horus quickly takes him out, but the damage has been done. It's in a 1v3. And Horus has all the work to do.
Yeah, this is maybe a little bit too much for him as there's smoke in his face. Dezane alive alongside a Flex, who is going to land that shot. Pretty easy stuff for him. 6-5, still in favor of Rock Esports, leading out. But a solid round that time as they got that pick early on onto Snare. As he was trying to challenge the defaults, quickly being mixed up to our side as we come to expect. This time Flex trying to tap away. He does get mowed down. Now they don't have any pressure on A long.
Zero pressure indeed. But Spoxy sees the players on the rotation. Could have made the equalizer, however, it would only fly across the air. Now, a 3-man push out towards middle. Is Rock aware of this? Snake swings out in time. Lionclaw had nothing to do about it, but apparently his teammates were there to pressure the position. Lionclaw does get Snare. And look at the position of him. Snake swings out, does a bunch of damage and couldn't do much but just about 20 more. And the full global risk spawn is being swarmed, but Slayer and Totson find a piece each. And there is the 2v2. The issue here for Gaimin, the C4 isn't the spawn.
Yeah, I think they quickly realized that, as now Dezane also going to realize that as he drops down to the floor.
It's like the hello moment, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, eventually probably they would have Flex rotate back as, 4 health and a dream, but it's a very lucid dream. You know, it's like we're living in it right now because Spoxy has done this before. On very low health, he's a sniper. I mean, all he's got to do is tap once and he will win the round. 42 seconds. He's got to make a move towards a site, though, as Totson probably just going to wait.
Both players down very low. Half a minute. Spoxy has to force himself towards the bomb site. Luckily for him, he gets to cross without getting caught out. Still has to check in towards window. It is a risky maneuver. Totson was situated by B, and now the C4 is planted. Side has been switched. Pistol versus a rifle. I don't think Totson has a frag grenade. He only holds onto one of the smokes or the flash. Comes in from the window. Spoxy turns his angle away, and now both players know where each other's are. Totson drops out, and eventually it's Spoxy to wrap the round up and dies to the fall damage. Doesn't matter, the round was secured.
That's a gigantic win for Spoxy in terms of round score, but also mentally huge amounts of emotional damage has been done in that last round. Spoxy proving that even with 4 health, all he's got to do is tap away onto 2, and he can win you a round. So Spoxy's up there, Dezane still up there, and it feels like Rock Esports are truly being challenged tonight. Snake comes out. He is going to win that duel against Raffin.
Huge. Now that they're actually tied up, it's going to be a huge pickup. The rest of Gaimin, they're going to be sending it towards Catwalk, but look who is on the Overwatch. Snake, who has been being the pain for Gaimin to go through. Extra smoke being set out. Flex trying to get some pot shots through. Not going to shoot just yet. Not give away the information that they are over there. Till then, reaching the minute mark here, Gaimin. What is their decision? They have Spoxy deep planted in long. So I think the idea here is to aggress on towards Catwalk, but the issue is now Rock is another player to look down towards Cat. And if they run into this one, all hell might just break loose.
Well, they're so ready for this. With, okay, spray coming down. They're going to find Snake. Extra spray, not good enough. Lion Claw with the headshot. And now the push coming in quickly. Horus and Snare caught. But Horus and Snare get a kill apiece. Snare with the second one, and Zane spotted, and he will get sniped down as well. Snare tells him, gives him the fist pump, essentially. And feeling very good about that round secure. That was getting dangerous very quickly.
It's a big round. It's indeed a big round. And for Gaimin, the nerve is really crackling. And look at Snare's position. This guy, the moment his team has a round on top, he is going out aggressive once again. And maybe this is the perfect point in time for him to do so. Flex might be caught off guard, but Flex capitalized on top of the miss that Snare provided, and Totson goes down to Spoxy as well. And all of a sudden, Rock, the small amount of lead they had, it might squall into shambles.
It does turn to dust immediately before our eyes, as Totson also got picked off. And now the flash comes through. Slayer not going to hit the shot. He gets flashed, and he is down. They're going to check everywhere. Horus also going to have to take a seat. Snake coming in from behind, but they know this as they're hopping, or do they? Okay, they're going to find him now. As up, down, Spoxy does get the kill. And again, we are tied up. Again, it could be anyone's win again.
Snare. Oh, the timing's so close by Spoxy.
Absolutely.
Could have been the pain.
Unbelievable.
Is that your best impression of Simon?
Yes.
I'll give my British a chance. Snake is going to be taken down by Lion Claw with a huge double kill. And Design also going to find one of his own. That's it. 4-2 now. Slayer and Snare, the last two players alive. Well, rather, Snare's the last one alive. Sees the drop on the Flex. Gets the kill, but now has to go through 3 more players. It'll be tough. On top of the stairs, gets a double swing to his face. And Gaimin Gladiators are going to be able to find the lead here.
They're going to go into a timeout with Rock. And that is understandable. This has been mostly a half dominated by the Gaimin Gladiators. And,
another 8-7, isn't it?
Yes, 8-7. It's extremely close. It's anybody's map, but obviously feeling much better for Gaimin Gladiators, as you know, this match has been going on for quite a while now. I wonder how they're doing in terms of stamina. You see some neck stretches, some getting up to stretch their legs.
Gotta
during
stay
this
hydrated
timeout.
as well. Gotta get some water. You know, might as well just open your window, get some fresh air.
And then close it again.
And then close it again, of course.
Got to be careful not to get too much fresh air. Horus, he says, well, we're not going to win this 3-0. They're going to have to dig down deep.
Now, if you think about it, Gaimin now really has the series in arm's reach to go on to the third map of their own. So, Rock, about to slip away from clean closeout, already dropped the map and is about to drop the second map too, after picking up 2, if you think about it. Had your opponent against the wall, just needed the final nail in the coffin, and all of a sudden you're looking at a corpse just walking out from the coffin.
Yeah, it's a scary idea, but it's one that they have to face right now. As the timeout is over, we're getting back into the lobby, getting back into the game. Flex trying to give them that last little bit of, you know, pep talk and preparation before getting in.
Gotta utilize every second in the pause. It is valuable, as you can't call it anymore. Gonna be doing that. 8-7. The real nerve crack. Can Rock close it out here and push themselves into the playoffs of the grand finals, or can Gaimin keep the dream alive? Would love to see that happen, but right now the rounds aren't even close to an over yet. 8-7.
chances are still on. Rapid swings in with the pistols. Designed to take the kill, but they have quickly addressed themselves in the catwalk. Horus has to hold it down. The answer apparently was no. All of a sudden, Rock is mightily struggling. Snare gets one, but the bomb site has been swarmed.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Thompson trying to pop out. And that is going to be round number 9 in favor of the Gaimin Gladiators. They are looking to take down Black Widow, and Rock Esports do not have an answer for them on this map. As we're looking to go the full distance. Snare going to be flashed up. Can't do his typical push out. As it's not over yet. It's looking pretty over, but Rock Esports have a chance. They're going to get the opportunity here to get a lead in round number 17.
Round number 17 indeed, and Gaimin has to start off with a man down. And of course, that's nobody else but Flex, who has been doing a bit of heavy lifting for the team. So, put in a tough spot. 9-7. If they're able to close it out here outright, will be good. But until then, Rock, the dream, is still alive.
Yes, it is very alive. Thompson, though isolated here, has to get himself out of this position. Might get out with some help. Horus comes over, lands a headshot. Thompson has done a decent amount of damage as well, tapping away. And Snare also going to get that snipe onto Spoxy. Looking pretty good here for the side of Rock Esports, but we've seen some insane clutches so far. Slayer, though, going to put an end to that idea.
Ends of Dezane. Pulled off a couple clutches left and right, which was seemingly impossible, so this might be one of those as well, but it only looks very tough this time around. Different map, different position, and different HP status. Just about 40 in the pocket to do the work. Pots are being thrown left and right, but not going to connect on either side. Little does Dezane know, Snare's right behind them. Time is taking away the valuable time. Just about half a minute on it now, and Dezane will start moving in closer towards the bomb site. There's a flash. Slayer has fully dodged it, and now Dezane in a duel of 2. Gets one headshot, looking for the second, not going to connect. And Rock keeps the dream on. 9-8. Really cracking the nerves, isn't it, Valdez?
Yeah, we've made it to round 18 now 3 times in a row. That's just how close these two teams are. Flex going to start us off with the snipe. And that is gigantic. Looks like he's done it outside. Oh, Snare, though. The tiny little peek through the window.
These timed picks are working wonders. And Flex as well is going to take Snare down. Both snipers are out from the picture. And for now, both teams will have to deal with each other's secondary sniper.
Well, Flex right now looking like a main sniper with the way he's playing in this round. Some crazy stuff going on with his shots. He's taking them both down. Big stack, big gamble here from Rock Esports, hoping that they push into A. And some information in mid for Snake to just say, okay, well, they're not pushing mid. But he's not going to have full identification of a B push. He's pushing out now, though, as he might be pushing straight into the arms of Lion Claw, and then he will, as the patience pays off big time for Gaimin Gladiators.
2-4, make that 2-3. Slayer quick with the shot. Gaimin really pulling the brake here, not really going fast, and this might give enough room for Rock to start making the equalizer. Slayer with the pistols out. It's taken out from the frame. Horse is the last one alive. The curiosity kills the cat. And going a little deep in towards A-Long apparently costed the sniper his life. In a 1v3 and a dream Horse. He's now about to get bombarded with the nades left over at the side of Gaimin. Bullets as well flying across. First headshot comes through. 24 seconds, plenty. Jumps out, is taken out, and Gaimin secures map number 4 of Black Widow, and we're tied at 2-2. Who ordered Little Caesars? Because that was hot and ready for Gaimin.
Absolutely. This is going down to the wire, down to map number 5 of Ankara. Our wish is granted, as we will have a full set here. Set number 4 does go to the Gaimin Gladiators, and well deserved. They have clawed their way back into this one. A 10-8 victory on Port, a 10-8 victory on Black Widow now. Let's take a look at how they managed it on Black Widow. And it came down to the final round. Torres trying to give his best, but it was not good enough. 10-8. Gaimin Gladiators force a map number 5 as they move across the line. And these guys, I remember even last year in the regional finals, they also had this like really close victory at the very end. It feels like they're trying to repeat that performance here. 10-8, 10-8 to barely hold on. And really, it doesn't get much closer than this outside of having more overtimes and stuff like that. It's been a beauty of a series so far.
Beauty of a series and one hell of a ride, indeed. As we all thought it was going all Rock Esports' way until that map number 3 of Port, after a grueling battle, turns out to be a 10-8 victory by Gaimin. And then you look at Black Widow, fist fighting left and right, and then all of a sudden you're looking at a Black Widow won by Gaimin Gladiators to push us into map number 5 of Ankara. And now I think we're finally safe to say that I don't know who the winner is going to be.
I think at this point, my money's on Gaimin Gladiators, but we'll have to wait and see, guys, as we are going to take a break, and we'll be back for map number 5. Hello, we are back here for map number 5 of the regional finals, final match between Rock Esports and the Gaimin Gladiators. We don't know who's going to win this one, to be honest. Rock Esports looked great, and then they have slowed down. Gaimin Gladiators have turned up the volume and have looked great in the last couple of maps. And now we move on to Ankara, which is very different from all the other maps in the pool.
So we all thought Gaimin was the underdog coming into this matchup, but at the end of the day, there is a good reason why they are here in the very finals, and they are showing why, the exact reason why they're here right now in front of you guys. So still tied 2-2, last map ever as the decider. It's going to be Ankara. And right now, us two on the caster list just haven't made the decision who the winner is going to be. We were throughout the whole 3 minutes, we're just debating who is going to be the winner. Can't tell was the results.
Yeah, I think Beck just has a really good read on everything. He's like, I think we're going to win 3-1, 3-0 maybe.
Over there, it's going to be 3-2.
And over there, I think Gaimin Gladiators, their form is really good, so they actually should be able to challenge pretty well today. And that's exactly what's happening.
The guy's been pretty good.
He is the Oracle, let's call him. Beck just understands everything.
Should throw him in the interview afterwards as well.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind one.
Let's ask him what's going to happen at Grand Finals.
Anyways, Ankara, last map. Thought the game was cooked, but Gaimin uncooked it. Put all the ingredients back to the raw status. I think Valdez's brain is a little bit cooked from seeing all the action being forward. So,
yes.
Looks like we're ready to move into the final map of the day. Final map of the entire tournament. It's going to be Ankara. That's the last day of the regional finals. So I just need a couple more seconds to go back into the game. So, bear with us. It shouldn't take longer.
Yeah. Sometimes struggle to get into it at first. And so that they will. And yeah, just waiting to get into this one.
We can make a suggestion to the production in Smallgate. Maybe there could be pick'ems for the regions.
Yeah.
That's a good idea, isn't it?
That is a good idea. Everybody loves pick'ems.
And, you can brag about how I made all the right choices up until you get this game of Rock Esports and Gaimin Gladiators tying up to 2-on-2.
Then there's no way to truly know.
But Beck has a bragging rights to it.
Beck is the only guy, I think, that understands everything.
He's the Oracle, like you mentioned,
he
of
just
CrossFire.
He just gets it.
He's a true Cipher, isn't he?
He is.
He really is.
At its purest form, absolutely.
I think in terms of desk-wise, I think a Cipher that does match up to Beck is a Kyle. ZZXQ over at the States.
An understander.
He's an understander, yes indeed.
Yes. What about the overstanders?
I'm going to put Charles Sneaky Frog on the overstanders. Just because how... cheeky he could be.
How much he doesn't get.
Well, I mean, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Ankara, map number 5. This is the last map of the series, last map of the day, last map of the entire tournament. We had a blast throughout the past 5 days. So, this is it right here, right now in front of you guys. Gaimin Gladiators versus Rock Esports. Rock Esports versus Gaimin Gladiators. The winner of this map takes it all home.
For all the marbles. The first seed for Eumena on the line and all that extra money. It's just a beautiful feeling if you can get the win.
The pressure really kicks in ya, isn't it?
I'm glad we had our little trash talk segment as well, just to make it even sweeter for whichever team gets the win.
it's just an extra dedication. Blown through it, Slayer swings in, gets the line call, but is quickly traded out. All of a sudden, this push in towards A, only seemingly possible until Snake comes into the picture. Flex swinging up and over. However, Snake with the jump shots with the pistol somehow gets the job done. Does a bunch with the leftover bullets in the magazine as well.
There you go. Rocky Esports going to start it off pretty nicely. Gotta like that stack on A. Seemed like they had a pretty good read on the strategy. 3 members on top of A. They didn't expect Snake to be there, and he picks up 3 kills for his troubles.
3 huge kills as well, too. To mark his words. Gonna be a 1-0, with Rock taking the lead on the global risk. Gaimin, we thought they were able to get it onto the bump site until Snake happened.
Gotta dodge the nades. Flex doing a good job of that.
Playing the game of dodgeball.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, if it hits you, die. Or at least get crippled.
It's a pretty hardcore game of dodgeball, that's for sure. And
Straight from Squid Game.
yeah. They're gonna group up here, maybe go and beat bottom. Or maybe just right down the middle. We saw Entropy doing this a bunch earlier on today.
And it worked out.
But they're just going B.
I think they might send it down towards B. They still have plenty of time for a reset if things go wrong, but it's going to be Raffin with the C4. Flashes up and over. They're going to have a 3-man push come through, but Snare up and long gets one. That instantly stops the push until Lion Claw comes into the talks. Gets a double kill, and the bomb site is opened up. C4 soon to be planted. The Rock on a mission to retake the bomb site they just lost.
Totson with the 1-tap. Good for the 1. Looking for a bit more as the 2 of them sneak in underneath. They hear that bomb being planted, and the spray is going to be good from the 2 of them. And they know where Lion Claw is at. Slayer with a very nice shot. Going to lock it down. A Snake over 2 rounds, 4-0. Looking pretty good so far.
4-0 in 2 rounds indeed. Rock Esports leads out 2 rounds in a row. Gaimin needs to pick up a round now or it's too late. They didn't come this far just to lose on the last map, don't they?
Yeah, that would definitely kind of disappointing if you brought us all the way to map 5 and then it was like, well, not quite feeling it anymore. Obviously, they're trying their hardest, but Rock Esports a tough opponent as well. As we see a lot of shots being thrown in there. Snake going to be dinked through the wall. And now he's down to 8 health, so his survival rate at risk of going down.
Morris doing a little dirty dancing with the player. I think that was Spoxy in middle towards A connector. Spoxy not giving up just yet, brings another friend of his own, which of course is named Flex. To look down towards the middle. How does Snare dive in?
Good question. I don't know. Looks like he kind of got surprised out there and just 1-tapped by Lion Claw. Now pushing on in. Totson going to lose that fight to Zane. Low on health. Snake still at 8 HP after he got sprayed down earlier on. And so he's going to hold what looks to be a pretty passive angle towards the spawn, but there's only 2 people left, so he's got to get in position to actually defend this site. And so he will move over as GG are pushing in. The flash going to be straight at him. As over the top he goes. Spoxy with the quick 1-tap onto the 8 health member.
Slayer versus 4. Tough, but has to do it. As tough it was, will go down. And Gaimin Gladiators will put out a round. 2-1.
All right, let's see what Snare's got. He's been trying to go for some big angles this entire tournament. as he always does. Not gonna land the shots there. Designed a little bit too flexible, dodging around the bullets. Speaking of flexible, Flex getting back in his flex spot on the map. That looks to be a push right down the middle, or at least some spam into the spawn. Throwing a smoke, they're going underneath here. As we have Horus pushing out of Hotel. Might give that little extra bit of information. Speaking of information, Snake gonna get the drop there. Flex is down in mid. And now it's gonna be the pop-up of Raffin gets the drop on a Snake. And they know where Snare is. They're gonna isolate and kill him. And now the site contained for GG.
All of a sudden, Gaimin gets a bomb plant that was seemingly tough to do so, and now Slayer coming through underpass somehow sees the first drop on towards Raffin first, who dropped on top of him. Now to 1v1, Totson versus the rest of the Gaimin players. It's gonna be Spoxy and the Zane. Swings out Totson, takes a whole bunch of damage, and we're tied back at 2-2. Gaimin not going down without a fight. Just proves to why they are here right now.
Yeah, there's no doubting that they deserve this map of Ankara. And they're trying to show us exactly why. We got 5 guys moving over towards the outside of A. And maybe a quick push to come in, but they've already used a lot of utility outside of A. You see that the defensive situation here, oh, they got that kill on a Slayer. They're gonna go right away. There's only one person left up on the top of the site, and it's Totson. He's gonna land the 1 kill. But now coming on out is Snake. He's being crossfired. Raffin picks up 2. Flex does go down in the snipe to Snare. But still, this bomb site in a pretty good spot here for GG. It's Horus is not ready. Not at all. And the nade here gonna do a little bit, but Snare has it all to do in the 1v3. And how is he going to peel this site apart?
Going to be a little tough. However, if Snare can find the first couple drops, then things might be different. He has, this Spoxy spotted him. Not entirely sure. He now swings in. The pistol isn't there. The time machine didn't activate to the Wild West days. It's gonna be 32. Gaimin's gonna now start leading out.
Yeah, taking the advantage here. Pretty good stuff. I mean, kind of to be expected from the Blacklist side of Ankara, but it's good, especially after they lost the first couple of rounds. They've been able to totally turn this one around. Spoxy with the big shot on a Horus. And they're expecting the aggression. Flex this time for 1. Snare would be the 3rd as... See the flash not gonna hit. Snare says, please, I'm begging you, somebody peek me. But they won't.
Todd's stuck in a corner. Can't go nowhere. Is traded out. Slayer and Snare has it all to do. I don't know. Snare is just not being able to pick some pace back up. Is costing his team the detrimental rounds. Slayer's on top of the bomb site. Nades are flying left and right. Snare with the first, for the second, whips the shot, swings back in, but Spoxy was waiting with the pistol, and the rest of his team were drive shooting into the smoke as well. So there, that is another round towards the side of Gaimin.
Makes sense that we see the timeout at this point because 4 rounds in a row is not acceptable if you want to win this map. And I don't know what you say at this point. It's kind of difficult to be the team that's being reverse swept. See that Totson gonna take another standing break. Hasn't had the best stats in the last couple of maps and maybe just trying to reset his brain and get back into the server. Horus here, nothing to say. As I said before, it's maybe sometimes it's better to just remain quiet.
Nothing to say indeed. But just now, things are looking a little shaky on the side of Rock Esports. Snake getting very vocal here as well. They're gonna need to find some sort of an adjustment right now because it's not looking safe.
Yeah, it's understandable. You know, when we were looking at Horus, I thought maybe he would have a lot to say, but it makes sense that Snake would be the one with the words. Totson is back. He's got stuff to say as well. And Flex, I feel, is always talking. Him and Zane are always yapping alongside a Lion Claw. Those three guys up top. And Spoxy and Raffin just chilling. Just hanging out.
Just hanging out for sure.
Yeah, that would be me. I'd just be hanging out.
Are you the hanging outer?
Yes. Not the one to do the pep talks, you know.
Well, then you are the out hanger.
Yep, that's me. That's what they call me.
Indeed. Pause is now over. It looks like we are just about ready to hop back into the game. Reminder, 4-2. Double score by Gaimin. As weird as I say this, but Gaimin comes to show and prove that they're capable of taking down Rock Esports and this tournament.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first time to mount this large of a comeback. As looks like we were getting back in, but not quite. So hopefully we can slowly re-enter this game. 4-2, favor of Gaming Gladiators. Trying to book that first seed to the grand finals.
Really trying to book that first seat for sure. All in all though, the progression of how this first half has been being played out, Ankara being one of the typical 4x4 maps with default strats usually being very effective. Given that matter, it really just comes down to the individual mechanics that you play at a certain angle. And right now, a couple players are definitely falling short to that of the enemy. And that needs to be fixed up. Horus is going to take a whole bunch to the head by the Zane. And that's going to open the gate up for the side of Gaimin to really aggress onto the bomb sites. They have 3 players up on the foot, on the gas pedal, and they are about to full send it once they have the lineups ready.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna take their time with it, wait for the rotations to come in, and then maybe try to attack the reset of Rock. And so just gotta wait for the information. At this point in time, Slayer has pushed all the way out of A. Is trying to get as much information for the team as he possibly can. At this point in time, though, he hasn't really seen anything. So that's a bit of information in itself, but it's also saying, well, I don't really know where they are. As, oh, Flex is going to sit him down.
Snare's just having a bad day, isn't he? Just not being able to find much of a value. Snake is going to be able to get the drop on the hopper. That was going to be Flex going down. No thoughts on top of bomb site, completely flashed out. Spoxy is somehow situated outside of long, and he's about to get inside the bomb site. It's going to be the Zane to wrap it up. Down to the hands of Slayer. He's been reliable in a 1v3. Now, though, it's going to be a little tough question. Spoxy was waiting. There goes another round for Gaimin.
Spoxy locked into the BM. Gotta love it. So many extra stakes when you get that little bit of extra trash talk. 5 in a row now for Gaming Gladiators. They went down 0-2 and immediately just turned this ship around.
Snare needs a bit more activation. Provide a bit more food on the table, because right now the rest of the team is starving for rounds.
Yeah, it feels like just as a whole, it doesn't feel like anyone's really playing at their full level on the side of Rock Esports.
That's why these best out of 5s are fun to watch, fun to cast, and fun to see, because it goes everywhere to the Moors.
Yeah, it's very true. As I said before, it feels like, you know, these game 5s and reverse sweep situations are either going to be close or stomps. And right now we're looking at a stomp. As Snare once again hits the floor.
A little tough day for him. Horus goes down as well. The bomb site is fully swarmed as Snake tries to get something for nothing. Gets the first kill. Gonna be a 2v4. Bunch of nades flying his way. He might be able to find the drop of Graffin. That's a good kill. Looking for the third. Swings up on top of the bomb set. Isn't able to connect. Now Slayer in a 1v2. Down very low, but he has to go through against Spoxy and Lionclaw. Sees the angle. Slayer gets one, but Lionclaw springs and activates himself for another round. And right before our eyes, is this the truth? 6-2 for the first half until the last round.
It is the truth, bench. 6-2. And a massive wave of Gaimin Gladiators just over the top. And they are crashing down right now directly on top of Rock Esports, who have not had the answer here. Slayer gonna poke out once again, trying to hold the spray, gonna pick up 2, trying to hold on to the hopes, picks up 3. Once flex as well. Now there's even the bomb on the ground here, as grenade kill gonna get Slayer, so that'll be the end of Slayer's reign here. But still, the damage has been done. Flex gonna poke out, gets one, does not get another. And only Spoxy by himself. Where have we seen this before? He's not gonna hit that first shot, so he will be going down. And finally, we do have another round for Rock Esports.
However, it's 6-3, and it's a bit of a tough call, tough climb for the side of Rock, given that there is going to be a side switch now. We'll wait and see how it eventually turns out to be.
Yep, that is the question. As you do see, GG still looking pretty confident. A lot of movement in their chairs. A lot of believing, beginning to feel like they're going to pull off the incredible reverse sweep. Even Raffin's getting vocal now.
They know it's right in between their hands and the palm. Just need to grab it and grab the trophy.
You can see on the side of Rock Esports, not a lot of happy faces, but also some clapping from Snare. You know, trying to get them back into the right mindset because, I mean, at their best, there's still a team that can definitely roll with Gaimin Gladiators, that's for sure. We did witness the first 2 maps go their way.
Snare awfully lot reminds me of MG in terms of his playstyle. Like, if he's on fire, he's cracked out his mind.
Yeah.
If he's off to a slow start, then you're looking at a pickup game from just a random lobby.
Yep. Maybe trying to psych himself up to get back in the right headspace. Because sometimes the shots are just not ringing true.
Really isn't. Right before the storm, Spoxy barely dodges those bullets, and so did Snare on the peak. Back on the rifle is going to be Flex. And Rock is really burning this clock down. See if they can burn through the utils of Gaimin Gladiators, but once the minute mark reaches, Lionclaw sees 2 players swinging in his way. Spoxy once again sees Snare, so they're continuing to challenge underpass. 4-player stack towards B. If Rock runs into this one, could be tough until Totson finds the opening frag. And now he has control over towards spawn area. Spoxy does get the return fire, however, there comes extra players, and Flex, how does he find these angles? He was hiding behind the backside, gets a double kill, and Snare, nothing but Snare, has a 1v3 to do.
Yeah, it's kind of incredible. They did not clear out that angle. Snare looks like he's found the shots, wants to challenge with the pistol, though, and he's not going to get it. Rapid jumping does get the kill. And they can taste it. You can see they're getting so hyped up right now. 7-3, as they want to continue with this lead that they already have.
Early nades being exchanged. Totson's going to find the better of Spoxy. So this round seems to be one of the better ones to start off with for the side of Rock. Backs against the wall all of a sudden in just about 10 rounds. It's going to be 7-3. This was a game of tug of war. Rock almost had it. All of a sudden you realize the rope is about to cross the border once you have sneezed one time, and all of a sudden you're looking at that. Gaimin is actively juggling their positions around to react to the rotations that Rock is making.
Yeah, trying to be in the optimal position if possible. As we can see, this bomb seems to be heading towards B. Still a minute and a half left. Here comes GG, though, moving right down the middle. Gonna spot Morris as he repeaks. And so down he will go to Dezane. And so that looks like B to the side of GG as well. They're moving into position. Thompson still lurking over by A.
It's not activating yet. Snare looking for some pot shots, and unfortunately for him, his run seems to be a little slow today. It's not being able to hit the shots, and at the same time, getting hit by the luck shots of the enemy as well. So down he goes. Have an A bomb site to plant. Slayer has to cross. He does go through for a double kill of his own. And Lionclaw with the nade. Will it connect? The answer is of course yes. And Lionclaw will wrap the round up with a double kill of his own. And Rock Esports are really struggling to find any round to tie.
Gaimin Gladiators, it looks like they're going to do it tonight. 8-3 is a almost impossible round score to come back for. As now Flex is jumping out of windows and jumping on the heads of Rock Esports. Raffin's out here aggressively, trying to bring up the vibes for the team. Forrest does get that headshot as Raffin is having a fight out here. He's actually being flanked. Meanwhile, and yet, Snake waiting in the corner. Going to get another kill, and now it's all up to Spoxy here in a 1v4.
Spoxy versus 4. As tough as it is, he has done it once. Getting swung in 4 different angles, not quite gonna cut it. So down he goes, and Rock is going to be able to put out a round that was much needed.
You can see more clapping, more encouragement from the side of Rock Esports. Technically not done yet. I'd say maybe a little bit over aggressive from the side of Gaimin Gladiators, maybe getting a bit too overhyped, but still made it somewhat close. A lot of damage done, at least, in that last round. Spoxy now aggressively pushing out from underneath B. And, all right, pushing up mid. Got 5 members in position, potentially, to go for a mid push. Or maybe just be bottom. As you do see, they're grouping up for this one. It's going to be Spoxy for the first touch. They'll be up to Snare to try to peek this one if they're going in dry. Okay, the shot is going to ring true, but no kill just yet. Flashes over the top. Spoxy is isolated, but he still gets the kill. 2 kills, actually, as Lionclaw comes in. Perfect timing. And they shut down that push so easily. It's incredible what they were able to do, is now pushing out a 9th round secured for the side of GG.
All of a sudden, the ground is shaking Valdez. Rock, they had the game in their hands, only for it to slip away like a piece of sand. Or a handful of sands, I guess. It's just, it's sad to see this happen, right? For Gladiators, they are locked in and they want to take the series and the trophy to themselves, securing the spot in the playoffs for the grand
finals. 9-3, a score that we didn't expect at all, to be honest, going into this cast.
Yeah, I mean, no other map has been this one-sided. That's
Between
what
these two
happens.
teams.
That's what happens when it comes down to reverse sweeps. Sometimes the team that started off strong ends very weakly. And it feels like Rock Esports might go out with a whisper. I mean, in this series, they're still going to be second seed if they do go down here. Spoxy going to take out Snare.
What's in this guy's deep fryer? The shots are so crisp.
He's got all the best spices.
He's, of course, the general of the team.
He definitely is. And now, I mean, you're down basically 2. Slayer is on his last legs here.
I think that's essentially 1 HP. Or
I think it is
exactly
1.
1 HP.
I think it is 1, yeah.
Based on the pixels, but 46 seconds. Slayer does go down. All of a sudden, Rock Esports are mightily struggling. Horus is going to be able to find 1 kill onto his Lion Claw, and they're trying to get onto the bomb site, but look at Spoxy's position. Looking to swing. C4 planted, but this guy is already on heaven area, and imagine he activates himself, gets in onto the bomb site. The Zane gets swung, but he's going to be able to find the equalizer down to a 2v2. 23 seconds and ticking. Is he going to go for the defuse? No, he's not. Spoxy versus 2. If he finishes it here, he truly is the general. The quick scope is good for 1. Looking for the second with the pistol. He has to do it now or never. Time is ticking, and Horse knows this as well. 6 seconds, 5, 4, ticking. Gets the kill, but the timer, there's just not enough time for him to go for the defuse. 9-4. Rock Esports barely won that round.
I mean, they're crawling, trying desperately to get to the finish line here. And there's still a chance. Could be 4 rounds in a row to Rock Esports. I'm not going to predict it. Not the way that this one has come down to this wire. But now Snare wakes up, gets the kill. That's another one to Snake. They just keep rolling with it as Flex is going to spray the hopes and dreams down to the ground. It's just like that. 3 hits the dirt. And Snare actually has snuck in behind them. Or at least behind Flex, but I believe that Flex has a good idea as he's going to do a bunch more damage. It's not quite done just yet. Zane gets that final kill, and it's only Snare.
He's trying. Sure is trying, but he's shot, and now he's caught out, and on the chase is going to be Gaimin. Snare does back out from this angle. He does have 1:30 to work with, but 21 HP. And Dezane and Raffin still alive doesn't help him out. And in a blink of an eye, are we looking at a round to be wrapped up like this, Valdez, in the coffin?
Looks like it. Snare. He's going to have to peek into 2 of them. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Oh, he's going to drop the shot, and that's going to do it. GG Gaimin Gladiators are your winners of the Eumena Regional Finals in a reverse sweep over Rock Esports.
Gladiators, just a mortal human being put to the wall in the Colosseum against the mythic creature of Rock, but at the end of the day was able to find the blade inside the bar, take the win, and they close it out. But let's take a look at this highlight, because this is one-way road.
There it is, 10-5. You are seeing that correctly. The final map here in this best of 5 goes to the Gaimin Gladiators. Spoxy ends up with a 2.38 KD in the map. And yeah, just an awesome feat that they were able to pull off.
Like Flex said in the interview, good luck, have fun. Yeah, plenty of fun was enjoyed here by Gaimin Gladiators. They had their backs against the wall when it was 0-2 up until Eagle Eye, and then something, signs of greatness just happens from poor 10-8. Black Widow just hard fought 10-8 once again, and then Nankara just becomes a very swift take by Gaimin Gladiators. So, based on all the CrossFire years you have been pulling off, you made the right call here, Valdez. Reverse sweep, usually the last map goes like this.
It's just so hard for Rock Esports to be able to stop all that momentum. You know, the fact that they won the 2 maps 10-8 as well, and it went down to the wire both times, that just adds insult to injury, just a huge weight. And one man who did not care about that weight at all, and multiple times would clutch it out for the team, was Spoxy. Part of the reason why they were even able to get here was this guy multi-killing multiple times. Just
Give
by
this
himself,
guy
it's
extra
crazy.
bonus.
Yeah, for sure.
Without him, I think this final wouldn't have been a victory.
Yeah,
Let's be super
absolutely
honest. I mean, Flex tried hard, Lankball tried hard. Credits given
were all
where it's
great,
at, dude.
yeah.
But to get to this point here, up until now, is Spoxy being the Atlas, just carrying everything.
Yeah, he really did. Incredible stuff from this guy. And absolutely deserved MVP. So, yeah. Crazy stuff. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go, so let's jump into it with Flex right now. Hello, Flex.
Hello, guys.
Congratulations on the comeback victory, the reverse sweep. You must be so excited right now. How do you feel to get the first seed?
Yeah, it feels good, honestly. It was, I mean, it was easy overall. I think in the first 2 maps, even when we lost, it felt like it was our fault. Yeah, the game felt very easy, to be honest.
So you survived. Congratulations on the victory. But now that you have secured $20,000 as the first place winner, and also the seat at the playoffs in the grand finals, what are you gonna do during the downtime with your boys? Are you gonna celebrate, go on a vacation, practice more? Like, what's the plan here?
To be honest, we don't care about the money. They did all this trash talking the whole year. They talk. Horus is yapping. He thinks he's the best team in the world just to get smashed in the most important one. Sit down. Like, what are you gonna do now? What now, Horus? What happened now? Where are you at now? What happened?
So doesn't
Where is he now?
exactly
Can
answer the
you-
question, but
Can we get Horus in the call, please? Boys, can you get Horus in the call? Where is he at? Get him here. Bring me Horus right now.
you know,
Where is he
I
at?
wish I had that power, but that was the question I was going to ask you, and I'm glad you're bringing this fire because obviously the trash talk that we had before really set up the storyline coming into this one. And honestly, you know, we were seeing the 2-0 and we were like, man, you know, maybe he was right, but I'm glad you proved him wrong and that you got to speak your piece here at the very end. Anything else you want to get out of your system, Flex?
Yeah, I mean, the first time we reverse sweeped them, they said it was lucky. I think second time, maybe it was lucky again. Next year, we're going to have to do it again, I think. I don't know what they want.
Anything else you want to say?
I'm curious now. So you're the first seed, right, for Eumena.
Yeah.
You've earned that right. Obviously,
Yes,
looking
sir.
forward to the grand finals. Is there any other team you have in your sights that you want to take down? Obviously, the regional rivalry is big, but now you're going to be leading the charge for Eumena as the main team. What are your goals for the grand finals?
Well, our goal is always to go further, like push beyond what we have reached before. We always want to, you know, have new goals. We want to make it as far as possible. That's it. I think there's no specific team we want to play against. Yeah, that's it.
Sounds like it. But definitely a big congratulations to you and your team for taking this hard-fought victory and also winning the regional finals of 2025. big congratulations. Hopefully everything goes well in the grand finals as well. So thank you for the interview, Flex.
Thank you. See you guys.
See ya.
See ya. I mean, he earned his right there, you know. I mean, Horace was very vocal, but
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean,
yeah.
as he said too, you know, the first time reverse sweep,
Lucky.
They said that was lucky. Is the second time lucky as well? Beginning to see a bit of a pattern, you know, and I think that Gaimin Gladiators, when it does come down to the wire, something just like a spark is lit underneath them, and they just become even better. And as we have said multiple times here, they directly advanced to the CFS 2025 Grand
If you do
Finals
think about it,
playoffs.
RFC even came really close to just closing out 3-0 during port. Probably just a couple moments here and there really slipped away, and from there on, everything just turned its feet around. But there you have it, like you said, 3 teams gets to advance into the grand finals, and of course for Gaimin Gladiators, even better feat. They get straightly placed on the grand finals playoffs.
Yeah,
They don't
I'm
have to
still
go through the group
thinking-
stages.
How he was like, no, I don't care about the money. Let me trash talk Horace. That was
He-
actually so funny.
He was. Let me tell you this. I could tell he didn't have a script, but it was coming from his heart.
Oh, yeah.
It was coming from his heart indeed.
He knew exactly what he
my
wanted to
God.
say.
Yeah.
He was just like waiting for that moment where he could begin to speak it. And, you know, he doesn't care about the money, but it's a great spot because he earns the extra here. And also, as you pointed out, I think yesterday, by getting directly into playoffs, you get just up another rung in terms of prize money and in terms of just fame, right? So it's going to be huge for Gaimin Gladiators. We are done here at the regional finals. Any final thoughts, Bench?
I mean, that has been a pleasure to cast these just action-packed Crossfire. Didn't even expect a reverse sweep to happen, but I get to cast one of those, and it had to come down to, you know, just Flex bursting out. That's like the cherry on top of the cake, right?
Yeah.
So absolutely enjoyed this blast. Looking forward to the grand finals as well, and looking after this whole region to go forward in the global stages.
Yeah, should be a blast at the grand finals. Make sure you guys are tuning in for that. And thank you once again for joining us here at the regional finals, and we'll see you next time. Have a good night.
Double kill.
yeah.